Bit of the money.
Just start it.
I bet they didn't expect that.
Oh, I should have turned this up for the charity stream. I got the shopping mall sound running right now. It's like, hey, I've never really turned it up really loud. Kind of peaceful. Just busy sounding. So today's session, we're all at the mall. We're going to shop for things.
Yes.
How about you?
Overload, you have to find a beautiful pair of heels, no less than 3-inch.
Can't wait.
Why not just go full hooker heels, man?
We don't want to be, over the top.
No, mate.
Void Striker, you need to find a matching bra and panty set. Make them look stylish, please.
Why?
Just start going through. It's making you all shop for weird stuff. It's like, wait a minute. Actually, I mean, I don't mind going clothes shopping to a point. I'm like, no, that doesn't look right. No, what is this? Oh my god! And my wife hates it. She goes, "What do you think of this? You look like an old lady." Wait, come on. I'm like, what? You want me to lie to your face? Oh, it looks lovely. Because she'll sit there and do that. I'm like, and then she goes, "Yeah, you're right. I do look like an old lady. Never mind." No, you need to find a pair of high heels that double as a boomerang.
You realize those actually exist, right?
Yeah, that's what's scary. Oh, they're not coming. Bam! Ow, back. Never mind. Like Starscreams. Nobody can match Starscreams. You gotta find Starscream's crown within the mall.
That's not gonna be hard. Just follow the sound of an egotist. That's it.
Have you seen my crown?
Dude, you know that
Yes.
episode of Gumball where his dad gets ripped and he's just trying to show off for everybody? That would just be Starscream with his crown in a mall.
Yes, admire me.
Have you seen my crown?
Have
No,
you
I
seen
left it
my
around here
crown?
somewhere.
Sky wouldn't get
Pull it
3
from-
feet away without getting a null ray in his back.
No, you all three play 3 different versions of Starscream. You fight over the crown. But you have to figure out where the crown is at.
Are we just gonna remake the Transformers animated episode where he splits his personality into sentient bots?
Let's do this. And your stats are all the same. You
And
all
let's
have
be
the same
honest, if
ability.
anybody stole the crown, it was probably Sideswipe.
You all 3 look down and you see tire marks. Let's make it prepared. Do you guys want to start now? Would you like to actually start? I take that as a no. I'm kidding, yeah. Let me actually switch. Oops. Oh no. Hang on. I gotta flip that screen. There. Admire the page of lag. Alright. Yeah.
I'm just I'm having too much fun with this thing.
Obviously. Do you have a pimp named Slickback on there?
Do I have what? Sorry,
A pimp named Slickback on there.
Ooh, that came out
I do
suddenly.
not.
I'm disappointed.
No, don't
I
shut
know
up.
who that is because I did watch the Boondocks.
Yeah, that's why I'm disappointed. Because you don't have it.
It's disappointing. No.
Now we can do this easy way, or we can do this the hard way. Choice is
I
yours.
see you've chosen the hard way.
I see you've chosen the hard way.
Love Beauty Warrior.
Dude, Boondocks is such a great show, man. It's underrated in my opinion.
Ow. Oh, shoot. Where did...
You mean like the end moment where, you know, the guy, like when bumps
he
into the
just-
white guy? and
No,
he's
I
like,
mean
"Oh,
the
wait,
whole
I'm
the
white."
whole show. The whole
Yeah.
show as a series. Like it is great comedy from like beginning to end. All the characters. It's great.
I like the Uncle Ruckus.
Oh, sorry.
My name is Father Uncle Ruckus. No relation.
Okay, this goes. Everything I need. And I need to come up. I can actually see the bloody screen. Thank you. And we are going to. Oh, pardon me. Oh.
Gotta get that caffeine in you. You gotta go.
I need something. Alright,
Caffeine, no what? Brain already at max, but caffeine, no what?
your
Just
caffeine
inject the
will-
adrenaline straight into my veins.
I don't even think that would help me. I need more of the happy juices.
Those are depressants. They'll just bring you down. What are you talking about?
No, my brain lacks happy juices. I need more happy juices.
Are we talking about the same happy juice? Because I feel like we're
I-
not
I'm
talking
talking
about
about
the same happy
dopamine.
juice.
One way to
What
start
about
this.
dopamine?
I'm sitting here trying to get something really
Okay,
quickly
yeah,
set
I
up, and I'm
thought,
like, oh,
I thought you were
shit.
talking about the other happy juice.
No, not the other happy juice. The proper happy juice.
Juice.
I already finished my apple juice. Okay.
Alright, let's just start this. Okay, I got this set up, so I completely forgot I didn't have tablet out to use, so I got something to write with, but I didn't been using my tablet more. Okay, if anybody catches these before the hijinks you just
How about
heard.
you fix the title of the stream?
Oh no, I don't want to. It's a charity stream again.
Is
wait,
it now?
Yeah, it's a charity stream now. There we go. Hang on.
Holy
fuck.
shit, surprise the fuck out of me.
We are helping. Wow, I cannot type. I have to fire the secretary. Sorry.
Guess what,
got the,
Matrix?
he's got the full year.
Oh, this is fun. What? 11.
Hang on, I got the
Wait.
proper song for you.
Yeah. Is this shoot? 13. God, I am mad. I am sorry. You may beat me later. Rip out my servos. Make me suffer. I cannot believe I did that. Okay, if anybody catches this, it's being refreshed now. Refresh it. Dang it.
Reverse what?
I don't
What's
know.
happening? I'm
Green.
confused.
Let me check here. My video producer is not functioning now. Great! Thank you. I appreciate you, system.
Any more scuff, and you might give Amalie a run for her title as the Scuff Queen.
Nah, it's pretty hard to top her.
Well aware. What's her record? 40 minutes of scuff without realizing?
I think so. I just know that like she's notorious for every stream every time.
There, little
I
adjustment.
know she
Somehow-
started a concert with zero audio and didn't realize until like after 3 songs.
Yeah,
All right.
I mean, like the strange thing is, I don't understand how like she changes her settings. Like, how do they change so drastically from one stream to the next?
I'd like to point out, she's never scuffed in any of her YouTube videos before she became a VTuber. The moment she becomes a VTuber, she drank the dumb fuck juice.
I don't want to
It's
know.
kind of like a requirement of being a VTuber at this point. Drinking
I
the
get,
dumb
yeah.
fuck
I
juice.
mean, just being a VTuber, man, you're automatically aligned with Scuff.
Yeah.
All right, let me break out Victor. I will not do
Yeah,
that on
when's the
here.
last time you even used that?
We're not talking about it.
Yeah,
I don't want to really because it's a pain in the butt. It's a right now. I'd rather have a different avatar anyway if I were to do that, and that would be literally that's it. That's all it's there for, and it would have to be some type of transformer. I don't want to play Victor anymore, really. Even though
That's
I can
fair.
still do it, I don't want to really do it anymore because it
That's fair.
gets uncomfortable.
You lend your accent to your Eros character anyway, so it's
He
it's
is
fine.
no longer that. He is. Yes, I know I'm streaming. Thank you for telling me. You know, I'm trying to clear some titles off my tablet, and one of the things, because Opera's on here, the browser, Trump reveals his crimes and security tapes. Okay, that's one of the things. Then, as I'm going to clear the thing, the little notification, Kate Beckinsale flashes her underwear and glistening see-through chainmail. I'm like, excuse me, what?
Oh my.
I'm like, I'm just going to clear this off my screen so I don't have it. Thank you. I'm just going to set my...
Just go ahead and just send me that link here for later.
I mean, Dave, if you really want suggestions, you could always go through my Steam library and try and find something you like.
Oh no, I'm just
Oh,
having fun.
Because we
we're
all
not
know what's
discussing
sitting
that
in my
now.
Steam
Shut
library.
up. Shut up. Thank God.
Hey man,
Yes, for...
Kate Beckinsale is fine. That's all I'll say.
I act like I know who she is.
Go look her up, dude. She's gorgeous.
Maybe I'm too lazy.
She plays the vampire in that one. Oh God, now I forgot what it's called.
Underworld.
Yeah, that's it. I almost said
Oh,
underwear.
she's the main actress.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, yeah, I know who she is now.
Yeah, Underworld. Well, the last one was questionable last time. Yeah, but yeah,
But
it's,
the problem is, movies
Yeah,
get worse. the
that
more
that
sequels
series
they have.
like really lost its luster.
although I don't like hearing about vampires and werewolves because my wife watches enough of the shows.
Did you hear that they had to
Yeah.
restart the new Blade project because apparently Blade wasn't even going to be the main character in his own movie?
They might call it Blade.
I heard that the movie only had 2 action sequences, so they had to reshoot a lot of it.
That is stupid.
Yeah.
Well, anyway, if anybody catches these and they want to catch up on them, now you hear our craziness and somewhat of our, we're
This is
we're
our
nuts.
pre-game banter. Like
Yeah.
this is like if you've been listening to us like for a while, like you know this is how we started up always.
So yeah, if you want to catch these, you can catch them. The catalog of these under YouTube. They don't pay me there, so I don't care. I just use it as the log because it's the only place I can put it. Yeah, archive. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. I couldn't think of the word there. So it is an archive, so you guys can go back and watch these. I'm trying to get them up somewhat within a reasonable amount of time, within the day or couple days, but things are beginning distracting. So if I
What
haven't,
was the episode, like, 6, the 2-week wait for that?
shut up, because I forgot. Hey, you got to get them all in one lump sum. Shut up. So, with anything, though, you can catch our D and Destiny one, which hopefully we'll have next weekend, or next week on Friday. Not for the least
Yep.
show. Yes, crazy. We're lunatics. We're insane.
I mean,
so-
it should be very evident with both my Transformer character and my Ghost character in,
Yeah.
in Destiny. I am chaos incarnate.
Yeah. So, yeah, but you guys can catch these episodes. I haven't done any box openings. I do have somebody here. Just might do him separately and whatever. I will have some more eventually come up for box openings for that stuff, but whatever. Right now, we're going to focus on the Transformers TTRPG that we are doing today. Yay. And I have to be excited. Yay! I'm just like, oh man, I gotta think of everything here. So if you want to catch
The
anything,
moment I can recruit some, I will. Don't worry.
you need more secret.
I'll do this just
I
before I
hear
close it.
What? There was a secret that was there. But there are other
Was
links.
that a flying titan I just saw?
Yes, actually, you did. There is Swerve's Bar
Lord
podcast.
Jax? Sorry.
He's riding with the Titan.
He's
As
right
the
off
Titan. He
I'm
is a
tempted to
Transformer
go
now.
Steam, but I don't want to be a dick today. Well,
But no,
I'm more of a dick than I normally am.
But no, there are links there, like for Swerve's Bar podcast, which we did a charity stream with. At least I did, and that was pretty fun. I think I uploaded that. Charity stream for that should be up somewhere on here. I can't remember where it put it.
It should be under your
Actually-
most recent up video, so you just click on the video link and it should be there.
Yeah,
Yep.
it's like, oh, it is. Okay, yeah, it is. I just had to think, did I actually upload it, or
Yeah,
did
no,
it?
I missed that stream
I-
because I was dealing with bullshit between two friends of mine.
Yeah, it's all right. You can always catch it. It's not very long. It is. I forgot how long.
Yeah,
it
it
is.
was,
Not
it
very
was a
long.
little shorter than I would have hoped. I was hoping it was going to go for the full 3 hours.
Yeah, we wrapped up faster than I think they even expected, because I was like, I don't care. You're gonna throw me. I was like, I'm game. Throw me. That was fun. But we're here. If you want to catch any of these other guys who stream in here, their links are in the YouTube as well as Twitch. There is a Patreon under the Twitch side of things. If you wish to donate some money, guys, I'm going to need some help with that to set up how to do a link thing for Discord so that we can jump in. And I know they're a patron, so I don't know how to do it. I got to look at it all. I need help. I've had a
Yeah.
lot going on. So,
We'll figure that out after session.
yeah, because I've got a little bit of time now that it's a little eased up and I don't have to have pressure doing some other stuff. So, yes, catch us, catch all of the people in here. They're wonderful, amazing people. I'm not wonderful, amazing. I'm just here.
He's lying about
He's
everything.
humble. Shut up.
I'm not being humble. I'm worthless. I am just the Primus God
I
here,
will
but I'm
turn
not
my
Primus.
sound pad back on.
These guys, all of them in here are much more worthy than myself. There we go. Yeah, I'm not worthy. I'm not. I don't even know if anybody does. Anybody know that one? That would be funny.
Social credit deducted.
Oh. Okay. But anyway, no, you can catch everybody's links and all those who are supporting us in their own way. You don't have to give money or anything. I don't care. We're having fun doing this. So, yeah, links are all there. Look them up. Check them out. If you want to help out with Extra Life stuff, I think I put a thing down there. You can still donate to it and help out that way. Otherwise, you can go to Swords Bar podcast group and they have it too. Who messed with my Transformer? Sorry, I just looked down, and after all this time I've been concentrating on the screens, there's a Transformer on my desk and it is messed with.
He never noticed what I did.
No. I am going to take a picture. You guys can't see it on stream. Stop telling me what to do, phone.
So
Okay. Somebody messed with my... I am going to post this in images. And you tell me what's wrong with this picture. I have 2 bumblebees on my desk. They're the little mini ones. They're not the big ones. Oh, please tell me that it's not broken. I will fix him in a moment then, or like in a little bit. He is, you.
What didn't we do to him?
Yeah. No, sorry about that. I just realized I looked down and I see that, and I'm like, what? I expect Cliff Jumper to be
I would just
messed
assume it's your wife pranking you
up.
again.
Yeah, probably. He's just gonna giggle mercilessly. Oh God. She had him partially transformed. He didn't realize to take the blaster off the bottom. If she had done that, she would have been able to transform him fully. I'm making sure he's not broke real quick. Sorry. All right. There we go. He's not broke. His legs are still snapped together, though, so he needs to stand up. Okay, little Bumblebee is back up and right. This one is. And he's the one that comes with the Optimus Prime set. So.
The Matrix is fully sidetracked, so...
Yep. Sorry. So anyway, let's see. You guys ready for this, right? Yeah, you are. We already talked before.
Been ready.
Good. The asteroid blows up, you all die. There we go.
Well,
Season ender.
Well,
I can survive one critical hit.
Overload is floating in space, twirling slowly.
I lived.
No.
We all know it's very hard to kill Void Striker permanently.
Voice Striker, suddenly in another part of the universe, a system comes online. A shop opens up, and now he's...
Hey, you want Energon tacos?
Yeah.
5.
He opens up an Energon taco stand where the real Voice Striker's at. Alright, I'll kill that. Let's get rid of this. There we go. So, we're going to start out with your session as you guys are all back at the asteroid base. What was the name of the asteroid originally, Baha? I can't remember its name.
It is the Ouroboros station.
Ouroboros. I kept saying Ouroboros.
Which was the big hint of,
Ouroboros.
Void Striker keeps coming back.
Yeah. Systems are running normal now. Everything's nominal in the station. Everybody's doing kind of their own thing right now. Void Striker is getting his armor repaired. Steel is helping out with that. Aegis, was it Aegis? Or was that Drift that took the parts to Steel? I can't remember because I don't remember who I
would have given the parts of the Requiem Blaster to Drift to
so he's working on that. Okay,
Yeah.
so he's working on the Requiem Blaster. I was listening to our last session so I could catch things up to make sure I got some of it correct, and I lost when I was started up. So Drift has the Requiem Blaster parts. He's reassembling what he can to know if there's anything missing, but really there shouldn't be. So I think Aegis was helping Void Striker and Eddie repair their repair your armor, Void Striker. So Steel and you three all 4 of you are working on repairing any armor and damage. Eddie's going to be working on you primarily. Gilgamesh and Carbine, you guys are together. You currently are in the training room, correct?
Yes.
With the safety settings on or off?
Well, here's the thing. If the safety settings do include me increasing the gravity and changing the atmosphere of the room, then yes, he will be turning them off.
So, with this, you're in there training with her. Overload, where are you currently at in the base right now? which I need to switch screens. I just realized.
Considering such, I would probably be, I would say in the training room, maybe?
So you be in with them working out? That would be kind of cool. Big ass bot in there, literally. Johnny. Johnny! Oh, shoot. Sorry. Old friend. Hi, John! Caught me off guard in the chat. Like, what? So, you guys are in the training room currently working out. Uh, I'm going to start with Void Striker's side of things. Void Striker, where are you currently sitting at? Are you in like one of your labs while Addie?
Yeah. I'm
Okay,
in the armory lab.
Armory lab. Okay, so Addie and you are in there. I'm assuming she's still working on. Uh, they pulled off most of your damaged armor, right?
Yes. Where we left off, she was currently installing my triple changing T-cog into my, well, place my old one.
All right, so she's going to be doing some repairs on you. Your internal systems are damaged bits as well, if I remember correctly from the last session.
Yes, I'm not fully healed. I'm healed enough to move around and self-repair on my own.
So Addie's checking you out, and she has your other T-cog sitting there with the shiny new one. And
Yes, and I
or
believe
old
Drift
new?
wanted my old one after I revealed that it was a damaged Omnicore.
Yes,
On,
to
on
play
the
with.
cog.
Yeah, because it's fascinating to him because he's an engineer. So you guys are working in there right now. Addie's going to have, like, she's going to be working on repairing you, but she's going to sit there and ask you to kind of lay back a bit so she can start working on you. And
Yeah, I'll basically just lean up against one of the tables so I'm down on her level considering size difference.
she comes around with some of the tools, and she looks like she's just ready to work on you. And she goes, okay, so now that you're back, and she kind of flicks you with her finger real quick, just kind of lightly, tink, and she kind of gives you this stern look. Let's see how bad your damage is on the inside first. We will work on your outside. We'll let Aegis and Steel handle that. So, and she's like, okay, open up. She looks like she's got these tools in her hand, and she's like, come on.
Yeah, I'll open up my chest plate properly for her.
So as you open it up, you and she's like, ooh, okay, we can make this work. You're not gonna like this though, and it's gonna probably be uncomfortable. You're gonna be okay? Do I need to put you down, like put you under?
It's not going to be as uncomfortable as this as I trace a finger over the dark entrance scar on my face.
And she steps up and she kind of leans over you and she puts her hand to where you're touching. She goes, we might be able to fix that.
I'd rather you didn't. I'd need a reminder from mistakes done.
And she's kind of pulls her hand back and she kind of just puts her head to your chest a little bit. And she's like, yeah, almost lost you once. I really don't want to lose you again. Nobody really understands me up here. And she kind of points to her own head, like the way you do. So, never mind. I'm just going to get to work. And she kind of pulls out some tools and she goes, I'm going to get to work on this. This might take us a little time. You got some pretty good damage. And this was all from that blast? And she's still working on you while
Not
she's talking.
all from the same loss.
She kind of pauses. What do you mean, not all from the same blast?
I wasn't always a scientist.
Oh. So, can I ask you what else you did? And you see some sparking and stuff. She said, ooh, okay.
Are you aware of the tradition of the arena before the Civil War?
I know some of it. I was more interested in doing engineering and creating new things more than I guess I should have learned more about the history.
Do you know how the Decepticons became the Decepticons?
Um Why don't you tell me while I keep working? This is interesting to hear from
Most of the
somebody.
Decepticons were nameless Cybertronians.
And she stops and she looks up. Nameless? Were they?
Yeah.
How do you
Even
identify them?
Megatron was once a nameless bot.
Her eyes, or you see her optics kind of go wide a little bit. Wait, what? You mean Megatron? And she kind of gestures big.
Yes. He used to be a nameless gladiator.
And she kind of tilts her head back down and gets back to work. And she goes, "So what? How did they become like free?" Or
Megatron saw the inequality being sprouted by those with names.
well, that would make sense. I mean, I guess
Back
it
during
just-
those days, you were automatically given a job and you had no choice to do it.
Okay.
You weren't given a choice. The Decepticon ideology was originally equality for all, but it became twisted.
Oh wait, I kind of know a little of that, but I didn't know the rest. This is so. If I were a Decepticon, I wouldn't be able to choose. I wouldn't be doing what I'm doing now.
If you were assigned to be a monobot, that is all you were allowed to be.
But I like working on this stuff. I
Yes,
couldn't just
you have
ask.
a choice now. You weren't allowed to change, no matter what. Just
That-
like gladiator bots were always gladiator bots.
That bites the burnt out bulb. She gets back to work on you. So all this big fight, and she kind of does quotes as she pulls back for a second to do it, and then she goes back to work. Was well, how did it get so distorted if it was this Civil War thing? So are the Autobots the bad guy then? She doesn't
The
really have a
Autobots-
symbol. So
The Autobots were at some point to the Decepticons pure evil beings that were tyrants and oppressors. But at some point, the roles switched.
oh, that that's not good. I mean, we should all be free in some form. I mean, even the mini cons, they don't. Have you ever noticed they really don't like the slave thing? And she really kind of says it a little quieter with the quotes. Slave thing.
Think about it this way, Eddie. Even after the Civil War, the Decepticons are still discriminated against just for having the symbol. In the later part of the war, some Decepticons didn't even want to be Decepticons anymore. But they were still forced to be Decepticons.
That doesn't sound right either. I mean, I don't affiliate with either side, but I think fairness should be the right of all of us. That
Well, unfortunately, the winner gets to write the history books.
and also erase it. And she's asking kind of like as a question.
Yes, the Autobots have done some very terrible things during the Civil War.
So both sides are not really innocent.
There
but
are
not-
no innocents in war, Addy.
Oh, that makes sense. She goes back to work. Well, I'm kind of glad I don't wear a symbol. God, sorry. I gotta see what he's barking at. Give me a second.
So are you, Dave?
Doing all right. Just sitting here sipping on my little energy drink.
I'm sitting here drinking vanilla Pepsi.
This is Mountain Dew Energy, Orange Breeze.
I never had that flavor, but most of the Mountain Dew I've had, I wasn't a fan of. But as long as you're enjoying it, that's all that matters.
I don't have these very often. I just needed the little pick me up this morning or this afternoon, I guess.
Yeah, I've honestly cut back a fuck ton on like sugary drinks. I've been primarily drinking like water for the last 7 months.
I usually drink like a lot of water, and I use gamer subs for caffeine mostly. But yeah, I was at the store. I was getting something to eat, and I figure, I haven't had one of these in a while, and I used to enjoy this particular one anyway.
Yeah.
It's just like a pepped up orange juice. It's nothing really to write home about, but not bad.
What else Cat Mercer's doing, but I know how he's doing. He's vibing.
Pretty much suffering, but vibing.
I know you enjoyed RoboQuest yesterday.
Yeah. What I
Despite
am
the
not
fact you
enjoying
got me
right now,
killed twice.
what I'm not enjoying right now is that I might be having lag on the website.
What, on Roll20?
Yeah.
Roll something. Let's see how bad it is.
Like me moving like the
Oh,
screen.
that
like,
happened to
very
me the
laggy.
other day. Completely closed down your web browser and restarted it.
Yep.
We'll close it down and
Oh,
restart.
you having a
Okay.
problem with
Yeah.
it? Sorry, guys.
Because I've
I'm
had
back.
little mishaps like that with when I was using my old mouse when I was like double clicking for no reason and it would just like mess up my window. I'd have to like close like log out of Roll20 and log back in and like it just fixed it.
That's also the reason why I also it was
Remember
good
how I was
for me
having
to
the
take
same
out.
issue with when
Oh,
we're
they
doing
can't hear me
the
anyways.
Halo
Oh,
Sorry,
sorry.
team.
There we go.
campaign?
Sorry, guys. I
you're
just
fine.
unmuted, but
Yeah,
one
you're fine.
half of it.
We're filling the dead air.
Yeah.
You're fine.
And
Yeah.
I was just gonna say it's just another reason why it was good that Baja pointed out the doors because they kind of affect Mercer's system. So I was like, oh, let's just remove. That's why I didn't put a lot of doors in. I was like, if I did that,
Yeah,
it's
you
gonna
only
mess
put
them.
doors where they were needed on the station.
Yeah, but they're all
yeah.
gone now, so I took them out.
They have the special storage and the mausoleum. It's the only places needed a door.
Yeah, you can right now. I just took them all off because it's easier for you guys
Yeah.
to process in the system too.
And we already know what's in there, so like
And
it's-
things have
it's pretty much
changed,
fine at
so
this
it's
point.
okay. It's okay.
Yep.
So, you want me to continue or wait for Mercer to come back? I kind of want to see if he is able to. Otherwise, he can
fix
just
this problem before we go back. It's better in the long run.
yeah, because I don't.
I mean, if it doesn't fix, then it's not like it's a big deal.
Well, your icon's in the training room, so that's a good thing.
Yeah,
your
it
idea.
is.
And
It
you
is
can always
still
tell.
laggy after closing it. So
Well, if you got the map there, I can always move. You just tell me, and I'll move your icon if you want. Which right now,
if anything,
you're
I'll just zoom out and then.
Is it a memory issue
deal
or
with it like
something taking up a lot of your memory?
What browser are you using?
Opera.
Yeah, I'm using Opera too, and I don't have that problem at all. I don't know.
I probably just
Meanwhile,
need
here I
clear
am
cache,
using
if anything.
Edge.
I actually haven't cleared cache in a while, so it could be that.
Yeah, maybe give that a shot, see if that helps.
I'm going to send you
And
Mercer a
if anything,
computer that works.
I've more or less zoomed out, so I'm able to see the majority of the map.
Hey Matrix, is this where you when you upload this on YouTube you put in brackets the scuff session?
Yep. It's been like
Yeah, I mean, we keep going. I mean, like,
Yeah.
we can just kind of carry on narratively until we get this fixed.
Well, it's not like it really matters. I'm able to see the whole screen, and
if he
just
needs,
moving around isn't much of a problem.
Yeah, and it's theater of the mind, so the map is just there to give you guys something to work with right now.
It's a reference point.
I am still going to try and work on that map,
It's just a bit,
guys. So
jittery.
I am still going to try and get a map for next session for something else. Hopefully,
That's
if you
cool.
Well, if
guys
you
do-
need somebody to run around and test the map, just at me and I'll hop on and move my earphones around for you.
Well, it's the creating the map right now.
Yeah.
It was frustrating the other night, and I stopped. So I'll go back to it later when I'm feeling.
Well,
a
if
lot
you need
more, so-
something like in the background, I can just stream something on Discord for background noise and shit.
Yeah, noise. But let's get back to you and Addie talking about Decepticon and Autobot
Bitch is playing
history.
Roadwork now.
I gotta do something while I'm talking.
Needs more traps, not enough mimics. Transformers are mimics.
Yeah. Like, that's kind of what they all are. We're
Yeah.
all mimics of some form of fashion.
Yeah. So you and Addie are sitting there discussing this, and she's learning a lot more about the history from somebody who's been there. And she's fascinated by everything you're telling her, Void Striker, because she's learning something that she really never really looked into. Hers is all technical and engineering, so she's learning a lot. So she's sitting there working on you, and she's like, "So, what's different now to then? I mean, we still have divisions of Autobot Decepticon. Those who don't, like me, fall into either one. We usually
The
don't
difference is those that are in charge now have their eyes open that just because you're in charge doesn't mean you're not immune to the lowest of the low.
Well, and is it true?" And she kind of leans closer to you. You guys found their flagships, the Ark,
Yes.
the Nemesis. What? By all accounts, though, they shouldn't still be in our. That's not. And she's really kind of confused. And she's like, "I. That's too much for me to think about. I'm just. It doesn't make sense. Why?" And as she's pondering this in her head now, and she just gets back to work on you. And she's like, "Go ahead and move your left arm now and see how you feel." And
I'll step them in my own fire.
and you can feel your arm moves a lot better, and you can actually flex your shoulder a little more and do. And she's like, "Oh, hold still for a second." And you feel her adjust something, and suddenly you got more motion in your left arm. And she goes, "Okay, that seems okay on this side, but let's take a look at your other side." So while that's happening, Aegis and Steel have been working on repairing any of the armor you have and you had. They're still working on some good chunks of it because a lot of it was pretty well damaged. We're going to flip over to Gilgamesh and Overload and Carbine in the training room. Gilgamesh, describe to us what kind of training room situation are we in right now?
So he's increased the temperature to a pretty hefty, a couple hundred degrees. The gravity's increased by at least double. And what Gilgamesh is doing is he's got the Star Saber in one hand and his katana in another, and he's training with essentially two long blades. But he's not training it for the purpose of using it in combat. He's training in this way to gain better mastery over using the blade one-handed. So he's practicing his form, just going through different motions of this form.
Okay.
Is Carbine mimicking me, I guess? Or like, what is
She's-
Carbine doing with this?
Currently, Carbine is in her caracal form, but she's just sitting there watching you first. She's just staring at you, and you see her little head tipping and little tufts kind of flipping back and forth as she watches you.
So while she's watching, she is going to sense something as he is practicing this form. The information that he's learned between the two flagships, the abduction of their crews, and the revelation about Skyline, there's a deep inner conflict within him. And he is not only practicing and he's training on the outside, but he's fighting an inner battle on the inside.
Carbine is watching you, but not for the intent of really watching your movement. She's just kind of watching you as her head tips back and forth. She kind of gets up and she starts to, as you're moving around, she starts kind of not prancing, but kind of trotting around you in circles slowly. And she kind of looks up. You're distracted.
He stops mid form.
And she's still kind of do around you in circles slowly.
He'll bring the blades down to his side, just in a more relaxed state.
And she comes around, she stops in front of you, and she just sits and looks up at you. And she goes, "What's wrong? You seem..." And she takes her paw and kind of touches the top of her head. And it looks adorable because it's a little paw tapping her. And she goes, "Distracted up here. Memory?" And she's... And little tufts are just kind of going back and forth as she's looking at you.
Distracted would be putting it mildly. Look at what we've learned in the last 24 hours.
Yes, it is uneasy to know a lot of this stuff. Some of it's confusing me, but a lot of it's coming together.
Well, there's only one thing that we can do, and that's perfect our skills.
And she's...
It's just... We might be up against the Cybertron's greatest heroes, conscripted to be allied again with Shockwave.
Or controlled. And she kind of gestures like you can see her put her paw on her chest, and she's like, "I didn't like that. They might not like it." And you can see her kind of looking down a little bit, and she's still rubbing her chest like, "Yeah, I didn't like that control feeling thing. It hurt."
Carbine, no matter how we look at it, the deck is stacked against us in the grandest of ways. We don't possess the power of a prime, but we might end up having to fight one.
Well,
and if that becomes the case, he raises the blades back up again.
Now, Overload, you were in the training room with them. How far away of to them are you?
Probably be like enough distance away to not interfere with what they're doing.
So
Just,
you
like, keep a decent distance, but probably in earshot.
So you probably roll me a perception just to see if you do. Let's see if you can roll a perception if your computer's having that much fun.
Hey, there you go. It works.
Hey, it works.
Well, it's just moving the map. That's the problem.
Yeah. So I was worried if the rolling part would get affected though on you. So
Yeah.
it's good to know it's not. So with that roll, you do kind of overhear some of what they're saying, and Carbine's like, "Well, we kind of have a big bot of our own." She kind of points with one of her tentacles toward Overload, who's standing in the room, and she's like, "I think he could almost take on everybody. I mean, he is a little toothy now and scaly."
I mean, a prime would be a bit of a different story. I would have a fighting chance, sure, but a win is a different story.
Well, what if we got more, Cybertronians and others to help fight?
That doesn't exactly sound like a bad idea, and considering it's more or less the threat of the whole, universe.
Yeah, I mean,
Maybe some of the soldiers I knew in the past might be willing to help, although still class as traitor.
We do
But
still have allies in Velocitron as well.
yeah, Speedstar, and maybe her group can help. And well, what about the guilds? They probably would be willing to help, right? And she's kind of like, question: is it possible?
I believe it would be. But again, look at what we're going to be stacked up against.
Well,
Assuming that everyone that was abducted under Shockwave is now working for him in some controlled manner, we might be facing Optimus Prime, Megatron, any one of the Grand Generals of the old war. And he looks over to Overload.
he's
Do you
transformed into
feel-
robot form.
Do you feel confident that you could stand one-on-one against Megatron if you were put in that position?
Hmm.
I heard he's pretty tough, like Gladiator, and he's got some experience on him.
I could probably take an arm or two. Beyond that, I can't really say.
Well, this is that time to simulate such combat.
Well,
Hone your mind. And he looks to Overload. And in your case, gain mastery over your rage.
Carbine's sitting there going, by the way, it's a little warm in here, isn't it? It's just kind of like, I was better in my character form.
That's the purpose. When you're out in combat, you need to be ready for any type of situation. That includes the atmosphere, the gravity. You need to be ready for any variable that comes your direction. And that's why we train this way.
Was there a temperature change? I don't really feel it as much.
He's more lizard now. It doesn't
Well,
phase
no,
him.
as a soldier, I'm used to like harsh environments.
Yeah, but you're also you're that dragon form, or not dragon, that giant dinosaur form, and your body is just, you're kind of more adapted now to handling certain things. It's like, okay, I'm gonna pull up something here real quick while you guys are doing that. Gilgamesh, you're holding the Dark Star Saber.
Yes.
I was going to have you. Where is it? I'm thinking of a roll, and I can't remember what I was going to have you roll.
Would it be something along the lines of wisdom?
You're sort of, but it's not. Let's just do it as a perception check for right now, because I need to note a few.
Perception.
Oops, I need to flip this back so you guys can see that. There we go. You are standing there. Carbine even notices the sword kind of jerks forward and stops. And it kind of just becomes like the sword in your hand again. And she even notices, and she goes, "You didn't move that, did you?" But
He
you
looks
could
down
feel.
at it. No, I didn't.
And she.
He'll put his katana back in its sheath on his side, and he'll start to examine the Star Saber a little more closely.
You see the stone in the middle, right above the hilt, kind of like where the blade is joining to the hilt, and it kind of giving off like a slow pulsing energy, but it's not really doing anything. But you kind of sense that there's something going on with this blade, and even Carbine's feeling it. She goes, "It did something weird before too." Oops, did I just do something? I don't know what that was. I did something on my side.
Didn't
Okay.
Unicron say that these weapons were from another universe?
Was it possibly, well, we've heard of our saber, and this one matches similar to one here, like and she kind of gestures the universe. In our universe, I've never seen it myself, so, but I remember when we kind of had to toss it in to the storage, it kind of, I swore I saw it stand up for a moment by itself and then kind of fall down. I mean, I'm not sure. Maybe I was seeing things, but now I'm starting to wonder. And she's kind of looking at it. Do you feel anything while you're holding it?
Do I?
So, and it's just her generally asking if you do feel anything, and I want you
And
to
I'm asking
do,
above game, like,
yeah.
am
What
I
I want you
feeling
to
anything?
do, what I want you to do is do an investigation on it now,
Okay.
and then I'm going to have you do a perception again.
So, all right, investigation is 10 and perception is 20.
You're holding the sword. You look at it, and you really don't see anything other than the description of it. Really, it's the Dark Star Saber. Okay. You notice that the stone is kind of not changing, but like it's trying, like you're kind of picking up on that it's trying to say something in some form. And you can sense it in Carbine's kind of like, what is, and she's confused. She's really confused right now because it's not her or you. It's a third thing happening, but it's to you right now. And you feel like this voice is trying to talk to you, like something's kind of in your processing, and it's trying to talk to you. And you can
So Kumash
feel
is gonna turn the blade on kind of on its side, and he's gonna like kind of having his palm underneath the section where the stone is. He's observing it, trying to figure out like how it's trying to communicate.
Carbine's standing there. She goes, what are you doing? I'm really confused because I'm kind of feeling something, and it's really
I'm not sure. It seems like it's trying to communicate, but I'm not really understanding it. It's not like it's speaking in a language or anything. It's just, I don't know, blocked by something? It's hard to figure out. But there seems to be like some sort of consciousness within the stone.
I want you to do another investigation.
I want to be Steve Irwin and touch it.
As
If Carbine's assisting, I get that's
yeah,
an
because she's
18.
staring at this thing, trying to figure it out, and she's like, "It's kind of unusual, but it's." Do you feel anything like? No, I don't know. I'm feeling something, and it's not me. I'm feeling what you're feeling, and there's something going on with this thing. And she goes, it makes you wonder. And she kind of taps on it, like where that center like crystal is, and it starts to pulse a little more. She pulls her hand back. She goes, "Oh, did I just make it mad?" And the blade starts to glow a little bit on the edge. And she backs
You
away.
certainly did.
I think I made it
Certainly
mad.
did something. He kind of lifts it just a little bit off of his hand so it doesn't do any damage to his palm. And he's just kind of holding it up a little bit, still like at a side angle, and he's just observing all the changes.
You see the blade, it kind of is going up and up to the point, and then it wraps back down like it's pulsing back and forth. The only way I can describe it is like a Knight Rider thing, but on each side of the blade, where it's
Is it now in a constant glow, or is it like in a pulsing?
It's like pulsing, but there is still a glow to it. So you can see this pulsing going back and forth within that.
Interesting. He's gonna reach for his beam saber, the one that's been modified, and the one that when he holds it, it would change color. So he's gonna kind of turn the Star Saber down, blade down, and then reach for the beam saber, pull it out, activate it. Is it still turning purple?
Yes.
Okay, so he's just gonna kind of like move the hilt closer to the stone and just watch for any reactionary changes.
So you're taking, what is it, the two, like the hilts, and bringing them close to each other, or
Yeah,
is it the blade?
because I know the technology in there is unique and modified, and he's testing to see if the crystal within that beam saber is reacting to the dark star saber.
I need you to give me a strength check now.
A strength, okay, interesting. 18.
Do it Steve Owen style. Touch it.
As you bring your blade to it, you feel it tug super hard. And even Carbine has to jump out of the way because it whips away from the blade. And you could feel it like tugging, like you're holding on, but you're like getting pulled away from, and you feel the blade kind of going point down, trying to go downward. And like it's almost like it's trying to point to the floor.
Like it's trying to move away from this crystal, like as strong as it can.
Yeah, it's trying to, that sword, the Dark Star Saber is trying to move away from it right now. And it's literally sliding you.
So noticing that reaction, he's gonna pull them apart, and he's gonna look at Carbine.
She's just standing there.
What just happened there?
Her optics are super wide, and she goes, "Sword tried to dance away." That's all she came up. It's just like, that's not possible.
Carbine, remember the technology in the beam saber, how it's unique to us.
Yeah.
That technology is being rejected by the Star Saber.
Or was it?
Do you know what? Do you see what that means?
Wait a second. Okay, she does see. She goes, "Well, let me try something." And God, what does she have for weapons? I haven't had to have her pull any weapons out before, and my mouse disappeared.
She should have her own beam saber as well, because we did have one crafted for her. But as far as other weapons, I don't think she had. Like, I think she's got maybe a blaster.
Oh, that's right. She has that scimitar. That's right. Okay, I couldn't remember. I was like, wait, because she still has.
By the way, I do keep meaning to try and go retrieve the custom rapier I made for her.
That's right, because that's still. I think that was still sitting on the planet somewhere, and that's on Cybertron.
Yeah, I just haven't had a chance to attempt to contact any guild members to go retrieve it for us because we don't have a hunter.
Well, we'll see. But she pulls out her sword. She pulls it out and she kind of activates it, and she's like, "Well, it's not like the other one, but this will work." And she kind of gestures to lower it down a little bit to her height, and she's like, "Hold on."
And he does. He'll kneel down so it can be a proper height for her.
And she kind of looks at the sword and she goes, "Sorry, we need to see." And she brings her sword down, and the blade flips in your hand to block. And she bounces back and she goes, "What was that?"
His eyes kind of widen a little bit. He goes, "That wasn't me."
But why didn't it move like when
I think whenever you tapped it earlier, you somehow reawakened it.
Well, why would it let me try and hit it though? And she goes, hang on. I was trying to hit the blade. You put it near the crystal. And she goes, hang on, let me try it with mine. So she reignites the blade and she walks over to the crystal. And she's like, and she pulls back for a second. You better hold on again. And
He'll two-hand grip the blade in a kendo kind of a stance so he can hold it with as much strength as he can.
So she takes her blade and she kind of does it flat and it's ignited and she like, sorry, we need to see if you're sentient. And as she does, I need you to roll me another strength check. And you're really going to need to hold on. Oops.
So this is a good one. Natural 20, baby.
You feel this thing pull away from her and you kind of get dragged, but you're holding on. And you can feel you slide just a little bit. And this sword whips up and almost like smacks you in the head, but you're holding it still as you can and pulling. You feel it pulling around and whipping about. And she,
okay, I got a good feeling it's really sentient.
And Carbine puts her sword away real quick and she's like, whoa, we weren't trying to hurt you. Stop, please. We just need to see. And you feel the sword kind of relax in your hands a bit. And you feel
I'm just trying to hold it in like a kendo posture. Like
Yeah.
He's just
That's what I'm imagining too.
His feet are planted and he's two-handed, like gripping it as hard as he can.
And you feel the sword kind of not jerk, but slowly pull toward her. And it's like you suddenly, I need you to make a perception check now, Gilgamesh.
Perception 19.
You suddenly get kind of a feeling of this voice kind of, worthy. You are worthy. Why try to damage me? And you feel the sword relax and come back. And you see the pulsing kind of, the blade retract down on the glow. And you see it kind of pulse down a little bit.
He's just gonna kind of look down at the sword. We weren't trying to damage you. We're just trying to learn about you.
Carbine looks up at you and Overload. You're going to hear this too. You hear Gilgamesh say that line. You guys didn't hear the rest of it. So Gilgamesh, you're talking to the sword. They don't realize you're the only one who can hear this voice. So Carbine's like, who are you talking to? She's really confused.
He's gonna look at Carbine. Just wait, you didn't hear that?
We didn't hear it, and she kind of gestures to Overload and her. We didn't hear anything.
He's gonna look back to the blade. Can you communicate?
You see it pulse a few times. And then you see it dim back down a bit.
You're not like other mini-cons, are you?
You see it lightly pulse. And you kind of hear this voice again. Tired. That's it. Just a word. Tired.
How can I help you?
Are you saying this out loud, or are you just trying to?
Yeah, he's looking down at the blade, and he's just straight up addressing it. Like he does not care if it looks crazy to the others. He's just straight up he's speaking to it as if he's speaking to Carbine.
Carbine kind of looks over you, Overload, and she goes, I think he's talking to it, but I'm not sure. It's either that or he's gone crazy, Overload. What do you think? Kind of like,
You mean like how I was talking to Ash in my head before?
And she's about to say something. She puts her finger up. Good point. Okay. It's like, didn't think about that. As you're sitting there, Carbine kind of walks up to you, Gilgamesh, and she goes, "So, is it able to talk to you?"
Gilgamesh will kneel down again to Carbine's level so she can kind of look at it. It's only speaking a few words. It just says it's tired.
Tired. She looks over at the sword. Now you've got it kind of down at her level, right? And she's
Yeah.
just looking it over, and she goes, "I guess it's been around for quite some time. Maybe it is tired." And she kind of puts one of her hands along the blade. "Maybe in better hands, you won't be so tired." And you see it pulse bright, and the blade reignites, and she pulls her hand off. Okay. So
It's
you
reacting to you.
and you hear the voice, "Another worthy." And she doesn't hear this. You only hear it right now. And that was interesting. Is it because of me? I don't think so. And she looks up, "Overload, come here and touch this." She's just like generally fascinated now.
Well, yeah, I figure her scientific curiosity would
She's like,
start peaking at
yeah,
this point.
she's like,
Are you sure about that? As I'm not entirely sure on weapons that talk back.
well, hmm, maybe it wouldn't be. Well, hmm. Well, I just kind of want to know if it's reacting to me or is it reacting to you, like Gilgamesh, or is it because we're able? I'm really fascinated. So you don't have to handle it; you just touch it. You can just put one finger on it. That's all you have to do. She's really fascinated. She's like, if anything, I mean, we can, just back away from it. I don't think it's dangerous. And she puts her hand back on it again, and it goes bright again, and it pulses as she's like gently touching. She's now using both of her hands. She goes, "I'm gonna stop touching it," and it's still kind of bright. She goes, "Overload, just could you please try and touch it? Just see what happens."
If I get zapped, I'm blaming you.
I'll fix you. Okay.
As I'll go ahead and I guess
Gilgamesh
place.
will turn the hilt down and towards Overload so he can just grip the handle.
And Carbine gets
Yes.
really close, like, "I don't think it will hurt us."
As I guess I'll go ahead and grab the handle.
So as you grab the hilt, sorry, my phone went off. It starts to pulse again, and you kind of Overload. You're gonna feel this little charge feeling go up your arm as you're holding it, and Carbine's like, "That's interesting. It hasn't lost its brightness, but it's pulsing." Overload,
Uh,
you suddenly feel and hear this voice emanating somewhere in your head, and you're starting to get flashbacks of Ash being in your head. This is what's going to happen. You hear this voice, "Worthy but not worthy," and you feel this, it's judging you kind of thing.
what the hell does that mean?
And I need you to make a strength check. Now, your strength check is going to be a lot tougher to beat on anything.
Well, hey, I've rolled
Yeah.
high and I
Yeah.
rolled a natural 20.
Yeah,
So
you got really. I was like, woo.
The Steve Irwin approach never fails.
I'm doing.
Touch it.
You feel the sword kind of lurch upward, not hitting you, but stopping dead straight up in your hand, like you're holding it with one hand. And this thing almost looks like a small sword, kind of to you, because it's doesn't change size to whoever's holding it. So you're standing there holding this thing, and you get a couple more words. "Worthy enough, though. Honorable intentions." Now,
Nice.
again,
I
you're the only one
guess.
hearing this. And you hear it. Fascinating. They've been asleep for a long time. And you feel it pulse down. And she goes, what's happened? Whoa, what's going on? Why is it doing that?
Well, first it complimented me that I'm worthy enough, and then it said that it has been asleep for a long time.
Well, how long was it down there?
I'm still holding the blade though, even though like he's holding the hilt. So he only heard that. I did not hear anything.
So what part of it are you holding?
It probably would have been like the base portion.
Okay.
Like, cause
if you're holding the base portion of it, part of the hilt, you will hear it as well.
Okay.
But it is directed toward Overload because he is the one it is judging right now.
Gotcha.
But you feel this sword, Overload, kind of relax out of your hands and just kind of go point back down again. Carbine's like, what is it saying? She's like, really, like, come on, you're holding back. I want to know.
It's not saying much. It's simply saying that it's been asleep for a long time. And then, like I said before, it just told me it was tired.
Well, if it's been asleep for a long time, it would be tired. Are you waking up and you see the sword pulse? Like it's answering her question.
That was a good response.
It seems to be responding in an affirmative.
And you see it pulse again to that. It's responding
and
to.
He just gestures to the blade, just like, yep, there you go.
So you understand all of us. Pulses again. So you can only talk to us if we're holding you. And it pulses again. So if they're holding you, why aren't you talking to them? Pulses a couple times. Is that a no or a yes? Maybe. And then it pulses to that. Just once. And you see her stop, and her little tufts on her head kind of are tipping back and forth like she's thinking, and you see them kind of back and forth, little back and forth.
So, assuming this is from another universe, as Unicron had told us, I'm just not certain what it correlates to. It's all so confusing.
As you and Overload are still kind of holding on to this thing, you suddenly feel it rip out of your hands. There is no strength check that will help you on this one. It flips out to the middle of the floor. It's in the center. And suddenly you see it standing up, point down on the floor and slowly rotating. And you see the crystal in the hilt start to pulse more. And suddenly it's like a projection being shot out all around this sword. So you're seeing a full-on three-dimensional projection. And you see many fights, battles, like you're seeing multiple things happening all at the same time. And it's from a perspective of us, like you're hitting with the sword. And you see it taking life as well as defending life. And you're seeing a timeline of this sword, and suddenly you see it's fighting with something with tentacles. And then you see a portal open up. And the sword is pulled through. You're seeing everything from its perspective as this bot that is wielding it is slicing at these tentacles. But then you see, as it comes out the other side, for a brief moment, you guys can see what looks like familiar Decepticon bot. And you see one big one, this purpley with bits of green through him. One-eyed bot gesturing. You can't hear what they're saying. You know they're saying something because you see the optic flashing, but you see the sword drop as blaster fire starts being shot at whoever was wielding him. And then you see him get picked up, and you hear the words as this thing is being held up. You see that one-eyed optic just staring at it, and you see it flashing, and you just hear the words, "Never will be worthy." And it goes black. And the sword is still spinning there, pulsing with energy, but you see all the projections go back down. And it's still spinning there slowly. Carbine is not saying anything, but her optics are wide, and she's just standing there staring at it. She doesn't know what to say.
Yogamesho is just, his arms are kind of folded as he's been watching this. So he killed your previous user.
It pulses once.
Do you remember where he took you?
Pulses twice.
How long ago was this?
Pulses 3 times. And Carbine's just watching this, so yes, no, don't know. And pulses once. Okay. She walks over to the blade, and it's still hovering just a little above the floor, and it's slowly still spinning. Not fast. And she kind of goes, "Could you tell us how long ago?" Pulses once. And you see the sword still spin, but then it stops, and it projects up this 3-dimensional image again. And she steps back away, and she looks up, and she goes, "Where is this?" And it's like you're looking at time and space itself, and you see all the planets within the universe that you're currently in. For just a brief time, you see a progression of time. You see, even at a moment, Unicron being in the picture. And then at about that time, he's destroyed looking, though. And it winds forward. And Carbine's like, "Wait, how do you have a star map that's real time?" And it's like, "I don't know." Or it can't tell you this way. And she's just looking at it going, "So if you were around the time of Unicron, you're old, you're just about as old as we are." Well, a little younger. And he pulses once.
That would put whatever incident happened to its previous user dating back quite a ways.
Pulses once in response to you saying that. She walks up. "Well, we could use your help. I know you've been through a lot, but..." And she walks up and puts her hand on the blade again, and it ignites. And you see the blade flip over slowly, like just gravitational, just flips around slowly, hilt down, and she kind of steps back. "Do you want me to touch your hilt?" And you see it pulse, and she puts her hand, I mean, her hands are going to be like small compared to this, so she puts both of her hands on it, and she's hesitant, and she's like, "Okay." And she grabs it. "Oh, okay. Yeah." And you hear her talking, but you guys are just standing there and you don't know what to say. And she goes, he'll help us, and he thinks you guys are worthy, and I can't wield him. And you see it's and she's like, yes, I'm too small. I can't handle you. And she's like, she takes and keeps one of her hands on. Well, yes. No. Well, you're more than welcome to stay here with us. I know somebody else might be fascinated to see you. Wait. No. Okay. Yes, we can do that. Uh, you, we can put you on a charge thing. Yeah. That's why you're tired. Oh. And you see her, you guys are just sitting there watching this one-sided conversation go on. And she goes, I'm going to have to let go though. And she goes, he kind of needs to be not charged up, but he needs to have some time to charge up. He can still fight, but he's not exactly, he's been sitting down there for quite some time when we found him. And he was trying to communicate to us then, but he doesn't have enough energy. And right now he's using up the last bit of his energy. So wait, we need to get you on charge. And you see him pulse, and then he kind of goes dark a bit, and he kind of falls to the floor. It just hit the hill, it hits and ting, lands over. We need to get him onto a charge base, I think. Let him charge up for a little while. And Carbine's like, in my lab, there's the bench. It's set up for the experiments I was doing, but all I have to do is flip a switch and it'll be a charge thing. We can set him on there and he'll charge up.
Oh, well, let's get it done.
So Carbine kind of runs into the lab, and you hear her from the other room. Okay, I got it set. All you have to do is set it on the pedestal, and it'll start giving him some power. So with all that happening, you guys are going to take care of him. Void Striker, we're going to come back to you now.
Whoa.
You and Addie are still sitting there, and she's asking you all kinds of questions about the past still. And she goes, okay, try and move your right arm now.
What did you say?
And so you start moving it. You can feel it. It feels great. Both sides of your chest feel great. And she goes, how about your legs? And she kind of pats them. How about those? Are those damaged in any way? And she kind of looks at a couple of parts. She goes, these look a little rough, but you want me to check them?
Can if you want.
Oh,
They
good.
haven't exactly been used for a couple of lifetimes.
And she goes, well, then I'll check them out. And she kind of runs her hand across your leg. And she pulls out and she goes, okay, so we got a little damage down here. So with all that happening, and as you guys are talking, the door opens to the armory, and Aegis walks in with a couple pieces in his hands. One of them is a little bigger, and he comes around. Sorry to interrupt you two, but wanted to see what you thought. And he holds up a piece of your armor, and he goes, we took a little time and we added a little more reinforcement.
Reinforcement is good. With this being my original body, this body is compatible with heavy armor as well.
Well, this one is part of your chest plate, and he kind of looks and he goes, you might want to close up your chest, though, to put this on. He kind of looks at you.
I'll close up my chest plates.
So he walks over, he goes, okay, let's see if this should have the original brackets and everything. And he kind of pushes it up because he's smaller, but he's strong, and he pushes it up and he sets it, and you feel it. And he's like, how does that feel?
I'm going to start shifting the armor plates around on my chest to see how they feel.
So while you're doing that, he goes, okay, I've got one of your arm armor pieces. We had a little more trouble with this, but we were successful finally. It took a little bit. And this one's for your right arm, so you want to put it on, and he kind of holds it up, and it's kind of your upper biceps. And he goes, just try and put this one on the right side first.
I will proceed to do so.
As you do, you feel the weight of it on your bicep, and you can feel it kind of moving and shifting to adapt to you. And he goes, all right, have the left one also. If that one's okay, you can try and put them on and do what you need to, but I'm going to go back and get the rest of the parts. Is there anything you need while I'm back there?
I might need replacement for these, as I'll hold up my hands and show the damaged tips of my slightly clawed hands.
He pulls one of your hands down, and he looks at them, and he goes, we might be able to make improvements. And he flips your hand over, and he goes, curious. And you see his optics shift without moving his head up to look at you. Wonder what your alt mode was. And he kind of taps at them. He goes, but these are pretty well damaged. And how's your hands feel? The servos and the mechanisms running in there? How about the wiring? And you hear
it coming back online at full efficiency.
Addie kind of looks up, and she's got like a welder's mask on. She flips it up. Yeah, he's got some more damage down here than I thought. And she kind of looks up at you like, how much did you really get into? Jeez. And she flips it back down, and you see her go back down there and start welding some more. And Aegis is like, it looks like she's got her hands full, but you're in good hands, because she did a really good job. And you see him kind of run his hand where she repaired your chest underneath, and he goes, that's pretty smooth. And
soon I'll be able to kick on my auto repair functions.
We might be able to replace a lot of this damage really easily, but we're going to replace it with something a little tougher, like this stuff. And he taps on your chest, and you hear a visible thumping. Instead of a ting ting, you hear the boom boom. It's a little more dense, but light, sort of. It feels heavy, but it's light. Never mind. I'm going to go get to work on these. I've got an idea. And he's still flipping with one hand. And he goes, interesting. All right. And he kind of like gives you like a good grip on one of your fingers. And he's like, we'll get to work on it. We'll be back. And he walks out and goes through the door. You hear it. And Addie's like, you did take a lot of damage. You got a couple of rods down here that are twisted a bit, like bent. This is going to take a little bit. You could feel her tugging and pulling. She goes, I got to heat them up and then bend them back. She's going to town on you. She goes, while that's kind of setting, you said that these guys were not given choice. So what happened with them when they left Cybertron, though? Because
there are parts that I know and parts that I don't know.
Well, you guys found the Ark and the Nemesis, but they were stripped of everything. That's not good. They were at the time the most powerful computers that we had here on Cybertron.
Teletran 1 was completely disabled.
That's not good.
Best way to explain it is Teletran was stripped for parts.
Are you sure it was parts, or was he just completely removed? Because if they removed him completely...
Probably completely removed and repurposed. Because only an idiot would destroy Teletran 1.
Yeah, he's fascinating in the technical aspect. I know that. He was one of the ones that I tried to set programming for, kind of a Teletran, but a pocket version of him, so to speak. That sounds weird. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have brought that up. And she kind of just goes back to working on your leg. And you guys are sitting there. you hear the doors open again, and you hear Aegis come in. He goes, since your legs are still being worked on, I finished the upper arms of your armor. Steel did a really good job. You see the armor is shiny and glistening, and it gives off these accents that make you're starting to look really good. Like you're shining, you look armored up. And he said, you might want to put the left one on first to see how it feels on your entire arm with all the armor.
I will proceed to do so.
So I need you to give me a perception check as you do that.
All right, perception. Whoa. Net one. Let's go.
Wow. Okay.
Bruh.
You really
He's a
don't.
little too distracted right
Yeah.
now.
Somebody's a little close
What
to
can
the.
I say? It's not my fault that Addie's bent over in front of me.
I knew that was going to come around somehow. So you don't really feel the armor and what it's doing, but you feel pretty good with it on. That's about all you notice. You're just paying attention to Addie a little bit there because she's, well, in a very good position right now for you. Watch her. And Aegis is kind of looking at you and looks over. And he just rolls his optics and he goes, and he kind of opens your hand up and he slaps the right one in. He goes, here, put this one on.
All right, I'll proceed to put the right one on.
And do another perception check. Let's just see if you do
Well,
it
let's
twice.
go. Another net one.
Nope, this time you don't. You're a little distracted because he slammed that into your hand and you slide it on and it molds right onto you. But this time you notice now the armor kind of molds to you and blends to each other. So you have more covering to your joints. So your armor is covering a bit more. And he goes, yeah, that was the little add-on Steel put in. He took some of the nanites and kind of reprogrammed them to redisplace some of the armor when it was equipped. And then it'll mold to you a little better to give you a little more covering.
To give a test with both arms, I'm going to hold them up and deploy the hidden weapons in my forearm, and then retract them back in.
As you do, you see the armor kind of out of the way, and your weapons pop out, and they seem to come out faster. And Aegis is like, we're hoping maybe to adapt this to Gilgamesh and Overload too, as well as myself and Carbine. I don't know if Rift will want it or not, but he probably be fascinated by the engineering.
There's adaptability. If you want, I can analyze it while I'm wearing it so it can be reproduced a lot quicker.
And he's like, that would be excellent. By the way, we're working on your hands right now. We'll be able to replace them soon. And he goes, other than that, enjoy the view. And he walks out.
As he's walking out, I'm just simply going to go, I have been.
And you see Addie kind of turn her head, and you can see the welder's helmet is
I am just going to
up.
stare at her with a smirk so she knows exactly what we're talking about.
And she kind of, she's just grinning at you, and she slides the helmet back down, and you see her wiggle just a little bit. And she gets back to work, and you feel your left leg is starting to feel normal. Like you can actually move it a little bit, and she kind of steps back and she flips it up. Try and move your knee and your hip joint. And she steps back to watch you do this.
I will definitely proceed to do so.
And she goes, okay, that's great. Perfect. Does it feel okay though?
Still a little numb, but that is probably just from me coming this body coming
And-
online recently.
Oh, and she goes, oh, wait, hang on. And she reaches up, and this is where it gets a little, I'm not trying to describe it this way, but she kind of reaches up in between your hip and not there, but close there. And she goes, hang on. And she goes, okay, hang on. Click. And you suddenly she steps back and she goes, sorry about that. Hopefully it didn't hurt too much. And she goes, try it now. What do you feel? And at this point, you start to feel the sensation in your leg almost instantly.
The numbing is gone. Thank you.
And she's like, good. Sorry, I forgot to reconnect that. I did it so it was less discomfort because there was a couple spots in your leg you don't want to. Never mind. And she flips the helmet back down, the welder's helmet down, and she gets back to work on the rest of your leg. So while they're doing that, can't function. As you guys are sitting there, we're going to flip back over to Gilgamesh and Overload and Carbine. You guys are you guys back in the training room? Because Carbine's like, he's going to have to take some time to charge.
I probably would have just followed Carbine just to kind of observe as the Star Saber is gonna get laid down for a charge.
Yeah, so Carbine would have asked you to just, she kind of gestures, she's standing up on the table, and she goes, this is it. And she goes, go ahead and just set them right on these pedestals. And you see wiring and everything from small generators. She goes, I did a little modification, so we're going to try this. Otherwise, it's going to have to be a charge bed. This should work. It acts just like the charge bed, just a little different.
Yep, so Gilgamesh will put the sword down the way she describes, and we're going to find out what happens.
As you set it down, the blade starts to pulse, and you see it getting a little brighter and brighter. And she kind of kneels down next to it, and she goes, a little better. And you see it pulse really bright, and then come back down. Okay, we'll let you rest and charge. And it pulses again. And we'll come back in a little while and check on you. And it pulses one more time, and then it goes dim like he's sleeping. And she's like, she gently taps the blade. Okay, we'll be back. And it just stays like that. And you see it slowly pulsing lightly, like it's getting charged up. And she checks the stats on the little console nearby, and she goes, yep, he's taking a good charge. He's good. This has been an interesting cycle of all things. We want to go back to training because I'm a little distracted with this now.
Gilgamesh is he's just kind of conflicted at the moment. Just yeah, we can go back to that.
Yeah, she's just like, yeah, we can't do anything else with him. As she walks with you back to the training room, and she goes, it is weird.
Thoughts on, I guess, on the saber itself? What are you thinking?
I don't know. It's like it's from here. And I'm not sure. It's like it's not from here because we saw it's not from here. So does that mean there's another Star Saber? Because our universe, I thought, has a Star Saber, but this is a Dark Star Saber.
It could be that each universe has their own variant of said object.
Yeah.
So we could have a Star Saber here, but it won't be the exact same as the one that's currently charging. Same goes for any other, because there could be potentially a blight saber, blue saber, you name it.
I mean, it's not the most conclusive evidence, but I think it's pretty safe to assume that multiverse theory is certainly in effect here. Anything that happens in our universe could certainly be happening in another, although slight variations of it.
That is true.
And universes that might have a complete turnaround on events.
Yes. We might need to check. Is there a way? Does any of the guilds, Gilgamesh, have scientific groups Because I'm still new to this part of this guild thing.
We do, but at the moment we need to get in contact with Cybertron in order to do that.
Yeah. Do they happen to have anything to do with dimensional rifts or parallel universe kind of thing? Do you know of? And she's generally just asking because she doesn't even know if you guys do or not.
I know we have scientists, but as far as their direction and field, I'm not too privy of that. Kiara might know more about that if you wanted to ask her. She might have more details about that as far as logistics.
Yeah, it would be good to know if anybody has been messing with, and she does it in like a quotation thing, parallel universe stuff, since this happened a long time ago. I've been out of the universe for a little while since we all were kind of kidnapped and made to be doing these things. So I think I'll have to go ask her to see if she can ask them somehow.
Like I said, she wouldn't have access to more information about them, and I'm not all sure who within our alliance would have any scientific minds available. So
Okay, you know what? I'll be right back. I'll go ask her since I think she's in the control
What
room.
am I, chump liver?
Yes, you are. So she runs off real quick, and she's like, "I'll be back." And you see the door open and close to the comm room. And Overload, you and Gilgamesh are standing there. Did you guys want to try and train now, or do you want to discuss some more of the other stuff?
Uh, I mean, I probably would have just been swinging about my axes just so I just continue get a better feeling for them since I'm more used to swords than axes.
Yes, they do weigh a little more. So Carbine comes walking back in. She said she's going to ask our scientific guilds, but she didn't mention we are on an asteroid that has a lot of scientific stuff on board, including somebody who's really the one who knows a lot of this stuff too. So I might go ask him.
Well, considering that he's able to more or less clone himself, I guess
Yeah,
he more likely
that's
has the ability. More likely has the ability to discover such.
wait. And she looks up at both of you and she goes, "Does that mean I have a clone? Or you have a clone? Or you have a clone? Wait, are we all clones?"
I mean, I think with
it's
the
not
other
clones, but we exist in another universe just as much as we exist here.
Oh.
Well, I
It's
think what
just another
I think
variant of us.
well, I think what she means is, uh, Void do like cloning us.
Yeah, well, that one's fascinating too though. Wait, am I gonna be evil? She's kind of like, oh, that would stink. I don't want to fight myself.
Just hearing her say that, just kind of like, in the back of Gilgamesh's mind, he's already thinking like, he's already seen the video of them trying to recreate him. So he already feels like he's going to end up fighting some form of variant of himself. Like, may not exactly be him, but some form of recreation.
The Carbine's standing there and she goes, would I have to fight you? Because I know I'd lose. Stares at you.
But yeah,
I certainly hope it never comes to that.
And him, I just run away from. He's not that fast.
in this form, sure.
And she kind of steps back. How fast can you run in that form?
Mm, In this one, definitely not fast enough to chase you. In another form, that would be a different story.
It's like, okay. Oh. You know, I'm just gonna send Void Striker a message to ask him about this universe stuff because I don't want to walk over there right now, and I kind of want to
You
train.
do that.
And so you see her on a little iron console, and you see her doing something, and she sends off the message, and she goes, "Okay, well, we're not getting any training done, are we? So, are we gonna train?" She kind of grins.
Gilgamesh will just politely just gesture for her to lead the way back to the room.
So as you guys are stepping in there, you're not that far from the room, so you just literally go from one
Yeah.
to the other. And she goes, "Oh, I did add some modifications to the training room." And you still feel the heat. And did you adjust the gravity? I can't remember if you said gravity
Yeah,
or.
he had double the gravity.
Okay. She goes, "Oh, okay. Got to get used to this in bot form." And she's like, thump, thump. It's like, but she goes, "I also did something else." And she kind of walks over to a small console and she goes, and she pushes a few buttons, and suddenly you see the floor kind of open up a little bit, and you see a very primitive looking bot stand there, probably about 10 feet tall, and it's got what looks like some kind of staff, and it's very basic. It looks like an exoskeleton almost. And she goes, "I thought it would be good to have something to fight against." And it's kind of got most of our moves, but we can program it by from level to 1 to 10, 1 being the weakest, 10 being the hardest. And I figured this would be a good way to train, sort of. And she goes like this, and she kind of gestures, but then she goes, "Activate." And you see the lights come on in its head. Now it has no facial expression, but these two eyes, and you see this digital mouth on its face, kind of like ready to fight. And you suddenly see the staff light up at each end, and you see it take a battle stance and start spinning this staff like thing back and forth between its hands. And I think it's ready to fight.
Gilgamesh will just gesture again to Carbine. Why don't you go ahead and take first crack at it?
So while she starts to make her move, she kind of goes, "Okay." And she see her stretch a little bit, and she goes,
Gilgamesh will step back to give him the proper space.
so you two are standing back watching this bot, and this thing is about her height, and she kind of stands there for a second, and she kind of takes a stance, and she puts her one hand out, and she gestures, "Bring it," like, just come on. And then her hand turns back around. This thing rushes forward, and in a moment, you see some flourishing moves that you taught her, but she's added a little flair to them where she's spinning around. This staff whips around. You think she's going to get hit. She just moves really quickly, and she doesn't even have a weapon in her hand yet. And she turns around, she gets behind this thing, and with two hands, slammed it in the back, and it goes flying into the wall. And she stands there for a moment, and then she takes a defensive posture again, and she goes hand to hand. And then she suddenly, you see her hands ball up, and then all of a sudden, think, her claw blades come out of her fingers, and she goes, "Now I'm not messing around." And she stands there for a second, and you guys see this like dance of hers with this trainer bot, and she goes, and she's just dancing around it in a sense, but she moves and flourishes again, and this time she swipes, and the head is still there, and she turns around and she walks away, and she thuds the floor even with the gravity, and you hear this, the head falls off, and the bot just falls over. She goes, "That was only level 3. I think I want to up it." up
Gilgamesh
anymore.
just gives a bit of an impressed look on his face. Just not bad.
Yes, but I need more training because level 10 is the hardest, and I've never tried it. And she's kind of like doing your claw finger tips against each other. Like, yeah, that one's really tough.
But you
And
are approaching this correctly.
well,
At
you
least
trained me.
challenging yourself. Yes, but challenging yourself in a confined environment like this allows you to practice against some of your more harder opponents and helps you learn more about yourself and your weaknesses.
Now, as you guys are standing there, Carbine's back is back to her back's to the robot. It you see the head start to form back up, and it stand back up, and the ends turn off, and it stands there with a smile on face, ready to fight.
Gilgamesh is gonna kind of step up to it and just allow me to take a crack at it, but turn up that difficulty.
Select a level. So you got 1 to 10. Which would
He's
you
gonna reach for his katana and assuming a stance 7.
7 it is, and you see the coloring shift. Now Carbine's was kind of a green. This thing goes to yellow, almost orange, and you see it level 7, and you see the staff kind of lights up a little brighter, and you hear Carbine, yeah, the higher the level, the more dangerous it gets. So be
Doesn't
careful.
matter.
So with this, you get first move on the initiative right now. What would you like to do? Because this bot is just trained to be a dummy. Literally.
So since it's gonna be a bit twofold, it is going to be 1 activating mage armor, and 2 going in for a slashing attack with the katana.
You slash. It's
That's
okay.
14.
You slash. The bot blocks, but you see it slide back a bit, and it takes an aggressive stance back as you pushed it back a bit, and it's holding its position, but you see it twist around a little bit and reposition its defensive stance. So, do you have another move you would like to try on it?
That's 2 actions from me, so that would
Okay.
be it for
All
a
right.
turn.
So now you're gonna make me roll for this guy, and he's just a dummy, literally. All right, I'm gonna use the digital app I have because I can't get to my dice. I forgot to unbury them. Actually, I could use some of these dice, so you might have an advantage. We're gonna have some fun with some of these dice. These are the ones that are going to be for contest. No. Maybe nobody wants these. Holy crap.
You either roll a 1 or a 20.
It was a 1. This thing tries to swipe at you. You just move. Jesus, that was so sad. Will a 16 hit you?
With mage armor, no, it won't.
All right. So he strikes at you. I'm going to ask you this. Do you want to dodge it, or do you want to watch it bounce off the armor?
He'd be dodging it.
All right. You duck out of the way, like you just step to the side, and this thing swipes past, and it stands back up, and it looks at you again and takes a defensive posture. And now it's your turn.
All right, so he's just gonna just straight up turn and dash at it with a slash.
That'll hit.
22. That's 10 piercing.
As you do hit it, you see it stumble back a little bit, and you see it sparking, and you hear Carbine, ooh, that's a good one. And it kind of precariously stands back up, trying to take a defensive position again, and it's standing there, barely holding up. Do you want to take another action on it? Ooh, I got
Yeah,
kicked.
actually, we're gonna have some fun.
Oh god. Oh no.
So let's go ahead and let's actually get nutty. So he's going to approach it to get within 5 feet of it, and then he's going to activate Thunderstep.
Oh crap. Okay.
So he's gonna get within 5 feet of it, so it's already within its 10-foot range.
Oh boy.
And I'm actually I'm just gonna cast it at 3rd level. So yeah, it needs to make a Constitution saving throw.
Oh Jesus. What's it gonna beat? I know it's not gonna beat
It
it.
needs to beat a spell save of 14.
Oh, it says right at the bottom there. There it is. Okay. Yeah, he don't beat it.
All
Oh,
right, so he
so
will
close, too.
take 12 thunder damage.
Where do you strike him at with that thunder damage?
This is an AoE attack, so
Mm.
like he's pretty much walking right in front of it, so like it's gonna be like right like hitting his entire front section.
You finish him. He burns up, and you see him kind of fall apart in 2 halves. And Carbon's like, okay, I built them to take damage. I didn't build them to take that much damage. Because they don't have any armor. They're really basic kind of thing. She goes, but I think I can work this. And she's like, maybe. And you automatically start to see the bot to start to reform. And you suddenly hear, as you see its head come back together and light up, and it has a smile on its face, and it's still orange, adapting to new parameters. And Carbine goes, oh, by the way, it's a learning. It'll learn a little more. And
Good.
you see, it seems like it's got a little bit more to it now. And she goes, yeah, it will adapt a little bit. And it stands back up and it walks to the other side away from you. And it looks over at you and it kind of gestures with its hand, like, and it bends and bows to you and stands back up. And it takes a defensive posture again. And you hear the blade on its staff light up again. And it's just standing there ready to battle. And you see it slowly start to spin the staff faster and faster. And you just hear this. And it's a kind of a blur at this point. And she goes, I think I may have upped it a little too much at this level. And she kind of looks, yeah, I can make some adjustments. She's kind of looking at the panel. She's not watching now.
It's fine. Leave it as it is.
Oh, okay.
Remember what I said about encountering unknown variables.
Oh, yeah.
This is actually much better than I thought it would be. You did very well.
The bot's standing there ready for attack. Carbine kind of goes, and just before she can actually say her full sentence, she goes, yeah, it will sometimes, and it starts charging you. I know a 7 doesn't hit you at all.
Nope.
It lunges past while this is spinning and hits the wall, and it stops its spin, and it's just standing there. It stands back up, pulls the blade from the wall, and stands up and takes another defensive posture, but this time it doesn't spin. And all you hear is adjusting parameters.
Gilgamesh is going to assume a defensive kendo posture, and he's just going to wait for the dummy to attack him again.
Does a 17 hit you?
It will not.
He lunges and again misses you, and all you hear is adjusting parameters. And it stops, and it it's waiting because now it's your turn.
All right, it's gonna respond. 27.
Holy crap.
8 piercing.
You strike it. You see it takes a little bit of damage and kind of steps back a little bit, but it stays in its defensive posture, trying to do anything it can, but it really is just standing there.
Natural 1 on the last one.
As you swing, you hear adjusting parameters, and it steps out of the way. And you see it kind of almost do something similar to your movement. Not exactly, but it's close. So is that, you only have the 2 attacks, right?
Yep.
Oh, shit. So it takes a swing at you with a natural 20.
Okay.
It comes down on you, and I'm just going to roll some basic ass damage here with 17.
Okay.
And you feel it,
17.
but it's kind of a jolt system. You'll feel it, and you're taking like almost like a temporary point hit. And Carbine's like, it will hurt, but it shouldn't damage you too much, like if at all. If I set this right, I'll make sure while you're doing this. And she's sitting there, and she kind of stops, and she looks up at Overload. I have something different for you, though. And she goes back to the panel. So, the bot's going to take another swing, but I can guarantee a 15 does not hit you. So this thing swings down and completely misses you this time. And you hear it going, adjusting parameters again. So now it is your turn.
All right. 23 slashing at him for 9 piercing.
You strike it. It takes a good amount of damage, but it's still up. But you can see one of its arms is kind of
And will a 16 hit?
It will not hit.
Okay.
So with that, nope, that will not hit you. He tries to strike you. And that one won't hit you. So he missed both times. As you two are fighting and practicing, we're going to go back over to Void Striker, Addy, Aegis, and Steel. Aegis has come back into Void Striker and Addy, and he goes, hey, I have the leg armors. Hey, and also, Steel added in a little bit of reinforcement in your hands. And he holds up the claws and the hands. He goes, all you have to do is take off your old ones, and this should retrofit right into yours.
I'll replace my... After I get them, I'll place them one by one.
Yeah, you can take one hand off and then put the other. And he's standing there and trying to help you, and he's like, yep, that looks good. And Addie is just finishing up on your right leg, and she goes, how's your foot feel? And she's kind of holding your big foot. And she goes, try to swivel and pivot it as you're doing your hands.
So.
And you feel...
By the way, to test my hands, I'm going to do a right tool for the job. To transform my hands to see how they feel.
All right. So you feel that you can feel your hands doing what they're supposed to, but they feel stronger. And he just kind of goes and grabs a canister. Now, normally you should be able to crush it, but he goes, try to do it now. And he hands you one and puts it in your hand. Now, this thing's pretty big. He goes, you should be able to crush it, but we'll see. So give me a strength check. You feel your hand come down on it. Addie's watching this, and her optics go wide as you just... And he goes, that's decimating it. And Addie's like, you better not be too rough with me now. and she winks at you. And Aegis is like, oh, geez, okay. It's good that the test worked. Great. And he pulls what's left out, and he goes, well, it's much smaller now. And he kind of tosses it off to the side. So, hands are operational. Here's your leg armors. I'll let her help you put them on. And he kind of, I'm not doing that, and walks away. He goes, I still have a few other pieces to bring in to you that you can have her fit on you. So Addie walks over and she picks up one of your, it would be for your left thigh. And she goes, this is impressive work. And she walks over and she goes, all right, so we need to put this on here. And as soon as she does, you could feel it around your leg. And it kind of starts doing that thing again where it starts to mold around you a bit. And she goes, this is fascinating. And you could feel her fingers touching your leg. And it feels like they're a little more sensitive. Like your armor's giving you more touch and sensitivities to feel all this. And she goes, this is fascinating how they did this. This is good. And she grabs the other thigh and she does the exact same thing. Aegis comes back and he goes, yeah, I have this piece, but I'm not putting that on you. And he kind of sets it down and he walks out of the room. I'll be back. Addie gets your calf muscle, like in a sense, this is your muscle now as well. Wrapped around this armor. You feel your legs and everything. And Addie walks over to get the last piece. And she goes, oh, I can see why he didn't want to put this on. And she walks up and she goes, and she kind of leans in close to your face and she goes, this is why. And she slides it down between your legs and she goes, it's the joint piece between that will cover. And you feel suddenly all the armor down your legs molding and you look smooth, clean. And she goes, this stuff, you could feel her touching around your hips and everything. She goes, this is amazing. This is how you work? He's just looking at you with awe and inspiration. And Aegis comes back in a few moments later. We just finished the feat. And he brings them over.
What's the progress in the back armor?
We are working on that currently. You're going to have to lay on your stomach for that one. We're going to have to...
Well, before that happens, I'm going to proceed to detach the my fangs from my back.
And Aegis is like, wow, I didn't know you were, you could come apart this much. And he puts the feet down. And you see they're almost identical looking to what you have, but again, they're a little more reinforced. And he goes, yeah, when you're done with these, we'll take them and see if we can retrofit and do some more stuff. But these ones are good to go too. And he's looking at the pieces you're taking off. Are you just setting them on the table behind you?
Yes.
He comes over, he goes, we can repair these too. Or just use them as scrap if you want. Because we already got some other stuff. And he kind of taps it. And he goes, man, this stuff's been really singed. And he's looking at a couple of your pieces. And they're huge in his hands, but he's just flipping it around and looking. He goes,
it is not worth repairing my old armor.
oh, it's
Better off
good.
using it, repurposing the material for other things.
And he kind of takes the one long piece and he taps on your feet. Yeah, we've been doing that with everything. And then he taps on you. Yeah, with a lot of stuff. He goes, this is why it's been retrofitted. We made it stronger and steel made it lighter ish. And he goes, I'll take these pieces. I'll be back. Steel's working. It's going to take a little longer for the back piece because it's a little bigger, but progress. Addie kind of looks at your back and she goes, you got a lot of damage back here. I'm going to clean this up because... And she notices...
After I put on the full armor, I'm going to kneel down so she can reach it better.
She kind of climbs around and she's like, sitting there. You can feel, but you don't really feel it. And she goes, "Do you feel this?" And she's tapping on you.
Not particularly.
That's what worries me. I
I'm
need
still
to.
able to shift all the panels back there if you need me to.
Hang on. Let me see something. You feel her hand go down the back of your neck, and she kind of, you can kind of see the shadow from her, and you see her doing something, and you could feel she's pulling on something. She goes, oh, okay. Yeah, we're going to have you shift a few panels, to get to this connection. That's probably why you can't feel anything, but right now we need to repair it first. So it's a good thing you don't feel it. And so she gets her tools.
Around for her.
She looks underneath and she goes, "Yeah, there's the problem. All right, I'm going to get to work." And she flips her welding helmet down. She starts going at it. As she's doing that, we're going to flip back over to Gilgamesh, who is fighting this bot. It's standing there waiting for you to attack now.
Standing there menacingly.
Yep.
It's going at him again. 26 for 6.
All right. This thing looks a mess now. And you swear the one arm is just being held by wires, but there's just a little bit holding it. This thing is kind of staggering a little bit, and it's just staring at you. They're like, "Bring it."
It's going at him again. 13 on this one.
You don't hit him. He kind of stumbles like just at that moment, and you just miss him. And he's gonna be at a little disadvantage, which, yeah, that's not gonna hit you. Oh yeah, sorry, hamster's out in the ball. So, and that's not gonna hit you. He's pretty messed up. So he took his turns and he's standing there. He kind of turns slowly to you, and he has this creepy-ish looking, off skewed smile looking at you, and one of the eyes is kind of flickering.
Fuck him up, Dave.
Finish him.
So as it's looking at me with that smile, the blade is going to go right, carving his head vertically, straight through the middle.
It stands there for a few moments, and Carbine's like, and all of a sudden it just kind of and falls down.
Well, it would have been better if it just said, "I don't feel so good," then drops.
So now, and Carbine kind of like, "Well, that was a successful test. Twice now." And you see it start to reform again, and this time it stands up straight, and the staff isn't lit, and it looks to you, and it goes back to like a green state, and it goes, "Thank you for the fight, sir." And it stands up straight and stands there, and Carbine's like, "Hey, now it's your turn, Overload. You want to play?" And she grins. "I have something special for you." She goes, "Hang on." She types on the console. You see the one bot in front of you, Gilgamesh, slide down and out of sight. And she goes, "You might want to clear the floor, Gilgamesh."
Gilgamesh will walk off to the side and let Overload have the floor.
And she goes, "All right, now I've got something special for you." The floor opens up. Instead of one panel, you see 4 panels open up. And you see this larger bot with a little bit of armor on it come up out of the floor. This thing has almost looks like a giant meat cleaver. It's not giant, but it's big enough that it looks like a meat cleaver in a sense. And you see its face light up. You see green eyes, and its smile comes up, but it's a little funny looking. She goes, "Oh, I never did fix that." And it looks kind of creepy as the blade is sitting on the floor, like the tip of it's hitting the floor. and this bot is just standing there straight forward looking. And she goes, well, you can tell it what level you want it at. Excuse me. Ugh.
And what's the highest?
10.
I do recommend a higher setting if you want a challenge. Gilgamesh will tell him from a distance.
She's like, well, you got 1 to 10, so 10's the highest. You're not going to do 10, are you? Kind of concerned, like, huh?
I mean, it's not like we're going to be, being able to be at ease during an actual battle, so it's always better to go all out. So
Oh.
you should know what I want.
Okay, so you want level 10, and she says it loud enough that the bot goes immediately into level 10. Its eyes go red. The smile disappears, and it's more creepy looking smile now.
That's more like it.
And you see it bring up the blade and swing it back and swing it forward, and it's doing it kind of like waving it around slowly, creepy like. She goes, yeah, I saw some weird videos, strange planet, hairless apes, weird things. I figured, hey, I'll throw some of that stuff in here. Since you like a challenge, and I don't know how this is going to go. What was I thinking? So you got this bot just swinging this big blade around, and you can take the floor now if you'd like. And it's standing there, and it's just kind of swaying a little as well with this creepy smile. And it's just standing there waiting for you to do something. So you have the first move.
I'll go ahead and get dual axes out, and I'm going to go into a defensive stance, as I'm going to hold my action instead.
As soon as you pull out the axes, this thing takes a different stance, and it's ready to like defend itself or strike.
As I'm going to hold my action, and I'm going to hold it for when it strikes and I parry.
So you're holding your action then, all right?
Yeah,
So,
and I will. My hold action would be I'll strike when I deflect.
oh, hang on, I got to do a little math with this one. This is a dirty 20.
Dirty 20, you say?
Mm-hmm.
Well, luckily for me, since I'm not raging currently, Shield of Faith at a +2. That won't get it high enough to completely outweigh it, but since I'm not using Aegis currently, I have a new countermeasure. Defensive Duelist. As I get to add my proficiency bonus to my AC.
Okay.
Making it the dirty 20 not hit.
So this thing swipes down at you. You just take a nice little step to the side, and it strikes the floor. And you hear in the creepy tone, and it's just red face, and it slowly looks up and over at you. And it, again, really no facial features other than these eyes and this creepy smile. Adjusting parameters. And it takes a step back. It's going to try and swing at you again. Well, that ain't going to hit you. I know that. And he steps back and moves around. Oh my God, he doesn't even get you on that one. Don't even worry about it. So
I was going to say with the final hit that they provoked, am I able to make a counterattack since I was holding my action?
If you have you have the ability, please do so. So he takes the last swing at you, but he just blind miss is huge.
Then, with a counterattack, I shall strike with Vengeful. With a 30.
You actually hit him.
Frick him, John.
You already know. With
He
the 21.
he takes the hit. He's still upright.
Yeah.
He kind of stumbles back. You see a bit of denting in him. So do
Since
you?
I was holding action, that I can't really proc extra attack until it's my turn.
It is your turn now.
Yes, in which I'm about to prank him.
Joke's on you.
Oh man, the
That's
hubris
fucking
and the karma on that.
That's fucking funny. That right
Wow.
there.
I'm about to
That's
prank
funny.
him. The axe goes through your foot.
That right there is actually that right there.
I'm
is
just going to
funny.
give an F to that entire situation.
That right there is funny.
Oh my god.
Uh,
Okay. So
I don't think I
you're
have anything to really
You did
counteract
prank
that.
him, all right. You did
Yeah.
prank him.
you're still
I
getting
put an
used.
F in chat for you, bro.
So you're
I'm
still getting.
diverting attention.
So you're you're still getting used to the axes. There we go. Yeah, tape it in. Oh, this thing just kind of, you completely miss him, and you hit the floor with the axe, and you kind of stumble forward and kind of bounce off the wall a little bit from it because it pulled you forward. And this bot just kind of steps back, adjusting parameters, like questioning. And Carbine's like, I didn't program it to say it that way.
It's like, look at me. I'm so crazy. I'll hurt myself. What do you think I'll do to
Do you have another action?
Basically a Hodor, man.
Oh my god.
But
Do you have another
diverting
action?
attention.
Yeah.
Extra attack. Huh.
Yeah.
As I'm gonna play through with it as I throw it and launch my axe into the floor. I'm gonna hit it with the offhand.
You try to, but you actually miss him with that. Oh my god. This thing kind of ducks around and out of the way. Do you have any other attacks? Or anything else you'd like to do, be able to do?
I mean, offhand bonus action, strike again.
Okay, go for it.
21.
You hit him.
Yay. 26.
You strike him hard enough that he kind of stumbles back about 5 feet from you, and you see he's taking some more damage, but he's still fighting. And this thing's got that creepy look in its eyes, and the face kind of distorts a little bit. And you see kind of one of the eyes a little bigger than the other now, and you see the faces, like the smile's kind of more skewed, and you see it kind of talk, and you see this line going, adjusting parameters, and it's really weird. And do you have anything else you can do, or was that it? I want to make sure you know.
I've used all my actions.
Okay, so now, yeah, I know. So, this one's a natural 20.
Natural 20s I can't avoid.
So he strikes at you. Let's see, it's 19 damage, so it's doubled, right? I don't like
It will be
math.
double, yes.
I don't like doing math.
It's a crit.
30. Wait, what is it? 30. Shit.
38.
38. Why am I getting 36 in my head? Wrong number. So he comes back. He takes a swing back at you. Oh my god. Now he hits the wall, floor with his blade and goes flying into the wall. And he takes his own damage of 8. He's got a little dent in his head.
Diverting attention, it worked.
Yeah. So he did what you did. He hit a nat 1 and he went and did the same exact thing. He's copying your move. So he tries to take another strike. That one will not hit because he comes back up with the blade and you just move out of the way. You're like, no. And you hear it creepily, adjusting parameters. and it's really weird sounding. And she goes, Carbine's like, maybe the damage is doing more than I thought to him.
It sounds like it's trying to be a Reggie.
And it's really bad shape. So now it's your turn, Overload, as this thing is standing there kind of like...
Picking up a weapon, is that a action or bonus action?
Yeah, just pick it up.
Okay,
You're in
so it's just
training.
free action.
Yeah, right now you're just training and stuff like that, so it's okay.
Okay, because
Because I had to think about it. I'm like, no, you're in training, so just do it. Okay.
I was gonna grab the other axe that was on the floor, and then combine the two, so that way I
No,
can.
you can do that as a
Yeah.
free action. That's okay.
Then I will go ahead and two-hand the axe and begin said strike. 16. That's not gonna do anything. That would have been good too.
Oh, yeah, that would have been nice. So he's just standing there.
Yeah, I guess just another strike.
Not hit him.
Yeah, I'm just rolling low now.
The dice hate you today.
That's an action. That's an action. Oh, bonus action.
anything else?
So yeah, and turn.
Oh, he's adapting.
So you got nothing else you want to try, huh?
Nothing. That's a bonus action
Okay.
since I combined the two weapons.
Ooh. That does not hit you. He tries to swing, but it's kind of clumsily missing you. That one does not. That was not that. That definitely does not hit. I hit my hand on that dice too. And it's still the same number. So this thing is just staring at you. Oops. Drop it. You hear it adjusting parameters. And you see it kind of spark a few times and stumble back. And Carbine's like, at this level, I don't know if I programmed it to handle this.
You sure?
I programmed it before and it didn't act like this. So, but I've never jacked it to 10. So, good luck.
Oh, that's a good test run for the both of us then.
So Carbine's like, good luck. And she just kind of thumbs up and one of her tentacles comes up and kind of does the same thing and goes back down slowly like, So it's your turn now.
Then, without ado, Vengeful Axe. Another 15. Vengeful Axe. I'm actually gonna.
It's really adapting.
I'm about ready to actually rage on this thing.
I would like to.
Rocket Fist is a actual action, so I can't use that. So, end turn.
Does a 22 hit you?
With the defensive duelist, no.
Okay. He tries to swing at you. Oh, does a 25 hit you? Wow, that went up by...
3.
I have to do math when I'm rolling these, so I'm really driving my brain up a wall.
I don't think I can add any more currently without ages, so yeah, it would hit.
Okay. The 26 damage. And after he hits you, he keeps saying this. Adapting.
Seriously, he's more and more turning into Regigigas from the Pokemon anime.
I have no idea what that person sounds or what that sounds like to me, so
I
I'm
will,
just doing it.
I will get a YouTube clip in YouTube video and DM it to you.
Let me see. Was that 2 attacks on you, or was that 3?
That was 2.
Okay.
Yeah, that was 2.
Now you're screwed. And then, so I'm assuming 26 will hit you then.
Yeah, that would definitely hit.
38.
You know, at this time point, am I able to rage?
Yes, because it's your turn.
I was gonna say before I take that damage.
No.
Okay, so
Is
33.
he knocked out?
Almost.
No, I'm at 35 now.
Okay. So I was about to say, like, we're watching him like being trained, and then the bot just like swats him, and he's knocked out. Like, oh, okay.
It's close to knocking me out, which is why I'm raging. So, rage time. Keep forgetting that's really fucking long. I mean, I need the resistance at this point.
So it is your turn, so. Oh my god. Nat 1.
Vengeful. 21.
What do you do to him?
Talking about Matrix.
I see it. Oh, can't watch it right now, but
Do that. So that'll be 31 with the rage
okay.
damage.
So with where do you hit him at?
Ankle.
You
Aim for the ankle since I'm
okay?
assuming that he's gonna be bigger.
Yep, he's going to be bigger. He's about your size, really. So you hit him in the ankle. He kind of buckles down and goes down a little bit, and he stands back up, but he's wobbly as ever. And you can see his leg he's trying to use it to stand, but you can see it's really damaged, and it's going to give him disadvantage now.
Woo. That's not
No,
gonna be able to do anything.
unless there's something added to it, but
I don't think I have anything that really adds to it.
It's a shame I can't give you Flash of Genius right here.
shut up. You're being felt up by Addy.
What a pity.
But you know what I can do? Can I add in
Oops,
a
not
divine
Spartan.
smite to that first attack?
Well, you already rolled them.
If not, then that's fine.
Well, tell me how much of a great DM I am, and then maybe I will allow it.
Smite him.
I mean, you gave me the sacks.
Okay, I'll allow it.
He's a cooking or something up.
I'll allow it.
Then divine smite. 15. And that is at the first level.
Finish him.
All right, so then it would be the strike to the ankle, which I would assume it would.
It'll bring him down.
It would have brought him down.
He'd be
As he was getting up, could we say he was enveloped by a bright light? Since it would have been radiant damage that finished him.
Okay. Yes, we can. So as you take him down, and suddenly this light erupts around him, and as he looks up at you with this evil, creepy face, and you can see his head contort around, almost giving you a 180-degree angle from the front to his back now. He looks up at you, he goes, dab. Carbine's like, and he literally And Carbine's like, great. Okay, I made it to where they could repair themselves, but he can't repair from that. And you see in the program, she leans over and she goes, great, now I got to adapt it to him. Just took out the strongest thing. Now I'm going to have to adjust levels. You see Carbine's kind of over there angrily typing on the screen and doing things.
I mean, I would
He's
say
just kind of looking over her shoulder, just like looking at what she's typing.
You see the current programming coming through, and she goes, okay, adapting. Gonna have to adapt it to where it can handle more and have to increase every time they attack, and it adapts. Great. So now I have to fix all that. Well, there's nothing to fix. And you see her kind of talking to herself and kind of going into the scientific brain mode of hers. And she's like, so I'm going to have to adjust the parameters to adjust to him faster, not faster, stronger. And also make him more dexterous. Yeah, maybe that would work. And then she's just sitting there talking to herself the whole time. She's not even paying attention to either of you.
I mean, it was already strong enough. I had to pull out one of my abilities to actually withstand it.
And she's not hearing a word you're saying.
Gilgamesh is just quietly, just his arms are folded, just kind of leaning over, just like reading over her notes over her shoulder.
And she's just sitting there typing away at things and going, okay, maybe if I adjust this, oh, that would work. Okay, and then you see a schematic come up on the screen, and she's sitting there going, okay, so if I adapt, okay, it's going to be more dexterous, and she's just going to town. Okay, I'm going to have to go work on this. And you see her swipe the screen, and it goes away, and she walks out of the room without saying a word to either of you. And you just hear her mumbling as she goes out. So if I do this and I put that,
it's just that moment where like we both just like watch her just like walk out of the room, just standing. They're just like, huh.
I'm gonna go get myself patched up.
And
yeah, I'm probably gonna go grab a quick bite to eat.
As you're both about to leave the armory, you suddenly see the floor open up, and this bot is standing there, but it has a symbol on it, and it's a little medic symbol.
Oh.
And it turns slowly to you, and it has a very polite looking gesturing face, and it's not smiling, but it's got a nice smile. Do you need repairs? I can do that for you now.
Yeah.
And it turns, and as it doesn't even break contact with you, it turns its whole body, and you see the symbol is like a medical, like a repair icon on its chest, and it walks up to you. Do you feel pain?
I mean, everyone feels pain, so
It's
yeah.
Baymax.
Where do you currently feel the pain?
I would say around chest hole area.
Ah, I can see your damage. And it puts its hand up, and suddenly you see these little appendages come out, and you can feel your chest, like it feels like something small is crawling all over you, and it starts to repair you really quickly, and it retracts back. Is there any other thing I can help you with? Are you satisfied with your service?
You could assist me with my minor damage. Gilgamesh will kind of approach.
And it kind of turns its head without even moving its body and looks at you. Ah, another patient. Just one moment. And it turns back to you, Overload. Is there any other assistance you require of me?
I'm all patched up, so that's all.
Excellent. Here is an Energon lollipop.
Thanks.
And it turns to you, Gilgamesh. Where does it hurt?
He shows the the slash that he took from the previous fight.
Oh, that is terrible. We will get you fixed up. And both of its hands open up, and you can feel as it repairs you almost instantly, and does it super quick, and retracts back, and the hands come back, and the arms go back down to the sides, and it stands there for a moment. Is there any other injuries or assistance I can help you with?
That'll be all, thank you.
Very well. Here is an Energon lollipop.
He takes it and just pockets it. He'll probably give it to Carbine later.
If you are satisfied with my service, I will return to my bay.
I think that should be all. Thank you very much.
Very well.
Thanks again.
And it bows its head for a moment and turns. And its head is still looking at you as it turns its body. And its head rotates around the other way to go forward. It steps on the platform and sits in the bezel, and it goes back down into the floor and closes up.
Is that something else she made?
Either that or it's something she found here.
Meaning something void, man.
Maybe a little column A, a little column B. I'm not exactly sure where she found it. I don't think she's had the time to build all this so quickly, but then again, she's been working on other projects while I've been working on myself. This could
Okay.
be one of her projects for all I know. And he's making his way out to the kind of kitchen area.
All right, so you're heading to the kitchen, and Overlord, are you following him there too?
Yeah, I guess so.
So I'm assuming you're going to cut through the Minicon lab because your icons are both right
Yep,
there.
because that's like the closest door. So yeah,
Yeah.
we're just gonna kind of just do.
So
Kind of glancing over at the minicons, just checking on their status.
you see Carbine at her station, and you see a three-dimensional hologram of the big bot, and you see she's modifying as you walk through. You don't even have to do perception to see this. It's hilarious because she's literally she's modifying it to be better. And you hear her mumbling, like grumbly, like, if I could put this on here, that maybe he'll last a little longer than he did, and maybe give him a little more fight. At level 10, it should have been a lot more challenging. She's just sitting there talking to herself the whole time. And you guys kind of notice that Drift was in there too, but he's kind of in and out, and you see him working on the Requiem Blaster for a moment, but he is really not paying attention to any of you. And he just you guys kind of see him briefly. He's just focused on doing his own thing right now. We're going to flip over while you two go to the kitchen area. I'm going to grab Overload and shove him in the kitchen. There, get in the kitchen. Stay there.
Make me a sandwich.
So we're going to go back over to Void Striker. Aegis comes back in with Steel, and Steel is carrying the bigger part of your back. Addie is kind of talking over your shoulder right before they come in, and she goes, so all the names in the mausoleum and everything, you've been around for quite a long time. So, you can kind of feel her stop for a moment, put her hand on your back, and she kind of leans up. She's kind of got it more on your shoulder, and she's kind of leans up. She goes, so have you ever had anybody stick around with you for long?
I had an apprentice once.
Oh, an apprentice. Oh, okay. What were they like?
Smart and just as inquisitive and curious as you were.
Oh. Okay. So, and you can feel her kind of getting back to work as she questions it. So, can I ask what happened to your apprentice?
I don't fully know myself.
Oh. Okay. I was just wondering if there was anybody else that kind of was with you as a partner.
You're talking about an intimate relationship. You were
not
the first.
Oh. And you could kind of feel her grip on your shoulder, but you can't see her face, but you could swear she kind of sniffled a little bit. Like okay. Oh, it
It's
looks
hard
like,
to get close to people when, you know, haven't you died before keeps coming up, and you're technically a mythical figure from Sabatronian past.
well, I guess, and she kind of leans up and puts her hand like further over onto your chest and kind of pulls herself over and looks at your scarred face, and she goes, and she puts her hand on your face where the scar is, and she looks at you. Well, I'm just really happy that I get to see the real you then. And she slides back down over your back and she goes, I almost have the plating here fixed. There we go. And you can kind of feel a shift, but you don't feel like the touch or anything. And she goes, okay, I'm going to reconnect this wiring back here, but hang on. And you can kind of suddenly, you feel a pinch. And she goes, oh, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to make that hurt. And she goes, okay, the connector, there we go, reinforced. And she goes, okay. And she slowly pushes the paneling back down. And she goes, okay, go ahead and shift your panels around and see how you feel.
I will do so. Time to shift panels.
As you're just doing this, she stands back. Oh, that works a lot better and it looks a lot better. And she touches your back and you can actually feel her hand touching you. And she goes, this looks really good. And just at this moment, Aegis and Steel walk through the doors. And Steel's like, yeah, we got this piece, and it's pretty big. Now, Steel's not as big as you guys are, but he's pretty good size and built to handle the weight.
I'll still stay kneeling so he can put it on my back.
And Eddie's like, okay, yeah, that's right. And Aegis has a few other smaller pieces and parts, like your blades and everything that were on your back. He goes, and he comes around to your front. He goes, while they're doing that, what do you think? And they're a little bit shinier, but he goes, these aren't the originals. These are retrofitted more than anything. They've been replaced with new.
Once the back armor is in place and fitted properly, I will connect to the new fangs and have them come attached to my back.
And he's standing there and he goes, this is impressive. And he goes, I hope the circuitry works well with you, because we did copy and re kind of fit in different spots for that. It gives a little more armor plating too. And
do a proper test. I'm going to fold down my combat visor and see how they connect.
You do that. You can describe how that looks to you through your visor when you do it, because that's you, not me.
The visor just slides and falls in front of Red Striker, and he can see through the visor quite perfectly fine. But to everybody else, it's literally like a black.
Yeah, it looks like
beam
sunglasses.
in front of his. Yeah.
You hear Addie, ooh, I like this. And she kind of steps back. And he just kind of rolls his optics like, oh, I don't want to be here.
Basically, the visor just gives him a wider field of vision and more tactical data coming in.
And as you do, you feel the blades and you feel everything on your body. And Steel and Aegis are standing there kind of like looking at each other. We did good. They kind of fist bump, boom. And you feel the armor is molded smooth to your body. You can see between even your fingers and your hands around the wrist. It's smoother.
To show
To get
Steel
in.
and Aegis that the armor is connected properly, I'm going to shift every armor panel starting from my feet all the way up.
And they're watching you intently. Addie gets really close to watch it. She goes, this is fascinating. Look at how it's moving and just adjusting. And she realizes she's really super close, and she kind of grins looking up at you and backs up and just giggles. Aegis just kind of rolls his optics again, like, okay, you know what? I'm glad everything looks good. I need to get back to Overload. I sense you know, weird things have been going on. I don't know what he's been doing, but he was kind of happy for a moment, and I don't know what's going on. So he turns.
to regroup with the others.
So Aegis is like, and he
I'm gonna go to the armory wall and insert a code to retrieve my mace.
So as you punch in your code, Addie's like, that was there this whole time? Just see the
Yeah,
code
it's
panel.
Not exactly hidden.
But how many other hidden code panels are there?
Hidden
Dog
code
barking.
panels? Well, if I told you, they wouldn't be hidden. But this is an
Oh.
open code panel.
That's open? They can't see it like you do. Nobody else can really see these panels. And she's like, oh, I've got a lot to learn. And you punch in the code. You see the walls separate out. And they're all standing there watching this and going, what is that?
That has served me through many battlefields.
Addie's just standing there. That is impressive.
What I rely on when I'm out of ammo.
Okay. I think I'm a little less worried about you now.
I'm gonna proceed to put it on my shoulder because it's not exactly a weapon you can put on your back.
Yeah, just a pink. And Addie's like, yeah, I could use some energy right now. I need to kind of replenish some fluids.
Skipping a beat, as I'm walking past her, I'm just gonna scoop her up and make my way over to the kitchen. So
She
can
kind
get
of
some energy.
giggles as you do it. You just hear the little giggle. And Aegis, he's walking ahead. You can see him shaking his head and just like, whatever. Feels like, I got to get back to my station. I need to do some stuff. And you hear him thumping and walk off down the long corridor. And Aegis is like, I think they're located in the kitchen right now.
Well, let's
So
head
you
over
guys,
there.
you guys make your way. Overload, Gilgamesh, you guys are sitting there. What are you eating right now and having to drink?
What's available?
Well, Kevin has so delightfully made a kind of a banquet meal for all of you to re-energize because he knows you've been through a lot. So you have your choice of delicacies of energy-based to oil-based to any kind of hydration you would need, but as well as sustenance for your robotic systems.
By the way, Matrix, on my way past, I will give Carbine the data she sent me the message for.
And she doesn't even look up at you, but she takes it. Thanks, Striker. You see her working on this form, and it's like really beefy looking now, and it's like, and she can see her sit back for a moment, and she's just going to town. Drift has disappeared with the Requiem Blaster. He's somewhere else right now working on it. He keeps moving around to do work on it. And so you just see her doing that. So, Overload, Gilgamesh, like I said, you have choices. What is my phone doing? Stop that. Don't scare me like that.
It making noise. It
Yeah.
box.
Yeah.
Goodbye.
Oh, might be for our chickens. But you have your assortment of, speaking of chickens, you have what looks like a chicken sort of energon meal. It looks like ramen with chicken in it, but it's energon based with kind of a oily coating to it.
So
And then-
Gilgamesh will just get a small assortment of all the little dishes that are available there, and just gotta sit down with a nice little spread of everything that's available.
Infused energon meatballs, different sorts of what looks like meat but infused with energy. And he slides up some drinks to you guys. He goes, I thought you might like to try a it's kind of a weird name, but I modified the drink. I won't give you more than one though, because I know you guys need to stay on top of it, but it might help you relax your servos a little bit. And he kind of gestures to a bottle of specialized pure energon, which would be almost like drinking alcohol, but he mixed it with some other ingredients to give it some flavor and a little more to it.
Gilgamesh will take a cup of it graciously, and he'll take a sip of it.
As you guys start to take sips of it, he just comes around the corner. Oh, I need a drink right now or something. Just give me something. And Kevin automatically slides a cup over to him.
Energon whiskey.
Yeah, it's literally, it looks like a shot glass of almost like clear oil of some sort, but it's got a kind of an amber tinge to it. So it's got that oily tinge. And he goes, oh, thanks. And he kind of, yeah. And he slams it back. Oh, that is nice. I'll take another 5. He kind of goes, sits down with the rest of you, in their little booster.
For you.
He goes, and he kind of just points to the doorway as Void Striker carrying Addie walks through the doorway, and he just points. Yeah. And Kevin sets another shot down, and he looks over. Kevin's just staring at you, Void Striker. New guest? Not all of them have heard yet, really. I've been here in the kitchen, so you are...
It's me. I'm Void Striker.
Gilgamesh just kind of blinks like you don't recognize him.
I've been here in the kitchen. I haven't heard much.
He hasn't seen my real form. My real form doesn't look anything like the old body.
So he's kind of like, yeah, I haven't.
Yeah,
seen
I know,
any of this.
but he's just playing it off like you should just know this.
Yeah, he's like, no, I don't get out of here much. I like to do the work in the kitchen, and I like creating this stuff for all of you. I must say,
put
sir,
Addie on the couch.
You see him gesture to all of you. Very nice. Looks good, miss. And he goes, if you'd like a drink, let me know. I have prepared some stuff if you'd like to try. And he gestures to all the assortments on the counters and such. He goes, I kind of figured, and he kind of gestures to you, Void Striker. You've all had an interesting day. And you see him reach over to the counter and grab another shot glass, and without even looking at Aegis, he swaps it out with the empty one he just drank again, and sets down the full one. And he sets the empty one on the counter and just was looking around. He's just like, this is impressive. It is nice to see all of you. I haven't seen you guys in quite a while. I've only seen some of the little ones. And as he says that, you see the little one come around the corner, and she's sucking on a little Energon lollipop. Nom, 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 nom. And she kind of looks up and stops and looks at everyone, and because you're all in there. And she's like, little hand comes up, waves at everyone, and she just stands there. And you just hear this as she licks the lollipop.
Gilgamesh gives a little wave as he's kind of just sitting there and enjoying the different varieties of food.
The little one sees you wave at her, and she kind of runs over to you, Gilgamesh. And now she's down on the floor looking up at you, and she kind of goes,
I'll
and
offer
she
my hand to bring her up.
yeah, she's like, up? And she kind of climbs on your fingers, and she climbs on, and she's like, okay. And you see her little feet hanging off of your fingers.
I'll bring her up to the counter.
Yeah, and she climbs up, and she kind of waves at all of you, and she's like, because again, you're all titans to her, so she's like, and she licks the lollipop again, but then she looks at your dish, Gilgamesh, and she kind of comes over, and she goes, and she puts her finger in, and she goes, oh. And you can see, like, she's trying to say, oh, sorry. But she's like it looks really...
I'll kind of pull her off a piece and just kind of offer it to her just with the utensil that I'm using.
And she looks at you and looks at it. And me? Like she's pointing toward herself. For me?
He just nods. Yes.
And she takes a lollipop and she puts it away. And she goes, and she kind of gestures towards you as a thank you. And she pulls the piece and she takes a bite. And she just kind of falls down on her butt. And her legs are out. And she's like, you can see her pulsing. And she's just enjoying the taste of it.
He leans in and points at Kevin and tells her he makes good food.
And she kind of scoots around with her legs to aim toward Kevin. And she does a big thumbs up. And Kevin's like, just waves. You're welcome. Like, and she just keeps eating happily as she scoots herself back around on her butt. And she's like, and she's looking around at all of you. And then she stops eating.
He'll just go back to eating and just continue to finish his meal.
And so she stops eating for a moment as she's pulsing. You can see her. She's pretty bright right now. And she's pulsing with energy.
Energy on cube and sit next to Addie.
Addie's just kind of sitting there, kind of curled up on the couch. And she has a drink in her hand. And she's kind of sipping on it. And she kind of looks around at all of you. So, what's next for all of us?
Well, right now, all we know is the Requiem Blaster is supposed to help us, but for one, we need to gather allies, but truth be told, it's going to make things a lot easier if we know where we're going. So we really need to figure out where Shockwave is operating out of, if we can even get there. We need to figure out more about where he is, where he's operating, and what he's doing.
Yes, I mean, I've looked over some of your data when I had a chance. You guys ran into a lot of stuff in the void. It's very interesting, though. Do you think maybe something's near the Minicom planet? Because your data showed something there.
It certainly is a possibility. We're not 100% certain because our little scout team might not have made it back if we attempted to investigate that without further support.
Well, and you guys met a Titan as well. And it's weird to say it's the Minicom planet is there this whole time. We thought it was gone, and Aegis kind of stops as he's about to take another shot, and he kind of slowly sets it back down.
There was a lot of information that was lost to history. But we're uncovering more of it every day, it seems.
Yes, we are. It's fascinating with the star charts that you were given. I mean, I'd love to meet a Titan one day. And she kind of points to you, Overlord, and Ash is out of your head, and she's by the logs. She's a headmaster now?
Yep.
Those... I thought they were completely extinct, like gone. I mean, a Titan floating around out there and nobody said anything? This is a lot.
Cybertron hasn't been as organized as it has been in quite a long time. So it sort of stands to reason that, someone actually came out this way, but considering what we ran into and he just kind of gestures with his hands a little bit, boarded Unicron.
Yeah, that... And she kind of turns and looks right at you, Void Striker. She's like, yeah, one of you didn't come back and I thought I lost him. And she hits you really hard, but you don't even, you feel it, but you don't even move. And she's like, ow.
Well, what he sacrificed for certainly wasn't in vain. We gained the parts to the Requiem Blaster, and we also gained some valuable information about what he's been working on.
And as you say that, Kiara comes around the corner. Speaking of information, and I'm glad you're all here, I looked up some more on your stuff, Gilgamesh. I'll talk to you about that afterwards. She is dead serious right now. and she's got a tablet like sitting there, and she kind of leans up against the counter. That data chip that Unicron, she kind of like gave you. There's a lot of information on there. And she kind of swipes, and you get something on your ARM console that says, like, kind of view privately. And it's a data file. It's like a text file. So you can bring it up in your own HUD if you want to, or read it somewhere else. But she's like, continues talking. There is something out there that Unicron, was picking up all this information. This is supposed to be a multidimensional being, supposedly, like Primus. Because I know this because I've researched. Carbine asked me about some other information. I'm doing a lot of research, and our information guild is brimming with a little excitement of knowing. I mentioned the word Unicron, sorry, Gilgamesh, and she kind of looks at you dead serious, like, some things have to be said. But they gave me all the information they could and everything they could find.
So long as the information doesn't reach the public and cause a mass hysteria, I have no issue with it.
No, let's just say Widow made sure to keep that hush-hush. It's very select few now. And the rest is just hearsay. We don't know. You know, she kind of plays it off. But she goes, but seriously, the information you got, and from what you've told, there's really no way to defeat Unicron. So what you got from him might be just temporary. We don't know. But for what we got, there is something out there. But he couldn't even identify it. But it is what defeated him. We're not sure what that is. That's the bad part. There's a lot of unknown. And she does her little quotations in the air again. And she's like, if there's anything going on, you've stirred a pot, because we're getting kind of information through the news about some bots showing up here and there that are not the normal bots. We're not talking they're doing anything too much right now, but there's been some aggression from this new form of bot that has come out of nowhere. They're looking for something or causing something. We're not sure, because anybody who's been sent, we haven't heard from. Addie's just sitting there going, so what do you mean? And Kiara just kind of like, well, there's a lot of activity coming in and out of the void now. Nobody wants to go near there, because any ship that was close by disappears. Like, all scrap, everything. Not even a beacon is found. There were supposed to be 3 ships destined for another planet that was supposed to get supplies. It's been overdue for 3 weeks. All 3 ships. And she's just going over this stuff, and she kind of projects them up around you guys onto the walls. And she goes, this stuff is going on. You see like news clips almost, a video of blurry kind of bots. You guys, to be honest, without a perception, you've dealt with some of the Decepticons that are working for said one-eyed robot, and you recognize some of their forms. But there's a couple in there that you can identify.
Can or can't?
Can't, sorry.
Okay.
There's a
I just
couple
wanna
you
make sure
can't.
I
The
just had
rest
to
you
make
can
sure.
identify. You know what they look
All
like.
right.
These ones
Gotcha.
you can't, because they're blurry. She goes, we don't know who or what these are.
Well, before there's any potential problems, there's a problem we need to deal with immediately.
And Kiara's like, now what?
I currently do not have any alt modes.
Well, what kind of alt mode do you want to use? And how many can you do? Or
Well,
change
this
it
buddy
to?
was originally used to an Omni cog, but
She stops on her
I can't
tablet,
have
and
it.
even Addie looks at you, kind of like, and she looks at Kiara like, yeah. And Kiara just kind of goes back to the tablet, and she kind of slowly moves it to the side. Omni changer?
Yeah.
Wait a minute. You've been around for a long time, right, Void Striker?
Yes. If I was any older, I probably would have been around during the time of the primes.
So she starts, you see her moving the tablet, and she goes, what were your past alt modes by chance? And she kind of swipes the screen, kind of like questionably, like she's just questioning you mostly.
I had a Dragonic based one,
And she dead
if
stop.
that helps.
Did you have any others?
I had a stationary assault platform mode.
So you are the one probably in these records. Are there any other alt modes that you did have other than those?
I had a stealth interceptor, a gunship.
And she flips the tablet around, and every time you say something, she has pulled up every drawn picture or depicted. And she goes, these are just after and even a little bit before Unicron of these images. Any one of these you weren't?
I'll quickly go through the data pad and just like pull out like 10% that weren't me.
And
These ones weren't.
she looks at it and she goes, we've been looking at ways to possibly increase it, and we've been researching you this whole time. She's kind of dead looking at you. So you're the one that's been talked about through all these races that have been out there, including our own. How many times have you died? Never mind. I don't want to know. You know what? Never mind. I don't want to know anymore. And she's like, I got enough on my plate. Widow stated, and she looks right at you, Gilgamesh, like changing complete subject, that the guild will help out if we need help here or wherever. This is starting to look more like a possible fight is happening because it looks like they're trying to build ranks. Bots are missing more and more every few days. These raids happen, and like I said, ships, the bots, there's no bodies anywhere. We're not sure what's going on.
We can't we can't commit our forces until we know exactly where he's operating out of. But-
Yes.
And we're taking a gamble if we put all of our chips going into the void and it not actually being where he's operating from. We have to know for certain before we make a genuine move.
It
Addie,
helps Gilgamesh. Now that I'm no longer in the life support, the energon that was being used for that from the station can be transmuted into energon cubes to help out in Cybertron.
That helps us with some logistics, but again, the issue at hand really is we need to figure out where Shockwave is operating out of.
Addie kind of pipes in and she goes, well, I know Speedstar she's got the forces on Velocitron that they'd be willing to help, especially against whatever's happening.
At this point,
thought-
she's pretty much my only lead into trying to find some new information. But it's a shot in the dark.
If I remember correctly, you found one of his labs on Jungle Planet, yes?
Yeah, we did. Some time ago.
Perhaps if you take me there, I might be able to find something out.
Um,
If it even
Gilgamesh
still
kind of looks to
exists.
Overload. Just like, do you want to be the one to tell him?
I insist.
So, that lab self-detonated. There's really not going to be anything we can garner from it, as far as we know.
Have you tried the locals?
I'm forgetting. Like, Jungle World was so long ago.
You guys really never encountered them because the Serenity Village was surrounded by a fence because they were always getting attacked at or something was
Yeah.
happening. So during the day they were safe to a point, but at night it was risky to be out there doing anything.
Yeah, we
Yeah.
never come across any local civilizations.
Yeah.
So you didn't come in contact with the beast formers.
Beast formers.
Would Nyx be considered a beast form?
She is a mini con. She adopted a Earth-like animal from their planet, but she is really not. Whereas you guys are
She was more mini con than anything
Yeah.
else, as far as we understood.
the mini
so-
cons. Yeah, the mini cons are always mini con, even if they have like say a beast form like you guys do. You guys are more beast-like than Nyx actually is.
And so he's just gonna say, no, that's where we start to run into the mini cons. That's where we actually found.
Because the beast
Carbine and
formers might be a
Aegis.
good idea for our friend Overload here.
Okay.
They might be able to help him control his rage.
As you guys are talking, you see this little bot walk in, kind of head down. It's Carbine. She's like, finally, I got that done. And she's like, oh, hi, Kevin. And she reaches up onto the counter and she grabs a drink. And she goes, oh, I'll take some of that, some of that. And then she turns around and she goes, so much for a quiet meal. What did I miss? And Kiara's just standing there next to her. And she's like, a lot. It's just like, did you see Carbine kind of take the straw in her mouth and you okay.
But the
Just
point
catch-
about I'm making about the locals is to primarily help Overlord. Because if we're going to be chasing Shockwave, we need him without the risk.
Yeah, we've got a lot of ground to cover between trying to find out where he's located and making sure all of our situations are tightened up.
Carbine kind of comes around and she kind of hops up and she goes, oh, yeah, he does need some help with that. And she takes a sip again. You still having problems with the controlling it, huh? And she keeps sipping, and you see her take the bowl and literally just sip out of it instead of using a utensil. And she's like, and you see her pulse every time she does this.
I mean, I don't have full control over it. I can control it for a specific amount of time before I start to lose myself, to say.
The Predator beast formers might be able to help you quite well, though.
I'm having a hard time remembering, but didn't we encounter like a jaguar or something along those lines?
Yes, you did.
Or was that? Yeah, I was wondering, like, we encountered a jaguar that I don't believe was Nyx.
Nope, that was not Nyx.
No, yeah, because
it was a different- it was a
You
different
guys
bird.
kept seeing it though, and I forgot the official name for it because it would look like
I don't think-
Ravage.
Wait,
but
'cause
it's
I was
not
gonna say
Ravage.
we never really got a name from them because they were more eyeing us.
Yeah,
Isn't
they
it
just kept
Frenzy?
it. No, it looks like
No, there was
Ravage,
someone
but
following us, just watching us, but didn't say anything to us.
yeah,
They're
that was the
So
ground one.
shall
Nyx
we-
was in the air a lot and flying. She was looking for mini-con signals.
So
And
shall we
she-
prioritize going to Jungle Planet for Overload?
You guys are
Seems
more
like we
welcome to
got
go back
nothing
there.
else. Seems like we got nothing else really to do. So
I can just reach out to Speedstar by comm, so we don't
I-
necessarily need to go
we
to
can go
Velocitron.
talk to her after Jungle Planet because I'd like to go to Velocitron to obtain a vehicle mode.
Fair enough.
are you?
As you
But
say that, Kiara kind
Fixing
of chimes
your
in.
Overload is priority.
And Kiara kind of chimes in. Vehicle mode, you can select from our data bank, which, we don't have that many good ones in there.
Unfortunately, my systems are too old to scan from and download vehicle forms from databases. I physically have to scan them.
Understood. Yeah, that's why we don't have many in our database, and some of them are really not that great. They're more working equipment than anything. So yeah, you're better off going to Velocitron to find something. There's some good designs there that you could pick up. And Eddie's like,
Well, perhaps I might even be able to get a beast form from Jungle Planet.
and Eddie's
Hidden
like,
with the
we
group
could.
as I look at Overload and Gilgamesh.
Addie kind of looks around like, so we're going back to Velocitron? Wait, no, I can't go back.
We're going to revisit an old world that we haven't been to in quite a long time, and then
Ooh.
we'll go see Velocitron.
Addy, if you
Oh.
want to go to Velocitron, you could probably just change your paint job and you'll fit in just fine.
Yeah, I don't like my color, but yeah, I guess I could go for an update, and I'd like to see another planet other than Velocitron. The last planet I saw before that was, well, Cybertron, and all I've seen is pictures and stories of it. So my life's always been on Velocitron until I came here, and you showed me all
Jungle
this.
Planet is extremely risky. If you think you're up for it, I don't mind protecting you on the planet.
I wouldn't mind going to see if need be. I could always maybe stay on Phoenix. Are we taking Phoenix?
It is our only transport, so
Well, the space bridge should work and get us there a little faster on him. Right?
Well, we'll use the space bridge, but we'll be taking him with. He's still going to be a valuable portion to the team.
Okay,
plus
yeah.
there are creatures there that would be better off if we had the additional armaments.
And you hear across the comms, I heard we're going on a flight trip. And it's Phoenix.
That would be
Sorry.
affirmative.
Because, sorry, I'm
Perhaps we
bored.
should start getting ready then.
And Addie jumps up.
Ah,
I'd go grab some stuff.
I should probably inform you two of the weapon systems I have in this body, shouldn't I?
Yeah, you better update them.
I mean,
This way.
we better suit so that way we know what will be lacking.
Oops, can't see.
Well, obviously I have the claws in my hands.
Yeah, nothing new.
And I'll fold out the railguns in my arm, and I have these two hidden railguns.
So nothing new again.
Then I have my mace, which I'll point up against. Oh, it's laying up against the wall.
Very well.
And finally, you see these sword spikes on my back? They're think of them as autonomous ranged weapons.
Oh, so like
Think
my
of it-
turrets.
Except they stab things from a distance for me.
So your stabs, mine pierces. Got it.
Yes.
As
And
you're all
that's all the
sitting,
weapons I have currently.
Addie kind of gets up. She goes, I'm going to go get some stuff then ready. Do we need any other equipment that we might need to take with us?
Might pay to bring some energon cubes as tribute, because some beast former tribes won't talk to you unless you bring something to them first.
Okay, I can do that. How many do you think we should take?
Around 4 is customary for tribute, so bring 12.
Okay, I'll go talk to Steele about loading up some. I'll meet y'all at the ship. Sorry, Phoenix. And you hear Phoenix, no offense taken. I'm just sitting here doing normal stuff, scanning, sitting here, not flying, sounding like he's kind of getting like, hey, I want to see some action now.
Now, Overlord, I'm going to give you this warning. Now, beast formers are the epitome of strength equals right.
And good thing I'm strong.
Yes, if you want their help, you're going to have to earn it.
That shouldn't be too difficult then.
So, Kiara kind of looks so flight trip. I'll get things ready.
Gilgamesh has already got pretty much everything that he needs already on him, so he's just gonna, after he finishes his meal, he's gonna just make his way to the ship and be ready.
Now, are you getting up and going right now to do a few things?
I'm going to take what I've got and just wait for everybody in the hangar.
So,
Yeah, there's really nothing for him to do, so he's just gonna...
Kiara kind of grabs your arm lightly and says, hey, I need to talk to you for a moment, though. And she's like, as you two are walking, and everybody else is a little distance away, Carbine's like, I'll be along in a moment. I'm going to finish this. And you hear eating up real fast. And Kiara kind of leans into you. Did you have a chance to read my message about somebody particular?
We haven't had a brief chance, and he'll just kind of pop it up quick in his HUD. What does it say?
It reads, file referencing this particular bot that you were looking at, pictures, a little bit of a video of a 360 of this white female bot standing there. Looks similar to you, but not the same as you. And you can see her movements, you can see her standing there. It's like a bio of this, but it says down below, as you read the information, almost like stat numbers. They seem kind of basic at first, but then you see progression of the days, and everything spikes up almost in an instant, and you see the transformation in the video of what she's turning into more. And it states when things have been added and done. And they were done in a very fast form. So at first it was kind of basic. You could see she had her motorcycle form, but then she was purposely given and came in contact with the same kind of goo or ooze and introduced with, in a small video, you can tell what it is. It's one of the Spark Eater tentacle pieces. And you can suddenly see after about like a 2-day period, it's total darkness in this cell. And all of a sudden you just see a pair of blue eyes in the darkest part staring out at you. And you see
God damn it, Dave, why do we have to fight your female alter ego?
You see this white paw step out, and you can see teeth, shiny, sharp, and you suddenly see the little arcing of something in the darkness slowly coming out, and it's the tentacles. They almost look identical to yours, but they're white. And they're blue.
Is this a replay from the first video we watched?
This one, she goes, I found the file a little further along. Read further down. And he
kind of fast forwards because he's replayed this sequence in his mind way too many times for him to
She's like,
to really want to see
go
it again.
to the bottom of the file, and it says specimen 5863 escaped. And you see a brief video where he literally attacks a guard, ripping him apart in an instant in her beast form and bolting down the hallway, ripping apart bots. You just see the frantic almost run, but at the same time she's making like fast movements, and she's using the training that she was pushed onto her. And you see the last part of it is this female version of you run through and rip apart a couple of bots and keep on going, and it's out of sight. Last known location unknown. Escape and shuttle unknown.
Do we
Which
have
are
any
those?
idea how long ago this was?
And you
Is there a
see,
timestamp?
and Kiara goes, one more line down, just read it. It wasn't that long ago. It was about, in human time, it would be about 2 months ago. You see from the dates, this bot that was transformed into, say, you, has been in a sense, captivity and training and forced science experiment for quite a long, long time. Since about the time probably of Unicron. But it really, the experiments, she didn't show up until much later.
Yeah, because that would seem rather impossible, because that would
Yeah.
imply that he's taking the knowledge of the future, going back into the past, doing these experiments, and then it's being brought forward into the future.
Yeah, it's literally what
That's
it is.
pretty
Is
nutty.
you're seeing all the experiments, and it's very confusing on how this is. And Kiara's like, she kind of pulls you off to the side and to just in front of the med bay doors instead, like you're talking away from everybody who's going through. And she
Yeah.
goes, the files don't make sense, but if you sort them in a different way, say as specimen numbers, and she goes, the dates are encrypted. So she goes, rearrange them. Gilgamesh, this isn't that long ago. I mean, when we were still on the streets kind of thing, and the guilds took us in, this isn't that long ago. And she goes, and she you kind of hear a bloop, and you see the dates all shift around and the files shift. And she goes, this beast, this bot beast, she's very confused on how I was saying it. She's kind of just, could it be her? And she kind of, I'm sorry.
His heart, like, his spark genuinely sinks.
And she goes,
I
I'm
buried
sorry.
her not long after her death. Her spark left. I watched it go. If
What
this even is her, I don't understand how that's even possible. As far as I understood, there's no way you can bring back a spark from that. I don't know what this is. I thought maybe it's her from another universe. It seemed like the only, at least logical conclusion in my mind, but
She sees Carbine coming out, and Carbine doesn't see you too, but she pulls you into the med area. Felix and Micron are in there. They're off resting. She kind of closes the doors and she activates the locks on all of them for a moment. She goes, I don't know if I should show you this, but I'm going to. And she pulls up the tablet and she goes, that might not have been her. I just found this. And it shows her body was moved and then moved again. She goes, we never do that. Why did they move a body that didn't need to be moved when they were processing? And she's trying not to break down and cry, but she goes, something is wrong here. I talked with a few close guild member friends, and they looked it up. There was some shifty stuff with bodies at the time. They made the bodies look like somebody else, and they were somebody else probably. I just guessing. I don't know. They don't even know for sure because it was so shady. I don't know. And you can see she's kind of broken the tablet on the one side she's holding it with because she's gripping it so tight.
Gilgamesh just kind of leans against the door a little bit, his arms folding. What use would they have with her body? She was dead, and I did what I felt was best.
She puts her hand on your arms and she goes, you did what was right by her and for you and all of us. She doesn't look at you. You can tell she's crying energon because you see it drip down a bit. And the tablet is completely destroyed at this point. She's crushed it in her hand on the side and it's broken it. Whoever is doing this, there were more back then. Possibly some bots we used to know and others. And they may have been forced to be changed or have maybe by the Allspark that they went on. Hopefully not in pain. And she kind of walks away and you still see the drips on the floor as she's walking away. And she kind of just flings the tablet against the wall and it shatters because she's so angry. And you can see her slamming her arm console. Just be careful and find out what's going on. And she's trying not to break down and cry. And the door opens at the end and she walks through quietly and walks out. The door closes. She just she doesn't say anything. She just walks away. You suddenly hear a voice in your head, Gilgamesh, is everything okay? Where are you at? It's Carbine asking you because she could feel it.
Gilgamesh just he stands against the door for a moment, just in silent contemplation before exiting out. Stepping onto the hallway. I'm over here.
Oh, hey, is everything okay? She runs up to you in her bot form, and she kind of puts her hand on your leg, and she goes, is everything okay? Kiara didn't say anything. She looked upset. Did something happen? And she's looking around, and you don't feel right. What's wrong? And she's just staring at you.
More questions than answers.
Oh. Okay.
He starts just quietly making his way to the ship as... I'm assuming she's still in her caracal form.
She transforms at this point. I was going to say, she's going to transform. She's going to kind of jump onto your leg and climb up you really quickly and land on your shoulder.
Yep.
She goes, well, I'll help you find what you need. Okay? I'll help. And she kind of puts her paw on the side of your face. You hear me? And she taps you. Don't make me use the telepathy.
Carbine, I understand we do share a unique connection, but I'm afraid this is going to be one thing I'm going to have to discover for myself.
Yeah, I know. Understand this connection isn't forever. And she puts her head down slowly and just kind of, you can kind of feel sorrow for her a little bit. So you're both feeling these back and forth. You guys, so is everybody at the ship now? I'm going to ask that question because you guys would have made your way.
I would have been, yeah. I should have made my way there.
All right. Phoenix is sitting there, and you swear he's like tipping back and forth with anticipation. Welcome, you hear this wild announcement across your comms. Welcome to Phoenix Air. Are we ready to board? Make sure your trays and chairs are in their upright position, and we will be ready to take off in just a few moments. You hear Varish. I guess I'm handling the space bridge, guys. I am punching in coordinates for Jungle Planet. Don't like going there myself. Only been there once. Be safe. I'll get things ready. Let me know when you're ready.
Gilgamesh will board Phoenix and get into the pilot seat, preparing the ship for departure.
As you guys are getting into the ship and Phoenix is prepping, you can hear him whirring things up for you and getting things warmed up. And he kind of comes across to you, Gilgamesh. He goes, Pilot, I have things scanning and keeping them fresh. I figured I'd try a different approach, and I don't know how well this is coming across to all of you, but hopefully it's not too much of a problem. And he's kind of in and out with things, and he's like,
Let's try to avoid any unnecessary experimentation. We're on a mission.
you guys are still landed there. You see Varish walking out, and his bot form, he's changed a bit. He's more softer instead of sharp edged like a Decepticon would be, or a mercenary. And you see his persona has changed a bit, and he's walking out with a tablet, and he kind of, you see him approach Phoenix and disappear out of sight because you guys are on board. Gilgamesh, you can kind of see him from the cockpit, and you hear steps coming up, and it's very just a normal walk. And you see Varish coming down the hall to you, and he's kind of looking up and he's looking back down, and he taps, and can your little friend give us a moment? And Carbine's sitting there, and she looks at you like, yeah, I can. Sure. And she kind of hops down and looks back for a moment like, okay. She goes, I'll be back in a few moments. And she trots off. Varish kind of sits down on the other seat, but he turns toward you. I'm not trying to bring up personal matters, but she's pretty upset. What do you want me to do to help her? The reason why
She's
asked...
upset for an understandable reason. Unfortunately, there's little that even I could do to really help quell that. It's a matter involving me, and as much as I appreciate her concern for me in this matter, it's still my matter to deal with.
And he kind of like puts his hand up. I'm pretty old. You guys saved me. You freed me. I give you my service and loyalty. Kiara's been great with me. I shouldn't be trusted, but I give all to all of you. For her, she's been a great friend. Is this involving, and I do not mean to overstep my bounds, but if I can help, is it between a relationship between you two, or is this something else? Because she talks about you a lot, but it sounds more like you're her best friend, which God, I
We
wish I
have a
had that.
long and storied history together. We go back to my first days as becoming an assassin.
Oh,
She's been there for me through thick and thin, and we've been through a lot together. She knows my past better than more or less anyone else I know.
yeah, she won't say anything to me now. Or, for that fact, I don't think anyone.
If I'm being candid with you, it's because it's a matter involving me and my personal history. It's nothing personal to you, it's just. She's upset by the circumstances that I'm currently dealt with.
Understandable. I guess I could see she has accidentally mentioned certain things, and I've kind of let it go because it's not my place to call out. I just want to make sure that if anything is going on, I can help. And right now, she's pretty distraught, so I'll make sure she is okay. But I think she will be. She's strong, stronger than me. I've been beat up, and you see him kind of grab his one arm and rubbing it. He goes, I've had my own past issues too. Whatever it is, I will try to assist you. I do still have knowledge of the past incidents going back pretty far, but if anything, I'll give you what I got.
Thinking back to the video that he did happen to see, remembering that Kiara didn't mention it was somewhat recently. Have you heard of any unusual incidents happening in, I don't know, I guess, Shockwave's research facilities? Anything unusual in the last few months?
Yes, actually, even before you guys saved me, there was a lot of things going on. He
He seemed to have been involved in experimentation with a unique chemical substance. Sound at all familiar to you?
There is a substance, but we don't have a name for it. At least those out there never gave it a name. It was advised to never touch this stuff. And he kind of holds up the tablet. He goes, no, seriously, that's what they put. Ever. Kind of thing. He's like, it's really, you don't want to come in contact with it. And it was some byproduct.
You hear anything about the experiments escaping their captivity?
He kind of stops and he's just looking at you solid, and his optics are like stern. He is not, and he looks.
His look is not changing. He's still just stone faced.
Yeah, he's looking right at you. He knows you're asking a very serious question about something, and he's like, escaping experiments. Yes, I personally know of a few. There was something about one that was small that got away. They supposedly destroyed it, but there was rumors of a small bot-like creature that was running around and causing mayhem. They never found it, and there's still stories of it. They pop up every once in a while. There was one of a giant one, but that one, there is evidence of it being destroyed. And then there's a couple others. There was a lizard-like one, not very big, but it was fast. And it took out a good number of bots before, I couldn't tell you the numbers of their experiments, but there was numerous amounts. Some of
What
our
about
own.
one that looked like me but was white in color?
He kind of looks at you puzzled, like, how do you know about that one?
Again, his expression is unchanging. He's stone-faced, calm, collected, staring into his eyes as he's asking this question.
And he stops for a second. Hang on. Give me a second. And he's got his tablet and hang on. Going secure. Pulling up personal files. And you can see him frantically swiping through. And he looks at you again. And I never thought about that. And he holds up a blurry picture of something. This one. And you can make out bluish spots around this, what looks like a head, body with 6 legs. And these 2, he goes, I don't know what these are though. Tails or something? Maybe like you? That's the best picture they could reformat to see it better. There was a story of a creature that got away, really messed up their base a lot.
Where was
Mostly,
it last seen?
they say it was on a shuttle, kind of in the general direction of a few of the planets, but they don't know which one.
He slowly hands him a tablet. Point him in the general direction.
Yeah, absolutely. And he kind of pulls it up and he goes, by mine, and he looks at his and he goes, punches in a few coordinates. He goes, that was the last known location. There's the jungle planet. You see Velocitron. You see a couple other planets out there. We're not sure which one that creature went to, but it had to be intelligent enough to fly a shuttle.
So above game, like it's in like our general areas that we've already been to, right?
Mm-hmm.
So she could really be anywhere.
Just about, yeah.
All right, well, thank you for the information.
Well, like I said, I give you my loyalty. That means anything I can do, including this, I'll ask around. It does have a bot form, though. We just don't have a picture of her. We know it's female in origin, but we don't know where this one came from.
Very well.
And
If you do happen to find any more information on this subject, do forward it to me as soon as you can.
I'll send it to you in file format that will be discreet. And
You know our encryption protocols. I trust you.
Oh,
can
yeah.
encrypt it.
I will take care of that, sir, and I'll look out for her. If anything changes, I'll send you an immediate update as well. I think she'll be fine. No, it's just whatever it is, it's very
Give her
painful.
some time. She's dealing with this a lot harder than I am.
And as he's getting up, he's getting ready. Well, I'll let you. Well, one thing. He did mention somebody who was like a sister to her. I don't know. She never talked about her again. I didn't push the issue. If it's about that, I feel, and I give condolences, but I will keep you apprised. Thank you, sir. And you see him walk out quietly and put down. He's just got the tablet to his side this time, and kind of just, you can kind of hear
He
him.
nods as Varish leaves and kind of turns to the front of the cockpit, just kind of thinking to himself, you know, Kiara really never mentioned her sister very much to him. Really, ever.
As you
he
guys
just kind of finds that as a bit odd.
Yeah.
Just like, is it like a coded language she's speaking with him? And like, that doesn't seem right.
So You hear Varish down the hall. Oh, hi, Carbine. Sorry, I kept her just a little bit. And she's like, no, you're okay. Is everything okay? And I think so. And you hear Varish, I'll see you guys later. Be careful out there. You too. And you can hear her padding up. She's not trying to be quiet about it. She's like, hey, everything okay? As she kind of hops up on the console.
Gilgamesh he's just tapping the console, getting it prepped for takeoff. He's just relaying some information for me.
Oh, okay. And she's just kind of side-eyeing you a little bit, like, And
he looked into something I asked him to do, and he was providing me an update on that.
okay, well, as long as we figure out what's going on around here, we can never have true peace, can we? And she just kind of looks out the windows at the hangar and everything. Maybe one day we'll be able to live free.
For a while, kind of felt like we were close to it, but then we found out all of this, and well, now our entire universe is in danger.
Yay,
you
universe
can't just sit by and do
danger.
nothing now.
You just hear her kind of mumble that. Yay, universe in danger. Yay.
No, we can't just sit back and do nothing.
And she's like, I know. Just seems like it's been another thing after another thing. But we're figuring it out, right? And besides that, we kind of got a home here for right now. This is good. And we got good friends. So that's even better.
If you think this is busy, you should have knew the life before this.
Kiara kind of told me some stuff. I didn't ask much. I just listened. She said it wasn't great. But
yeah, well, there's a reason I dedicate most of my time to my work.
Yeah. Speaking of work, I mean, the minicons are charging up pretty well. So that's a good thing. They might be able to actually come out of the stasis pods eventually here. It's just taking a little longer because these guys have been, kept in there for so long. It's not good for any bot to be prolonged stasis like that, especially when the power source is not great. You can go for a while, but if the power source is, fluctuating so badly, it literally kills you. That's how we lost some.
Well, let's hope all of them will be ready to come out of stasis soon. As much as I don't mind having them around, I'd still like for them to at least be up and cognizant of what's happening around them.
Yes, I've had conversations with them. They are in much better spirits. And some of the grumpier ones are not so grumpy now.
Well, at least there's progress on that front.
And good thing is they're willing to help us if they need us, if they're ready to come out. That's the thing, though. So, but they're ready to help us.
Well, there's no doubt that having additional minicons on our side would definitely be a much needed reprieve. We still don't know all what we're up against, but I'm just assuming the worst case scenario. It's better to be prepared for that than dealing with something much worse.
As you're both sitting there, you see Aegis come walking onto the bridge, and he hops up in the other seat, and he goes, well, pilot. And he jokingly grins at you when he says that. Sorry, kind of what the others kept calling you. And you hear from the back, the triplets are in the engine room. Yay! Flight trip! And he looks back. Well, I think they're ready. Second here, ready to go. And he starts flipping on consoles and turning on the screens. He goes, I think we're about ready. And he kind of goes, do you want to make the announcement or should I? And Phoenix is just sitting there. What am I, chop liver? And Carbine's like, "What's liver?" He
Phoenix,
goes, "I have no
the
idea."
honor is all yours.
This is your ship speaking. Please have a seat. Make sure you're buckled in and ready to rock, because we are about to fly.
I'm gonna
Eh.
stone my mace in the cargo bay, by the way.
All right. As you do that, you hear Varish come across the comms to you, Gilgamesh. Space Bridge is coming online. You see the lights around it start to 3, 2, 1. And this thing lights up, and it's big enough for Phoenix to come through again. You should come out approximately right above the jungle planet. And Phoenix is like, "Ready to fly, pilot."
And he's gonna just bring the engines up and take us out.
And Phoenix is like, "This is going to go better this time. I at least don't have to worry about running into a hangar door, right?" And
Apologies about that, Phoenix.
no, it's all right. At least it would have been a fun ride, right? And he goes, "Let's punch it." And you feel the engines roar even louder than before. And you can hear it and feel it. And he angles his engines. This time I'm flying. You guys all launch backwards. Carbine grabs onto the console with her claws. And you feel the ship just launch through the gate. And Varish, you can hear Varish over the comms. "Whoa, easy now." And he goes, "Have a safe trip. Space bridge closing behind you in 5, 4," and you hear it go staticky. And you barely hear 1. And you hear it closing. And Phoenix is like, "We're good in here. They opened it up successfully, and we can close it like this." And he's flying along smoothly. "So, do I need to get my guns ready?" And you can hear on the outside, you can tell he's spinning the turrets outside that he has.
I'm not entirely sure what's gonna be on the other side, so be ready for anything.
Absolutely, then, and you can locked and loaded, and you see the other side of the space bridge, and you can see space and part of a planet, and he comes out, you full burn, and you guys can hear the bridge behind you. He goes, "Ladies and gentlemen, bots and bots, just in time for a good flight. Off to your left, you'll see a beautiful, lush green planet. Little bit of a white area on the north and south pole, but try to avoid those because you guys are not equipped for cold weather. Yay! Shall we go land, or shall we scope out a landing site first, captains?"
We need to look for a landing site first.
And he goes, "Excellent." And you feel him rotate himself over. And he goes, "Oh, maybe this shouldn't be the angle I should be doing this." And he flips himself back around a little bit. And he goes, "There we go. Scanning surface. Found 3 viable locations coming up on the screen now." And on both yours and Aegis, he goes, one near the mountainside. Can we not park near the active volcano?" And he was like, "Sorry about that, then we'll scratch that." And you see the dot disappear. "Well, there's an open field here, and this one's closer to the northern parts. Do we detect any life signs, Phoenix?" From Aegis. And he scans, picking up multitudes, mostly.
Have I made it to the bridge at all?
Yep, you're just coming up as he's saying this. "I'm picking up a multitude of creatures in one vicinity and some scattered about the rest."
Let's go check out our original landing site. We know we at least ran into a few of them when we were down here previously. At least
Question,
checking our
is the stone temple detectable from orbit?
On Jungle Planet, there was really no temple there. This planet is got other stuff on it.
Yeah, because we had the temple on the desert worlds that was like way back in the very beginning of the campaign. The jungle world had
It has Serenity
it had the
Village,
cave
and it had
the cave system.
yeah, which you guys had fun in there. And then you had the lab, which is completely crushed and decimated. So
Yep.
So you got those locations. You guys haven't really got to explore outside of that because it's a thick forest in a sense
So
of
blind us
mush-
we want to, because making contact is the priority.
So do you want to land near Serenity Village again? Or what's left of it?
Yeah, I think so. Because, like I said, we did happen to see a few of them in that area
Mhm.
when we were there previously. So it seems like foregone conclusion. We should be able to run into more of them.
So let me out.
She's trying to put a hamster on my shoulder, sorry.
Are you done?
So as you guys she distracted me with a hamster. Did you guys want to land near Serenity Village then, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, we'll do that.
Phoenix goes, we can land closer to the location now. Actually, we can set down right outside of the village instead of where the original location was. And he's just sitting there very nonchalant, and he kind of gives you, tips the ship so you can actually see. You can see that the village is kind of more dilapidated, and there's the overgrowth is actually coming back and taking over. And he goes, but we can still land there with ease. So as you guys bring the ship around, he's scanning around. He goes, there are a few creatures nearby, but they are keeping their distance. And you feel the ship touch down, and the hangar door opens up, and you guys feel throughout the ship the air come in. It feels clean, fresh. You guys can feel that.
I'm gonna grab my mace and disembark.
So who's disembarking first? Void Striker?
Yeah, I can grab my big one-handed mace and hop on the ship.
Addie's kind of nearby, and she kind of steps out with you, but she doesn't leave the hangar door completely. She's just standing on it. She goes, this is really beautiful here. But
Gilgamesh will change into his displacer form, and he'll walk out slowly of the hangar bay door.
As you do, you startle Addie. She goes, oh, geez. Oh, okay. I don't see you very often in this.
Most bots usually don't.
And she kind of
he casually just kind of continues to walk into the forest.
She kind of, you feel her hand reach out and lightly touch you. She goes, oh, sorry. Fascinating. You feel organic. And you can hear her say that as you walk away. She's like, that's interesting.
I'm gonna wait a little bit away from the ship for Eddie to come out properly.
She takes a few more steps out, and she's like, it's like feeling land. And she goes, and she reaches down, she touches the grass, and there's some flowers and other things. She goes, Velocitron's mostly rock. There isn't much grow there. This is, and she could see her just enjoying the touch. And you guys can hear in the distance a loud kind of roar, and she stands up. This is why I said I might wait in the ship.
Pick Addie up and put her on my shoulder.
She goes, I don't think this is going to be high enough if that was bigger than you.
Gilgamesh's ears will just kind of be adjusting, like listening to the sound, like trying to get bearings of everything in the surrounding areas. He's like kind of sniffing the air and listening. His ears just kind of turning a little bit as he's surveying the land.
Carbine comes shooting out of the hangar. And she runs up and slides past you and stops. And she's like just sitting there and her ears are twitching. And she just looks at you for a moment and she just grin. You swear she's trying to grin. and she bolts back the other direction. And she's just running at full bore. Just. And then she comes shooting back out of Phoenix, and he's like, I'm going to shut the door on her if she does that again. And you can hear Aegis going, oh, hey, I might get to fly in actual atmosphere a little bit here. And he's just kind of standing there at the hangar. And Overload, are you coming out?
Yeah.
Or are you being chicken and hiding in the ship? I mean,
As if I would be the one being chicken.
Taunting you.
He's the giant chicken.
Yeah. Aegis is standing there next to you for a moment. He goes, so this is where you guys met everybody else? And he's like, I heard your stories, but he's looking around.
More or less.
And you see Carbine kind of slide to a stop. And she kind of goes, hey, these buildings. And she slowly walks over, but she sniffs the air and she sniffs the ground. And she's like, and you could see her tentacle arms come up and being very cautious. She walks closer to one of the buildings. She goes, these have been empty. And then she notices what's left of some bodies from an explosion.
Well, Gilgamesh, do you want to get their attention, or shall I?
Well, I'd say it might be a good idea to at least approach them and figure out exactly how many there are.
I need you to all three give me a perception check, please.
Oh no.
Average.
I'm a little distracted by all the different scents in the area.
Yeah, there we go.
And you know what? Fuck you.
I knew it. Damn it. So, Overload and Void Striker, you guys kind of are looking around because you're taller. And so you're seeing above, and you kind of notice there's a bit of a large rock just above the tree line, and you notice something's watching you guys. And you see it turn and walk away from you and out of sight.
Do I see the general direction that it's going in?
Nope. It just disappears down off the other side and kind of out of sight. You don't know if it's going down the back, down through, because the trees and brush are blocking everything.
I believe I found our Jaguar stalker.
Carbine has wandered off into the buildings, and she's down looking, and you kind of feel, Gilgamesh, you suddenly feel this, like, it's kind of like sadness, but a bit of anger. It's not
But
you
it's
feeling
not. It's not coming from me though.
No, it is not. You just feel it, and you know it's got to be Carbine.
He's gonna go start looking for Carbine, seeing as she's kind of wandered off into the nearby buildings.
She walks, or you walk over. You can kind of pick up the scents and everything. You see the buildings are kind of overgrown. Some of them are collapsed in a little more now. You see Carbine kind of sitting at one of the doorways, and it happened to be where they had like the little bar kind of place where they would eat and everything.
No one's really come by to deal with the bodies.
And she's looking at them, and she sees the little one and its head sitting still where it was at. And she's not moving.
He'll just kind of sit in front of the door, kind of sitting beside Carbine. You weren't here when we first encountered this, but this was Eva's doing.
You kind of hear the wood next to you crinkle in a bit. and it's her claws digging in.
He sits calmly. He knows that she's angry at what she's seeing, but he knows just as well as she does.
She slowly gets up. You hear the claws disengage from the wood, so you hear that. And she walks forward slowly. The head is still sitting there, and the body's down below. She transforms for a moment. She takes the hands of the body. You hear it move just a little bit because it's been sitting there for a while, and she moves the body, and then her tentacle arm reaches up to the table and gently grabs the head, and she pulls it down and she puts it in her own hands for a moment, and you see her bow her head for a moment, and then she takes the head of it and she taps it to hers, and then she sets it back in place like it should be on its shoulders, not up there. And she puts her hand on it, and she gets back up and transforms. And as you do, you can see a bit of the Energon tears, and she just doesn't say anything. She walks out the door and back to the group.
Gilgamesh will just, as Carbine will pass by, he looks into the room one moment, remembering the promise that he made that he's going to kill Eva for what she's done here. He's going to slowly turn and continue on his path.
You kind of catch up to her. She's just coming past the last building and meeting up with the rest. She kind of, you see her shake her head a little bit, and like her little tufts kind of flip back and forth. And you see her kind of pick up to a little trot back to the group. And you kind of feel like she's a little sad, but she's trying to kind of mask it right now. And just like, I got to focus on what we're doing here. And she stops with the rest of the group. You catch up. You guys are all back together for a moment. You can hear lots of stuff out in the forests, and you can see some plains where you can see some creatures of some sort. Can't really make them out, though. They're too far out. What would you guys like to do?
I'm going to plant my mace into the ground so they can say that I'm not going to be using it as a weapon, and bow my head respectively in the direction of them.
All of you make a perception check. Again, lots of perception.
Average.
Not just average. You got mini cons helping you guys right now because they're watching too.
So average.
It's not that
I'd
bad.
be at
It's not bad.
18,
It's
so-
not bad.
And you
It's
know
not
what?
bad.
Because I can.
Ass. Void Striker, you have your head bowed, but you can hear, and now you guys all hear this. Even Carbine, she kind of takes a few, she sits up and she takes a few steps back, kind of behind the larger bots, because she's like, I'm not that big. And Aegis is sitting up on your shoulder, Overload, in his hawk form, and he's sitting there. We got company. You hear some motion, and you see just at the edge of the forest that cougar-like creature, black, silver, and it's just blinking at you a few times. And it's kind of, you see it sniff the air and then sniff the ground, and it slowly walks forward, kind of in a zigzag pattern a little bit, like.
Gilgamesh will lay down from his posture, just kind of in an animal-like gesture, relaxing to show that he's not a threat.
It stops for a moment with one paw up in the air watching you do this, and it slowly relaxes it down and slowly. And Carbine, like,
It's not breaking eye contact. It's still watching, but he's laying down in a more relaxed posture to at least signal to the animal that he's not going to attack.
Carbine is watching this creature and watching you guys, and she's just sitting there, and she kind of slowly takes a few steps forward. This thing stares at her, and she stops in position, And she's not trying to be threatening. She's just stopped, like, she was just trying to kind of get up with near you, Gilgamesh, and kind of like, what am I supposed to do here? But she didn't get that close to you. And she stops and she slowly relaxes her paw back down, like she's mimicking what it did. And it kind of watches and slowly walks zigzag. It's getting closer. It's about 25 feet from you guys. And it gets about 15 feet from you all, but it's kind of more standing in front of Carbine at a distance. And you see it looking and you see it blinking with these dark, dark purple eyes. It has no symbols. And it looks over at
Gilgamesh
you.
is just keeping trained eyes locked onto this creature. His back tentacles just like in a slow waving pattern, just like a cat's tail, kind of.
And this cougar kind of moves over. And he stops in front of you, Void Striker, who has his head bowed and the mace down. And he sits right in front of you. He's less than 10 feet from you. And he looks at you and just sits down. And
After a while, I will raise my head.
And he looks at you, respect. Mizar.
I
You,
am Void Striker.
Void Striker. Why you show respect?
How big? This isn't my first time here. But
You see his eyes narrow toward you. He's watching you closely.
the last time I was here was, I suppose you could say, the ancient times.
Ancient. We have no ancients left. Now his optics are watching you, but you see them every once in a while shifting to each side real fast. He's watching each and every one of you. What is it you want?
We need your help. Well, our friend needs your help taming his primal spirit.
And he looks over, looks like he already has. And he's looking at Gilgamesh.
Gilgamesh just shakes his head and slightly just, not this one.
It would be me.
And you see this thing slowly turn its head back and looks over at you. You? You need work. You need control. You need balance more than control. And he gets up and he slowly walks over to you. Bird looks tasty though. And you hear him this for a moment from him, and it's him laughing. And so he kind of walks around you. Great lizard form. Nasty lizard form. And he comes around to your front and he's looking up at you. One who trained. We can help. But what is it in for us? Us need something.
If you wait right here, I shall go get the tribute.
Tribute? And you see him kind of trot back over a little faster, and he stays his distance a little further this time. What tribute? No tricks, right?
No tricks. I swear on my broken primal soul.
One does not swear on primal soul unless they mean it.
I wish my soul would mean more to you, but unfortunately, I've lost my primal form.
We can fix that too, but again, what is it for us?
I'm gonna bow my head respectively for a bit, go into the hangar and bring out the energon cubes.
As you bow to him, he kind of bows his head a little bit to you because you're showing him respect. As you're going into the ship, he looks over at Carbine. You not normal. And you see his head turn slightly. Carbine kind of shifts and does the same thing and is watching him just as much as he's watching her. And you different. Just like him. And he looks at you, Gilgamesh. And he slowly gets up, but he's keeping about a 20-foot distance from both of you. And he kind of walks over and sits back down. You show respect differently, but respect we appreciate. Me use big word.
You are quite knowledgeable. You are the one who's seen us before here, I assume, yes?
Yes. Been here a long time. Big purple one built bunker thing cave. Destroyed lots. Tortured many.
And you're not afraid of what I am.
You have control, but balance. And he takes a more closer approach to you, and he gets about within 5 feet of you. He's really close.
But you've seen one like me before, haven't you?
He takes a few steps back, so he's about 10 feet. Yes. I have. Wild one at first. Calm down now, but disappear for a while and show up again.
Is she here now?
You see him tip his nose up there. And you can hear him sniffing the air and see him sniffing it. And he goes, maybe close. Winds do not favor. He walks
But
back.
you are saying she is here.
He walks over to Carbine as you ask that. She possibly is here, yes. Or there. And he's kind of pointing with his nose, or there. But she comes and goes.
And what is it that you want for this information?
What one's got, we see. Maybe it be enough to satisfy the beasts. At this point, Void Striker, you would have collected your tribute, in a sense, or trade item.
The energon cubes.
All right, so you come out of the ship, and he sees you. He kind of backs away. He gets about 30 feet away from you guys, and he's not sitting down, but he's watching you closely. What's one got that we's would like?
I'm gonna make a pile of energon cubes and then back away from them.
You see his optics kind of go wide a little bit. Energon? And you see him sniff. And he gets a little closer. Pure? Energon? And you see his teeth kind of start to show a little bit. We have not had pure. Oh, excuse me. Energon in a long time.
refined by our extractors on Cybertron.
Cybertron. Once home. Please left. Other bots hate beast. Why
Is
do
this
you?
enough to satisfy you?
Yes, it would satisfy us. And you see him turn for a moment, and you hear this kind of growly roar kind of sound from him for a moment, and you hear this thudding and movement. Large group. You see what looks like almost like a rhino, but it has 3 horns instead of like a normal one, and they're all pointed in a direction you don't want to be in front of.
Gilgamesh rises up from his relaxed position, kind of looking a little more defensive now that he's seeing that they're being surrounded.
You see a couple of them are a little larger, like they look like dinosaurs, but they got spikes and spots also that are different. They're both different colors. There's 2 of them. And you see a couple mammal-like creatures. And you see another couple of the cougar-like ones. As this one stands in front of you, he turns back around. These are our pride, our group. We will help you. And he's looking at you, Overload. And the others kind of... And he makes a motion. And you see the rhino one come up. He's got some kind of pack-like thing all around his back. You see the others transform. The grizzly-looking teeth. There's a bear, and it's pretty big. And we're not talking small bear. We're talking way bigger.
Grizzly.
Comes up. Yeah, it's almost like a grizzly, but it's gnarlier looking than normal. And it walks up and transforms into this huge behemoth. He is about your height, Overload. He looks at you and just grunts at you and walks over to the cubes. The rhino creature stands there, and they load it into these basket-like things, and they're watching you. Take them back to village quickly. And you see him kind of paw a smaller one away. And this Zar's just standing there watching you guys, but at the same time, you hear him make some growly, grunty noise, and Carbine leans over to you. Do you understand that? Because she's like, I don't speak that. And you see him turn back and look at her. Primitives. We may be, but we have higher communications. I use big word again. The 2 dino ones look at you, Overload. And they kind of... They're looking you up and down. Can't control, can you? Pathetic. The other bot just looks at the other one, kind of, and just transforms and runs off. I guess I'll be training you. You don't seem like much. This thing's shorter than you are, but it's giving you attitude and everything. And Zara just looks over, and the thing, fine, I will be nice as I can be. Zar kind of paws up the small cube, and you see his teeth come out, and he bites into it, and you see him pulse, and you see him drain the cube a little bit, and he gets about halfway. I have not had pure energon in a long, long time. He sets it down. He transforms in front of you guys. You see this sleek bot, black with silver, and these piercing, they're like deep purple. They almost match the black, but you can see his eyes. And his optics kind of, almost like, kind of flicker every once in a while, like he's taking pictures or looking around rapidly. You may join us as friend or guest at our village. Many may be wary of your intentions. And he kind of points at you both, Void Striker and Overlord. Void Striker, would you still have a symbol on you?
Void Striker's original body never had a symbol.
So he will gesture toward more of Overload, because Overload, I don't know if your symbol would still be there, would it? I want to make sure of this before I even touch on
I
it.
thought it was just really scuffed up, but it was still
Yeah.
there.
It was like it's pretty scuffed up, yeah.
And he,
I suppose the closest thing Void Striker has to like a symbol would be Ancient Cybertronian on his body.
Well, he should have that
that's
the knight symbol that I have. He should have the same one.
yeah,
Oh, yeah, I
and
would have that.
yeah, you'll have both. If you have the symbol, you'll have the other symbol as well. But Zar goes, unfortunately, they don't trust too many of your kind. But you hold a different sign. And he points right at the Minicon symbol. Decepticons don't always get the knight symbol.
You could seem a bit more caring than the normal one.
A caring Decepticon. And you hear the lizard going, that is funny. Ha ha ha's. And they're just looking at each other.
I guess a correct wording would be higher. What is that? Morals. I have higher morals than normally.
I watched you here. You wanted to destroy one bot when you were here long ago. You not touch. You work together. Did you destroy other bots?
I really wanted to, and I mean really wanted to, but I didn't once I knew the full story.
Stories, facts. You do not have to convince me, but the rest might not like you as much.
I'm gonna put Eddie down now, by the way.
You set her down and he steps back real quick. You are neither of them. Addie kind of looks up at you, Void Striker.
And she will be respected as one of us all the same.
He approaches
She is
her.
my soul partner.
And he stops. He's really close to her, but he stops. Much respect. You neither side. You. And he sniffs and he goes, you do not smell of either of those disgusting ones. You smell nothing. You smell friendly. And she's, I don't want to cause you harm. Kind of look like you are welcome here as well. And he steps back, scoops up the half cube. If you wish to stay in your alt form, it is a better form of travel through the woods. And he turns back to the one who's going to be training Overload. You hear him make this grumbly, growly sound again. And she turns and goes, I will take care of him. And she turns back and thumps you hard in the chest. And she goes, oh, this one's going to be fun to train.
Yes, fun.
But for now, follow me and don't get any ideas. And she transforms into her dino form. Why don't you try it and keep up? And you see Czar kind of transform and go back into his form. He has the small cube in his mouth. And you can kind of see him gesture like, come on. Carbine's like, do I want to stay at the ship for this? No, I want to see this. This is science. And she kind of...
Gilgamesh, can you look after Eddie for me?
Not a problem.
Addie's like, I don't have a beast form. How do I keep up?
She's small enough to ride on my back, isn't she?
Yeah, she's smaller than you by a bit. She's not that big. She's like, oh, okay, I guess, all right, is this going to hurt you? And she kind of looks over at you sideways before she kind of gets on your back. And
It'll be fine.
Where do I hold on at?
He will kind of like pull like his tentacles back a little way, so they'll kind of serve like little handles essentially.
She goes, oh, okay. I don't want to grab too hard. Is this going to hurt you? She's like really super nervous.
It'll be fine. They're a lot stronger than you think.
Okay. And Carbine's like, yeah. And she goes, run through the woods. And she bolts off, and Czar kind of like happily jumps almost, and Carbine starts keeping up with him, and they're running at full maximum
So I'm going to
speed.
instruct Addie to grab on and to have her head low as I start to make my way through the forest.
All right, how fast are you going right now, Gilgamesh?
I'm not. It's not going to be a full sprint. But it's going to be at a decent pace, keeping up with the pack.
Okay, I'm gonna do something here. I'm just gonna use the digital. So you start running, and he's like, "Oh, okay." You feel her grip into your tentacles so tight, and she's like, "Yeah." And you guys just see brush and stuff running by you. At this point, Overload, are you transforming? Or are you just going to walk it as bot?
I mean, I'm not in combat, so I'm hoping I would have better control.
Okay. So you're going dino form?
At least gonna try.
All right. So you transform. You feel okay right now. So, and you see the lizard like, are you coming?
And I guess I'll look to Void. Need a lift.
I'm good. You go do what you need to do. I'll go do what I need to do.
So you guys leave Void Striker, and you see this lizard in front of you, and you see her disappear for a moment into the brush, and you run in there, Overload, and you lose track of her, but you know the others are in front of you because you can kind of smell them but see them kind of briefly through the brush. He comes up right next to you and kind of bangs into you hard. So, My name is what do I call you?
Overload.
Overload. Oh, whatever, over. And she kind of runs ahead of you. Keep up. And she bolts ahead. And you can see her. You're keeping up fairly well. So, first roll for Addie. Let's see what happens. She's holding on tight still as you're bouncing through. You guys are running a good pace. You're running past brush. You see a little stream at first, and it turns into a large river. You guys are running alongside this beautiful view of this river and scene, and you can hear Carbine ahead of you. Yip, 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 ying, and she's flipping off of stuff, bouncing off the trees, and you hear Zar, oh, one talented, very nice. And Addie's just gripping onto you. Do you want to do any kind of form of jumps or anything? Because you do have Addie on your back now. Do you want to try and do any kind of jumps or flips?
They would. I'd only be jumping like over gaps, like just to kind of make it like a smooth ride. Like he's not gonna do anything really fancy, just in the event she could end up falling off. So he's gonna try and make it as smooth as possible.
All right, cool. I don't want to. So as you're making small leaps, I'm going to roll again for Addie. She loses her grip. Oh crap. She starts to slide off of you. You can feel her grabbing onto you and trying to grab your tentacle arms again. And she's, I'm losing my grip. I'm losing my grip. And she starts to slide off of you.
Could I kind of like wrap the tentacle arms like kind of around her wrists a little bit to help her like if she's like slipping, like it'll kind of like help grab her wrist and kind of help pull her back up into position?
Yes, you can. So with that, you will. I won't even have you roll for these. These are just fun moments right now and kind of dramatic. So you pull her back up, and she's gripped around your chest.
He's like just like wrapped around her wrists, essentially, just kind of helping her like grip onto him a little bit better.
Yeah, and you can feel her legs kind of wrapped around you, but they're bouncing around a lot. And she's trying to hold on to you, and she's just like, I don't want to look. I don't want to look. This is fun. You feel weird because you can feel her touch, like squeezing. And she goes, "Okay, I'm freaking out. Maybe this will be good." She goes, "I'll just examine. How does this hardware work?" You can hear her mumbling away. This is fascinating, but I'm freaking out. I'm not built for this kind of speed. I'm used to a flat track, and you hear yelling and screaming a little bit.
And he's, as they're just bounding along, he's just gonna calmly just say to Addie, just gotta get out of your comfort zone every once in a while.
Okay, all right, I'll try. And you guys are running along, and you can. At this point, Aegis has flown up into the air off of you, Overload. So he's up above. And he kind of comes down. You guys are in a little bit of an opening, and he kind of comes flying down along you above the river. And you see his wingspan is huge, and he's just kind of gliding along. And you can see things. And Addie kind of has her head turned, and she kind of opens. Wow, he's amazing. And you see Aegis just flying along peacefully and quietly. You can't even hear him. You just see him. And you guys are coming up. You see this waterfall way ahead of you. And the water's pouring toward you. And you see that Zar has stopped. And Carbine has kind of stopped, and you can see where her claw marks were, like she slid and stopped with her claws onto the rock. And you guys are running up pretty fast. Addie finally sits up, and she goes, "This is amazing." And she stopped. You feel her relaxed on your back, and she's just sitting up, not holding on to you. And she's just looking around. She goes, "This is beautiful and amazing. And that's really cool." And you see Aegis kind of flying along. You guys don't see it really, but he has his eyes closed as he's just flying. And he's enjoying the moment as he's drifting across, and he's feeling the updrafts from the water pushing back up. And you see him kind of go up a little bit and then come back down. And his wingspan, he's bigger looking when he comes down. And Zar kind of just moves out of the way and like, what are you doing? And he lands near Carbine. And you see him ruffling his feathers as you run up on him, Carbine, or Gilgamesh. And Carbine's like, "Yeah, I kind of didn't make the stop though." And she shakes off and all this water comes off. Addie kind of slowly climbs off your back, Gilgamesh. And she goes, hopefully I didn't hurt you.
He helps kind of like releases from her wrists and helps her off of his back by lowering down a little bit. Not at all.
Thanks for the ride. That was fun when I finally got past that. Like you said, get past your fears. Zara kind of looks between you and Eddie. And
he does like a big old cat stretch, like stretching out his claws and everything on all of his on his forearms.
Zara walks up to you, Gilgamesh, and he gets really close. "Impressive. You protected her when you didn't have to. Many who don't feel that way about regular bots sometimes will just eat them." And she kind of looks startled, like, "You're not gonna eat me, look, are you? I'm not tasty."
He looks to this. I'm sorry, I didn't remember the name.
Zar.
Off the top of my head, Zar. I wasn't necessarily born this way. I was evolved into it.
But you mastered control.
I had mastery over my senses long before I became this form.
Much control, much respect. We'll wait for the other two to get here. If your trainable one can make it. Yes? And you guys can hear thumping as you hear I can't do her name again that way because it hurts my throat. So I'll call her R for now. R shows up, kind of blitzing through a few trees, and she kind of comes to a slow stop. Overload, you're behind her at a pace during this whole time. You're kind of brushing through trees. You're bigger than her. So they all hear you coming. They hear this thumping just coming. And you see R kind of look over.
Sure, my friend is on his way.
And you look at R. R kind of looks over. "Your friend might not stop right away. Better move." And she steps a few steps back. And she's grinning maniacally, like, I'm just gonna watch.
Will just backstep a couple of paces. Just he knows based on the sound, like how much distance he needs to really be safe. So
Overload, I'm going to need you to make. Let me see.
Break check.
Yeah, a break check. That's what we're gonna call it. Let me see. Athletics, dexterity.
Dexterity save.
Yeah, I'm thinking dexterity.
Yeah, I think it's dexterity. Because
let's do a dexterity roll.
He's got to control his motion.
I'm hoping it was athletics. Fuck.
Sorry, you're not doing anything fun.
I would have liked it to be athletics. I'm not even doing anything cool.
I mean, are you trying to like do like a jump flip or something?
I'm just trying to break. Literally,
should I be rolling like
about
dex
athletics
or athletics to be keeping up with
wait.
By the way,
how about this? Would you like to do something cool if you make it sound cool? To break.
God, that sounds cool when breaking. I'm unable to really jump.
Power slide is a dino, bro. Like,
Dude,
Tokyo-
do a
Tokyo
mini
drift
hop
this shit.
and then 360 to stop.
Tokyo drift
360
that.
slide.
Nobody said you even had to jump.
Man, you don't gotta
Actually,
jump. You
I
can
feel like drifting would probably be the better
power
suited
slide
thing.
or skate grind your way
Power,
into the.
yeah, I feel like power slide would probably be the most beneficial in all of that.
Let's see if you can power slide. I will let you do your athletics check now. Let's see.
Yay.
That one, let's go.
We-
Oh God! Almost.
Hey, there is that one there.
Almost.
Almost.
Uh,
So, actually, just out of curiosity, roll me a dexterity. I want to see what happens. Just roll me one. I want to see.
oh,
Okay, not bad. Not bad.
that's a
So,
+2.
You-
Yeah, you rolled a 13. That's not bad. Not bad.
I
you
got higher than my fucking athletics.
you
Better than the 3-year-old for athletics.
you hear, you guys are all standing there, and Aegis is like, "Should I warn him? Because he can talk to you without saying a word." And he's generally asking, "Should I warn him?" And you swear his beak is grinning somehow. And he's just sitting there. And he hasn't said a word. And he's just, you swear he's grinning or gloating in some way. Overload, you come slamming through the brush. You instantly see everybody, but you also instantly see there is a giant pool of water ahead of you, and you're running at full bore. You hit the brakes. What kind of claws did you have on your feet again? Were they like big talons?
I believe they're like talons.
Oh, yeah, he's got like T-Rex talons, doesn't he?
Yeah, like aren't they?
Yeah.
Well, no, you
I'm a
got Giga.
after
You
all.
got Giga
Yeah.
talons. You got big.
which is more or less the same thing as a T-Rex. It's just bigger.
Yeah, so
and
he's like
fiercer.
gripping into
Yeah.
the ground, and he's like ripping up dirt as he does so.
So as you
But
flip,
another thing is that if I do end up falling,
oh no,
I'm not raging, so I can cast spells
Mm-hmm.
if I truly need to.
You can save yourself if you need to. The opportunity's there.
So, if you wish to, and while I'm saying this, you spin yourself to the side and you're slamming your big old talon claws into the ground. You're hitting rock and you're grinding it. You kind of slide right up to the edge of the rock, and you're kind of precariously balancing yourself there right now. And you feel like, okay, I'm good. I made it without falling in. And suddenly you feel a thud on your side. And you just hear and you land in the water.
Missy step.
Where
I'm falling, I'm doing teleport right behind them.
As you do that, you suddenly vanish, and she's like, "Wait, where did he go?"
Kick.
Oh, shit. And she goes flying into the water. I'm not even going to roll a save for her or anything. She goes flying.
Just a big peck.
Yeah, and Carbine's sitting there. Aegis had already moved back, and she gets drenched. And she's like, "I just tried off." And you see her shake off again. And her little tufts are kind of drooped from the water, and you see her shaking it off and everything. Her little tuffy tail just kind of... She's like, eh.
And we're at the village, yeah?
Well... Yes.
I'm more saying it's out of character, so I know if
Oh,
I can
yeah.
transform out or not.
You technically are at the village. But you guys, all you see right now is this waterfall and this river, and... He goes, you see...
Do I need to roll anything to keep up, considering I'm on foot?
You see him kind of... We are here, but just wait for a moment, please. Void Striker, you're hoofing it, so how fast can you run? Or are you using other methods? Because I know you don't have any alt modes right now.
I'm going to I'm going to use my fangs like ODM gear.
Oh my god. So you're gonna kind of get a little flight. So with that, do you want to do any kind of fancy landing?
Well, I'm gonna need to roll acrobatics. I'm coming in
Yeah.
pretty fucking
Oh
far.
god, oh yeah. Yes, please roll. Tell all of us how you're gonna come in flying in. You
I'm
don't
gonna
even.
come in from near the top of the trees and just do a couple flips and then just land like I totally wasn't going at that speed.
You hear
And,
Zar.
you know, to make sure it's done.
Of course. I'm like, don't even bother. I
Yeah,
know you're gonna do
just
it.
waiting for it. Just like, yep. Doesn't matter
So-
if he rolls low. That's gonna happen.
Zara is sitting there, and the other R is kind of in the water getting out. That was dirty play, but a good one. And she kind of bumps you with her head. Overload.
Eye for an eye, as they say.
Nice. I like that. Now you're in your bot form right now, Overload,
Well,
or are you still in Dino mode? I just need to confirm things.
I'm more likely still in dino form since I'm not sure if we're at the village, so I'm not sure if we're clipping it more or not.
R turns her head. Zara is kind of looking to the tree line. Oh, he's coming in loud. Okay. And even R is like
Right.
kind of getting nervous.
Technically, the only sound I would be making would be the whistling sound of the me raptor going through the wind.
Yeah, but they can hear you because they're animals, so they're gonna hear it. And Zara's
Oh,
like,
yeah.
And R kind of ducks into the trees. And Zar kind of, you see him kind of move back into some brush a little bit, nervously, kind of like, You come in, you do this wild, suddenly just out of the blue, whoosh, the trees kind of, well, it almost seem like they part for a split second, but you come in, do this wild flip, and you like superhero land it. One fist to the ground, knee down.
I'm
And
just gonna
Addie,
stand up and put my mace on my shoulder.
and Addie's like, yeah, that's really good. And you see Zara step out. Great way to make others nervous. Very well. And you see her kind of slowly come out. She's kind of behind you, Overload, in the brush. And she slowly comes out on the opposite side of you from where Void Striker is. Loud noise is not always good. And she transforms next to you. Come on. And Zara kind of goes, yes, let's go. And you suddenly see the waterfall. It's like the water magically parts. And you see a cave inside.
Well, I'm gonna follow man.
Addie kind of follows in and she goes, how is it? There's no technology. And Zar kind of turns back to her, hearing her say that. Not everything requires machine.
Gilgamesh just quietly, he's still in displacer form. He's quietly walking, just following behind everyone.
So as you guys are walking, it is dark, like pitch black. And Addie's like, I don't have night vision. And she's
As I walk past her, I'm gonna scoop her up again.
And she's like, oh, okay. I still can't see anything. So, and you feel her kind of tightly grip on you. And like, I don't like the dark that much. I didn't like it in that cave back on Velocitron either. And you hear Zara, do not turn on light. Scare many. And as you guys are walking down, those of you with night vision right now can see.
AKA all of us.
Yeah, except
Yep,
for Addie.
Everyone but Addie.
Addie. So even like Aegis, he's kind of just riding on your shoulder, Overload, and he's still in his alt form, so is Carbine. And he goes, "This is a very large cave." And Zar's like, "Yes, we made home safer down here. At times we need protection." You guys can see traps off to your left and right and stuff when they enter. "Watch your step here." And Zar kind of gestures. And R kind of grabs your arm, Overload, and says, "Yes, over here. Please."
Do I
And
recognize any of these traps?
they are primitive in form, but they are effective. They're kind of like swing traps of like boulders, logs, spikes, even, but they are effective even against them.
Okay.
And you guys start getting down further. You feel a breeze, and you can hear what sounds like almost like drumming. So you hear this, and it's just constant rumbling sound that's coming up, and it's literally just drums being pounded, and you can hear all these things going on. You start hearing grunts and groans and somewhat of what sounds like voices, but it's kind of like language that you guys don't really recognize. None of you do. Zar gets ahead and, "Please, keep them here for a moment as I let the others know so they do not attack." And R's like, "Yes, please wait here." She hasn't let go of your arm, Overload.
Overload his friend.
Hmm.
And so she's standing there waiting, and you see she hasn't looked away from where Zar went, and you see Zar kind of come around. "Approach carefully. Yes." And you hear him
Walk up.
walk around, and you hear grunts and groaning and kind of his like grumbly roaring voice that he's doing. You guys walk around the corner, and it starts to get brighter, and you notice huts within a cave, and it's huge inside of here, but it's cooler. You guys see all these creatures. Some are in their alt modes, some are in their bot forms, different kinds, different types. Some look similar to each other. You see the rhino one with the pack being unloaded of the cubes and being put into a special like hut. And it looks like where they store food provisions and such. But you see one being taken over to a hut over further urgently. Like you can see them running over.
Gilgamesh is just he's kind of staying a little ways back, just observing everyone, kind of keeping an cautious eye on a lot of these ones he's never seen before.
I'm gonna ask Zoe if they have any injured.
Zer will turn to you with that. He kind of shifts his head. "Injured. Hurt. Yes. We have other prides that we do not always get along with. They
If you would
attack.
allow me, I'd like to help. I'm a healer.
They may not like stranger.
I do not have to get close to help them.
Let us get you acquainted." I use big word again. "But first, friend, acknowledge before you can go further." You see all these creatures. Now, there's about 30 or 40 of them that you can see visibly. Some are really small. You see kind of what looks like it almost looks like a small rodent of some sort, but it's got no tail, kind of roundish ears, It looks like a mouse, but it kind of stands up, and you see its nose go up, and you see it get close to Carbine. It kind of scurries up a little bit, and Zara's, you can hear him do his like little roar growl thing he's doing, and this thing kind of looks at him, and you can see it gesturing to its mouth, and she's trying to communicate with you guys. You have teeth, you bite, kind of thing. She's trying to tell you, are you going to bite us? And Zar has to translate this, and he goes, she wants to know if you eat small.
No.
I'd rather not grow a tendency to do so.
Carbine does something, and she kind of lays down, and she gets really low, and she shakes her head no. And the little thing kind of gets a little closer and touches her teeth, because they kind of stick out a little bit, and she feels them. And Carbine kind of lifts her lip around a bit to show her teeth, and she kind of feels them. You see this little rodent almost kind of like, and climbs up right between her eyes, right up on her nose. So she's kind of like right there in her face, looking at her. And she climbs down, scurries off. Then another creature walks up, but this time it's that rhino looking thing. It hasn't transformed. It just walks up. Overload, you're standing there with R still holding your arm, and he looks at you up and down. Now he's looking up at you from his position. He transforms in front of you, and he just kind of, he sees the symbol, but he sees the other symbol, and he points. And he slides his finger down without touching you, and he looks, and he looks up at you. You see R kind of like cowering back a little bit, but you feel her grip on your arm get a little tight as she moves back away from you, like around you a bit. And
he was pointing at the Decepticon symbol.
he started it with the Decepticon symbol, and he slid down to the other symbol, and he's looking at it.
I'll point towards my Decepticon symbol, no longer, and then I'll point towards the current, the Guardian symbol, current.
You feel a gust, like he snorted out, because he sniffed you a few times as well, and you feel this blast shoot past you, and he nods to you lightly, and then he turns and walks back. And the others kind of part the way and let him go by. You see a couple creatures. They look cat-ish like. A little snarly. There's about 4 of them. The fourth one's kind of smaller. And they all kind of come up. They're looking at both you, Gilgamesh, and Carbine. They approach very cautiously. You hear Zar, who looks similar to them, but not the same. He kind of makes the sound, and he kind of nods, like, go ahead. He starts sniffing, they start sniffing you guys a little bit, and then you can feel one of them kind of push up against you with its head lightly. Even Carbine just kind of laying there, and she's like, she sits up just a little bit, and the littlest one is right near Carbine, and they're eye to eye, and she's just like,
Gilgamesh is keeping a close eye on Carbine, just making sure that she's safe and that they're not getting too close.
I'm gonna go find a place to sit down where I'm not, getting too close to people.
They all watch you, Void Striker. As soon as you do, they all shift as soon as you move. They're Zara's like, do not move.
Ooh, they see you as a threat.
Uh-oh.
Even the 4 cat things suddenly stop and they're watching you with intent.
Is that I'm just gonna sit down. Even if it's right where I'm standing, I'm just gonna sit down.
You sit down and you suddenly see the crowd of them kind of relax, but you still feel tension in the air. The 4 cat-like creatures are kind of like sniffing you guys over. They go over to you, Void Striker. The littlest one is still with Carbine. It laid down in front of her and did the same thing, and they're just looking at each other. And she tips her head, it tips its head. She tips it back the other way, it does the other. And you can see this little bot just kind of interacting with this cat-like creature, and it's like, and you see her blink, and it blinks. The other 3 are checking you out, Void Striker. They're watching you. They,
me and Addie, because I still got Addie.
yeah, and Addie's like, hang on. And she climbs down from you. Since you're sitting, it's not too hard. She climbs down slowly and carefully. These things back up. One of them kind of hisses a little bit, not loud, but, and Zar doesn't say anything, but he's watching. And she kneels down and she bows her head and she puts her hand out, palm down, and she just sits there. They all come up, they start sniffing her. And one of them comes right up to her head and butts her in the head. Like just, and Addie kind of props her head up and she's able to bring her hand up slowly and she touches it lightly. Amazing. And the 3 of them start to purr in unison around her as they start bumping up against her and rubbing her. And she slowly stands up and they kind of start bouncing around her a little bit. And they kind of push her forward a little more. And she's more closer up to where you, Gilgamesh, Carbine, and Overload, all of you are standing. And they keep pushing her forward, though, and she kind of looks, should I stay there? Zara's kind of like, just go, it'll be fine. The rest come up to her, this crowd, and they all lean down. The bigger ones come down to her height. And you can see them put their hands up, and Addie puts her hand up and like puts it to some of them, and they turn and walk away quietly, and then they come back with certain things to show her. We may be primitive here, but we still are young and old. Addie's getting to see history from these beast creatures that are Trasnsformers. They're Cybertronians that have evolved differently. And they're welcoming her in. And you're seeing all this. You see the 3 cats transform, and they're sleek little bots. They're a little shorter than Addie, so they're not real tall. But they're kind of holding on to her and playing and jumping, and she's having fun. You start hearing giggles from younger bots, and some of the older ones are starting to smile.
Gilgamesh feels a little bit more relaxed, seeing as that they've accepted more of the group.
The little one that's in front of Carbine kind of sits up a little bit more and then stands up, and so does Carbine. And then they start like playing. How a cat's butt goes up in the air and they start wiggling like they're getting ready to pounce. And suddenly they start kind of like play fighting. You don't hear any like viciousness, but you start hearing giggling though. It's not Carbine giggling though. It's the little cat. And you just hear giggles, and Zara's like, she has never smiled or laughed in long time. Time. That is good. You are, I am assuming by all here, welcome so far. You, Void Striker, please follow me for a moment. Start
I'll follow.
training the big one. And R's like, yes, okay. And she's still looking
Otherwise, gonna get
over.
molested.
Maybe, I don't know yet. No, but Void Striker, Zar takes you to a couple of huts. They're large, but you notice there's symbols next to them. They're primitive looking, but you kind of get the gist of this is not a good place. Zar transforms into his bot form again, and he signals, and he kind of pushes aside a like a hide that's covering the door, and you see lights through openings. But he comes in, and there's a couple of small bots in here that are tending to about 4 creatures of some sort that are in their bot form right now, and they kind of stand up and they step back and they all huddle together. You're realizing these are the rodent-like ones because you could still see their ears on top of their heads, and they kind of don more of a furrier look, but they're smaller. And Zar kind of walks up to him. He makes and they kind of scurry over to the side away from you still. And they're kind of just sitting there huddled together. Zar,
I'm simply just gonna kneel down here at this point. And how badly are these injured?
you can see where one of the rodent-like creature bots walked over to it and was tending to an injury to its pretty much its chest and arm. Zar kind of looks down. He was attacked by other pride badly. Injuries really bad. And
Don't allow me to help. I'm going to activate Aura Vitality.
you
Really, Cat? This is not the time.
Yes, it is. Which one? Was it Gilgamesh Carbine or was it one of the other ones? Meow. It's like one of ours was doing that. Started meowing in here. I'm like, what do you want? So you activate that Aura of Vitality. And does that give off any light or anything? I can't remember what it does. How it works.
I believe we said it that it gives off like a faint green light emanating from me.
Oh, okay, cool. I didn't want it to be super bright because I'm like, that's not good. So as you do, you start to heal. Now it is missing its arm, but it still has most of its chest, but it's damaged heavily. You see one of the rodent-like creatures kind of walk forward. It kind of almost would look like a possum, but without a tail. And it walks forward. And this little bot, again, it's got its little ears and everything, but it looks a little furrier. And it
Now, I need to ask, are we talking about American possum or Australian possum?
Which one's cuter?
The Australian possum.
Okay, then an Australian possum. There we go. I gotta look that up now. Because I gotta remember what they look like. But no, this little one, she walks up and she's kind of really skittish. They all are. And Zara's like, it's okay. The friend help heal. And you see him gesturing with his hands as you see him saying this to the others. You notice he's doing hand gestures and certain symbols. They're not sign language. It's a formal language, but it's not the same.
I have a question about the one that's missing an arm. Would you consider it missing an arm a condition?
Well, it got ripped off and it's missing, so.
I'm just saying, would you consider that like, a status condition, like missing an arm?
I don't know if that's a status condition just as much as a physical condition.
Exactly what you're trying to get into.
No, you cannot replace his
I know
arm.
what you're thinking. Yes, I don't think he can grow back an arm.
No, he cannot. They do not
No,
have the
but
provision.
I technically can, because we have established Cybertronians are technically technology and whatnot. I can technically regrow it.
Yeah, but a lot of times in this case, you're going to need where's the parts coming from, because you got to remember these guys are also beast. They're not just
They're
Cybertronians.
organic
Yes.
and
They're like what
yeah.
like Gilgamesh, Carbine, Aegis, and now Overload are. They are both. So you got to be careful when you're doing that with these guys. They do not heal the exact same way with everything. You can heal the majority of him, and they might be able to help him after that, but you're not going to be able to replace his arm.
Yeah,
I can use my
that's gonna
nanites.
be. That's basically what my aura vitality is.
Again, you have to have stuff to replace it with, though. You can't, unless it took it from his body somewhere else, but then you're hurting him a different way.
Like the aura would like heal them like otherwise, like close any wounds, like restore their stamina. Like it would help. It would still help them overall. It's just they can't regrow any missing limbs.
Yeah,
'cause,
unfortunately.
Like, yeah.
Now, if you were straight up
I
Cybertronian,
could technically help if he was dead, but he's not dead.
Sort of, yeah.
We could change that.
We're not Frankensteining here, okay? That unless somebody wants to give up his leg again, we're going to talk about that one.
Because I do have, Revivify, but that's no helpful in this situation.
Give me just a second. There was something I was looking for. All right, so you're healing him up, and the little one comes up, this little furry, and you hear Zar doing all this, and she kind of looks at you, Void Striker, for a moment, and she looks down, and she makes a gesture, but you have no idea what she's saying. And Zar looks down at her. Oh, she asks, you heal.
I am a healer.
She slowly walks up to your glowing arm, and she's small compared to you. So she puts her one hand on part of like your thumb pretty much, and she taps it lightly, like patting it, and she does another gesture, and Zar kind of she's saying thank you.
You're welcome.
She turns and she kind of gestures to the other two that are in there, and they kind of go back to tending the others that are in there, and you see them flip back the covering, and Zar kind of turns because he can smell it, and the other three, they slowly just cover the bot up, and you could tell it was.
How long ago did he pass?
You see him sniff. A while ago. You see the three start to wrap the body quietly, and you can see them sniffling. You can hear them, and they're just.
It was in the last minute. I could have done something.
No, yeah, unfortunately, no. And she gestures to the other two, go over, maintain the other two, like take care of them. You see one of them flip back to cover, and you can see this one's got a nasty abdomen wound. Like you can see a bit of, it looks like energon coming out. It's a little different, slightly different coloring, but it's still their energy that they use.
I'm gonna slowly shift over, put my hand over, and what if?
As you do, the two that are helping this one kind of jump back and scurry over to a corner behind some jars. And the one kind of turns suddenly, and you see her waving, and you hear some like squeaks, like kind of light squeaking, and it's really quiet. And they kind of come out and they make similar symbols again. And Zara is kind of like they're asking if you're healing, and she's telling them yes. And they kind of go back over and
So, can you inform them that there's green energy coming from me? If they are close, it can heal over time.
Zara kind of turns and he makes some noises. The other three kind of, the two that aren't looking directly, kind of startle and turn, and you can see them gesture and make a few squeak sounds. They understand now. So the one that the one is still wrapping up the body of the other. She kind of finishes, and you see it wrapped up very nicely. She kind of steps out the door, and a few moments later, somebody comes in. There's another bot. This one kind of looks probably about Addie's size, but it walks a little differently, and it's got fur, kind of grayish, almost black in some spots, and you can see a furry tail, and it looks familiar to something else, but you see all these teeth and some spikes on it as well. And it leans down, and you think it's almost going to like just grab the body up and just walk out. It leans down, puts its hand down on it, and slowly slides its hands under. And you see the other three come over, the little rodents, all three around. They all bow their heads for a moment, and then he stands up slowly and walks out as one of them pulls the hide away from the door for a moment to let him go through. The rest of you are outside right now. Void Striker, you're going to hear this sound. Addie's standing in the group, and they're happy, and they see the body as this one walks out slowly. And you see it walking toward what is essentially a cemetery, the burial grounds. And suddenly you see them all dip their heads down, and they all kneel for a moment. And you suddenly feel this vibration, but it's not a vibration, it's a sound.
Technically, sound is a vibration.
Well, in this case, you guys are feeling it at first, but then it turns into this, you can audibly hear it. And it sounds almost like they're howling in unison, but it sounds like a chorus. It doesn't sound just random. It just sounds like they're singing all in one, like at the same exact time. And it sounds like a huge chorus. And you see their heads tipping up, and you see them, that the sound is coming from all of them. Addie has to kind of cover her audio receptors because she's in the center of it. And she's like, oh. And they all stand up, but they're not so excited now. But they are still friendly. They're still being kind. Addie kind of points.
I'll be right back.
No problem. And she looks at them. He died. Like, very solemn. And the one of the larger ones kind of walks up and gently puts his hand on her and nods. And she kind of tips her head and she goes, I am so sorry. And they make a gesture and she doesn't understand. I don't understand your language. I'm sorry. But they just nod to her like, it's okay. At this point, Zar kind of looks at you, Void Striker. Yes, we hope that our sounds will guide their sparks back to, well, home.
I have a question for you.
Yes.
Does your tribe have a trial of a primal soul?
We used to have something, but over time things evolved in so many places here. I
Yes.
am one of the last who can speak the home language. But I have taught a few. And one of them being R. As Czar standing there, he goes, I must attend to other matters now. And he turns to the three and he makes a sound, and they all nod and they look at you, White Striker, and nod to you, and then they get back to tending the other one. You notice his leg is damaged, his arm is damaged, but it's when one of the creatures decides to turn its head, you see there's like its optics missing, part of its jaws missing. They're functional, they're there, but they're badly damaged as well.
Again, I'll do what I can with my aura vitality. I'll
So as you
prioritize that. I'm concentrating on that too.
Yeah, so you're kind of in this hut. You're big enough that you're covering all of them at this point, and they're sitting there. The one with the abdomen wound, you hear the squeaking from two of them, and the third one comes running over, and it looks like they're excited. And you see this one bot that was laying there, his optics kind of turn on more, and yeah, and little squeaks come out of the one, and you see its head turn slowly and its optics go wide, looking at you, Void Striker, and the three are in you like it's okay, and its optics kind of calm down and look at you questionably, like okay.
Well, I'm not surprised. I basically look like a dragon just sitting here with all the fangs and sharp points.
So as you do, he makes another sound, and the little rodent ones, they're kind of standing by, but the two go back over and maintain the other one, and you see its leg on this one that's laying there starts to heal up. It's kind of got scales more, and you see the arm as well, and part of its head has healed up, but there's still a good chunk missing, but it's starting to function as well better. You hear sounds, they're more animalistic, but there's communication somehow working. Zar comes out of the hut though, and he sees all of you, and he sees Addie, but he walks over to you, Gilgamesh, Carbine, Overload.
Gilgamesh has been kind of observing their funeral rites that they've been kind of doing there. So
Also, we should probably wrap up soon. We're approaching 6 hours.
Oh God, okay, okay, we're going for 12. Visor would love this. No, we will wrap it up soon because somebody else is bugging me from behind. Yeah, see. What?
I mean, hey, we haven't
I
been
don't
able to
have
do this
dice
in a
out
while,
now.
so we were kind of do a long session like this.
Ow! No,
Yeah.
go away. So, Zar
That's why I didn't walk off to the jungle to try and get like a beast form myself.
Zar
Because
Zar kind of looks around and he goes, "Yes, our ceremonies, we have not much left. I was deemed leader because I have more knowledge." But they seem to like your friend, which is good. They don't usually like any bot. You see Addie
Well,
kind of...
he is He is trying to redeem himself for mistakes of the past, as we all have make
I
at
believe he
one
was talking
point in
about
our
Addy,
lives.
not me.
Well, that one too. You got two bots there, so it's like, but Addie is in the group. She's watching, and you, as you guys are sitting there, you Zar is even watching. Addie kind of starts walking toward where the they bury their. This one is burying the body, and she's doing it very carefully and slowly. And you can hear her kind of asking small questions like, can I go and they're like, yes. They're kind of puzzled, but they're like, okay. You see the group kind of,
Gilgamesh kind of keeps an eye on that, just passively as he continues to talk. It's not often I see many villages display such a religious culture, even among Cybertronians.
we've been here a long time, lost many um, cultural things. Am I saying right? It's been a long time.
You are correct. You would be considered a lost tribe among Cybertronians.
Lost tribe. And he's trying to sound out certain words you guys say at times. If you notice that some of them have trouble saying certain words, he looks over at you and then looks back. She wished to pay respect.
She wishes to honor your culture in the same way, but she's unfamiliar of your practices. But her heart is in the right place.
She's respect. And you see Addie get over, and you see the one that brought her the body out turn and suddenly stop, and just like you can see its optics, like and you guys can hear this because it's cave. It's dead quiet now. Bad choice of words. Sorry. It is quiet. You can hear the echoing. You just hear certain sounds of water dripping, certain things going on. You hear her, I just wish to pay my respects. And it stops. It walks up to her slowly. And you could see it kind of walk forward, kind of hunched over, and then it kind of stands up and bows to her lightly and gestures like, go ahead. This creature transforms. You see what looks like a 6-legged wolf, but it's got horns and its teeth are much more aggressive. And it walks toward where the body is, and it's kind of like sits down but lays down. And Addie kind of comes over, kneels down. She gets down on both knees and she comes down and she's saying something, but nobody else really is hearing. But the animals, beasts, are hearing this that are in close proximity to her. And she's saying, in a sense, a prayer. The wolf kind of sits up and lets out the loudest howl, and it echoes the cave. And it turns. Addie gets up and kind of like, okay, I'm gonna go see my friends. And you can hear her voice echoing a little bit, like waver. And she walks over slowly as some of the creatures kind of guide her over. The cat ones are still with her, but they're holding her hands and just kind of guiding her over. And they kind of just hug her around her waist and everything, and then they nod to her and they kind of run off to go play it or whatever they're going to do. You see the wolf start to dig the hole. 4 paws on the front start to pull dirt out of a hole. And you see this process of this creature burying its own. And you see him transform, and he carefully puts the body in there, and he carefully buries it. And you see him put up a small sign. Czar kind of turns. Yes, we lose sometimes our pride members to others. Not safe, not good, but this is life. And he kind of questions life. This is our cycle.
You honor your dead. You carry on a culture of respect, even through death.
Yes.
These are traits that many cultures used to have, but for Cybertronians, it's been somewhat abandoned in the later years. Not many get to be afforded such a luxury of being buried among honored dead. That is a luxury afforded to the very few.
Yes. We have held on to it even though we have de-evolved. But we are still knowledgeable enough. Home. I do not remember Cybertron too much. We became primitive more, but a balance was obtained. But if you wish to rest and have your friend learn, you are more than welcome to stay here. And he gestures to the one of the huts nearby until he learns. But you are welcome among our people, friend. At this time, Addie has sat down, and Carbine, recognizing she's not kind of happy, like in a good mood, she kind of curls up in her lap, and Addie's just kind of gently petting Carbine as she slightly purrs in her lap.
I do need to ask before we go depart for rest. The White One. What do you know?
Come with me. I will show you. And he walks to...
He will get up and he will follow.
He walks into this hut and pulls the hide aside. This is his hut. It's more ornate.
He's still in his beast form, by the way.
Yeah.
He hasn't.
Yeah, you
gone
don't have to
bot
transform.
form.
Yeah, you can stay in
Yeah.
beast. This is normal for them. So they're like, you could be either or.
Yep, and
they're-
he's sensing that among them, just kind of seeing who's turning bot and who's staying in beast. So he's kind of respecting the culture.
Yeah, you see the majority will be in beast forms, but they will transform to bot just to do certain stuff. In this case, Czar hasn't transformed back yet. He's still in his bot form, and he gestures up to the walls. These are old depictions of our home. You see friends, in a sense, drawn on the walls. You see other pictures, but you see shelves around of items that are ancient. These are way older than even you. I mean, closer to maybe Void Striker time when he was around. But even the mini-cons would recognize this stuff as old tech now. Czar kind of gestures. Some of this stuff does not work anymore. This used to be a hover ball. And he kind of tosses it and it lands back in his hand. Does not hover no more. And he sets it back.
I could fix that.
Shut up.
Let him cook.
You see a little bunk area where it doesn't look like a bed. It looks like a bed for an animal. he looks around. Here, this. He pulls out a book and he flips it open. They're like paperish pages. And here is some information about the white one you speak of. And you see a depiction drawn of this creature. And it looks like you. But she is friend to us as well.
He's gonna turn to bot form and he's gonna take the book. And he's still got his eyes kind of locked on this figure. Did you know her personally?
Yes and no. She really did not like to talk to us much. She would help us, we would help her, but we generally stay away from each other.
And what did you call her?
Well, she really did not give us too much in name, but she couldn't remember her name. We gave her name of Ziara Ka. In our languages, it could mean shadowy protector or devastating opponent. She was friend and still is friend to us, but she only comes around once in a cycle or two. We don't really have time here, just day and night.
When she does visit here, what does she do?
Sometimes she brings us food, supplies, things we may need, material, and we feed her, give her safe place to stay for night or two night. And then she leaves.
As he's saying this, he's kind of opening and kind of flipping through the book a little bit, just kind of skimming the pages. Is there anything that kind of stands out among the pages as he's kind of flipping through it?
You notice on some of the depictions that there are 17 moons. 2 of them are like 18 and 19 are showing as like circled. And Zar kind of notices you're looking at the pages. 17 moons. She will return.
How 17 moons?
Yes.
As in 17 full moons? As in there's some sort of celestial alignment?
No. As in 17 moons. And he gestures upward. 17 moons.
So I'm assuming we can't see the sky from inside the hut.
No.
So just trying to go back from memory, when they were outside previously, did he see 17 moons in the sky, or how many moons did he actually see?
He's referencing time. Every 17 moons, she shows up. 2 He
so like
stays.
17 cycles of
Yeah.
the singular moon?
Yep. And
Oh,
see,
okay.
they
That's
only
what I
see
was.
from their positioning when they step out. They see
Well, that's what I was trying to
1,
understand.
2.
Is he
Yeah.
talking like 17 physical moons or
Yeah.
17 rotations of one moon?
It's literally that's what that means. They do not. They are very, like I said, de-evolved on there. What they're trying to tell you. It's like
Yep.
it's made to be very confusing. That's why I was like, no, I don't want it to
But
be
that's
that
why
confusing.
I'm asking probing
Yeah.
questions to understand. So
So he's
Yeah.
sitting there. He goes, 17 moons. Oh, 17. And he points to the wall, and you see what looks like a calendar almost. 17. And 2 days she may show up.
he's looking closely at the calendar. 2 days from now, she should show up.
Yes. She sometimes doesn't always, but she does regularly.
He's studying this calendar. Based on what he's seeing, could he kind of figure out like how many days this actually is?
You could try and decipher it, but it's really it's just there's about a 28-day cycle with the moon and a 29-day cycle for the star that they orbit in the jungle planet.
So we're looking about every year and a half she revisits the village.
Give or take, yeah. She may show up
Okay.
sooner, she may show up later, she may show up more than once. That's why he doesn't they don't really keep track of the time. They're beasts. They just do.
Gotcha.
So 17, and that's how he tracks it. But that's how best he's got. So he's just doing, and he's the oldest one who can do this stuff. So it's like, okay, so that's why he's trying to teach others, because Czar does not look young, and he's very old.
So when do I fix shit?
Czar kind of turns and kind of sits down in his bunk, in a sense, and he crosses his legs over and he kind of sits there. You look for this white one. She is friend. Please do not hurt her. She is scared. She doesn't want to hurt us either. I tell in trust you. And he's eyeing you, just like his optics, like, I
Do not misunderstand my intention. I've not come here to fight her. But I have many, many questions that she can answer.
Maybe I talk to her before she comes down here. Not feel trapped.
I'm not seeking to trap her. Understand? Again, my intentions are not hostile.
We're past the 6-hour mark now.
Good. Zara kind of looks at you. Then we will be fine with this. But I need to charge for a little bit. My energy is low and I need to rest.
With your permission, I'd like to walk about the village, observe more of your people.
You can do this. They comfortable with you. And
He gives a slight bow.
he
Thank you for your generosity.
he tips his head. Very well. And he transforms back into his cougarish like form, and you see him kind of curl up a bit, and then his optics kind of close, and he kind of roll. You see him roll onto his back, and his belly's up, and and you kind of hear a light snoring now.
Gilgamesh will stay in his bot form, kind of looking down at the book as he starts to walk out, and he just starts to kind of walk and read, just kind of flipping through the book, trying to gain understanding of what they believe this creature to be, and just spend some time with everyone else. Just kind of, well, everyone's resting and getting ready for Overload's training. He's just gonna kind of walk about the people.
Yeah, it's a good thing you brought up Overload. Overload, you're with R right now, and she's kind of, let's go this way, please, please. Let's go over here, and she's kind of dragging you over to an area that's kind of away from the village, but you're still near some huts. You notice her demeanor's kind of changed a little bit with you, just a little bit, in that short time. You lizard like me? And you
Alright, I'm gonna head out here, otherwise I'm
yeah,
gonna
you're
pass
done.
out.
You're done for right now, Void Striker. Thanks. Sorry, guys, it's
Yeah.
taking a lot longer,
Good
but
luck.
yeah, we're
No
catching
worries,
up.
dude. You have a good night, man. Take her easy.
It's a rest. Ah, there we go. My voice. Oh, Overlord, are you alive?
Yeah.
So Art drags you over to this area where there's some other huts. They're a little further away, but you notice it's a kind of an open area, and she still has a hold of your arm, but she kind of spins around in front of you. You lizard like me, but bigger. How
Uh,
you how you do trick?
oh, you mean my? You mean that? Uh, it's just kind of something I picked up even before that.
Could you teach me if I teach you how control? And she's like eyeing you with one of her optics, like,
Teaching might be difficult in a sense. My way of getting it was tedious.
always hard here. Please, I want to help my people. I will learn, and I will teach you control.
All right, then you teach me control, and the I'll teach you a oath.
Oath? You,
Oath. It is how I get
oh,
my ability.
oath.
It
Mm,
is
hard
how do I put it?
day.
It is a thing you really wish to do. So you you wish to protect your village.
Yes.
Well, that would be considered a oath.
What did Tsar say? Is it like promise?
A promise, yes. Duty, if one may say.
And she steps back and points. Duty. I understand. Duty. Please. I will teach you control. You teach me duty to protect village, how to do thing you do.
All right. Um, I guess one thing I shall mention beforehand. is each one's duty is different from another.
Willing to learn. And she gets really close to you. I will teach you
Um,
control. You teach me this. So let's start with control. And then you teach me. And she kind of steps back kind of shyly for a moment, like the swish thing. She makes a gesture like movement real fast.
it is different from everyone, but if you wish to go down the same path as I, then all I can really say is it will be a bumpy one.
She, before you can even
Oh.
finish that sentence, she grabs your arm. Come now. We teach you control. You teach me swish after.
Okay.
And she goes, sit. I teach yous how control. Do not understand how's you beasts, and you'd have no controls? But I will teach yous as what I do. And she has you sit down, and she sits kind of in front of you, almost directly, like your knees could be touching if you had your legs crossed, and she's sitting there right in front of you. Close optics, open other sensors. What do you hear?
And
And
I
make
can
a
hear.
go ahead and make a perception check. Just want to see what you can hear right now. Holy shit. You hear sounds of movement close by, but you start to hear dripping water. And you start to hear other movements, but it's further away. And you're in a cave. You shouldn't be able to hear that normally. You hear her voice. Focus on your inner beast, and you will find more, hear more. You hear all the sounds. You can hear conversations between creatures at a distance. You feel a hand, but nobody's touching you. You open your optics up. R has her hand out, but she's not touching you. You felt me, did you not?
I suppose so.
She leans forward and thumps you in the chest real hard. Did you or did you not? There is only this do thing you do. You have to believe in yourself.
I felt something. I saw your hand out, but not on me. So,
Much still work. Stand up.
okay.
I need you to make a strength check real quick. She grabs a hold of your arm and she lifts you for a brief moment off the ground, like she's going to flip you over. And she sets you back down with a thud. And she goes, much heavier than I thought.
I get that a lot.
But I still was able to lift you. She still has a hold of your arm, though. And she kind of runs her hand across your chest. Much stronger than you appears.
I also get that a lot.
We will train more. And she's looking at you kind of curiously. And she kind of turns and looks at you for a moment. let us try in beast form now. And she transforms, and you see her in this bit smaller dino form, teethy, little jaggedy horns everywhere. Transform. Nows.
Okay. I'll go ahead and transform.
As you do, she kind of moves around you. You needs to learn to control, but you have control now. Wise.
Bloodlust is why I do
Blood,
not have it currently.
lust. What causes
The
this with you? We have
anger, hatred.
anger. Really? Anger. Ooh, I have anger, but I do not lose control. And she spins around, smacks you with her tail across your face. And you are weak then. You no can control yourself. And she turns around and starts slapping you again.
I'd say stop if you know what's good.
Oh, ones with no controls thinks he can tell me to stop.
I'm more painting the picture.
And she runs at you and slams into your chest really hard. And she backs up. Then get angries. We need to find what causes this.
I'd rather not, as there are civilians.
You're saying this, but you see a lot of them have gathered to watch. And suddenly you kind of notice there's like cage bars being set up around you guys in this section slowly. I'm not even going to have you roll perception because you can see it. And you can hear this like chatter between the other creatures there. They's know. Why don't you? And she spins her tail around and smacks you in the side really hard. Let's get smads. I need you to roll me a. Let's do a Constitution saving roll.
Okay.
I need that. I need that specifically for a reason. You start to feel this urge, this rage, and you see her stance change, and she's grinning. There's the angers. Yes, brings it. We would like to plays.
I guess it's playtime.
You feel this overwhelming urge, and you just see everything and anyone as, in a sense, food. And she is taunting you at everything. You don't actually understand a word she's saying hardly. And you guys are kind of walking in circles right now. And she's kind of talking to you, but you still can't understand a word she's saying. So she's kind of going, there, that's it. Keep going. Come on. And she swipes at you a few times, but she doesn't hit you this time. She just misses you. And she's like, do you even understand me now? Zzz. And she's just looking at you. You don't understand me's, do you?
Aw,
Let's try this. And she makes this weird sound, but you understood her. You can hear her talking in this other voice, you hear a different kind of tone. You need to take control. You have control. Calm. Peace. Hear me. You see her tail swipe around at you again. She's aggravating the shit out of you. I need you to make a Constitution saving throw again.
Jackpot.
She's still swinging her tail at you and annoying the crap out of you, but she's still talking this like this sound, and you can't understand her. She, you understands me nows? Because she sees your eyes. Do you have controls?
Why don't you find out?
Good. You are learning to controls. She turns around, slaps you with her tail again. Make a Constitution saving throw.
I was gonna say, as soon as she does that, can I grab her with my mouth? Just
Right.
as soon as the tail comes to try and slap me, just
Oh,
grab.
okay. I won't even have you roll because this is entertaining. She stops. Ah, my tails.
I'm not even gonna like bite too hard. I'm just like just enough to like grab.
And she's like, ah, oh, this is fun. About time I had some interesting interactions.
Now, if I wasn't in control, your tail will probably be gone.
True. You're doing well. But if you want to hold on to that for a while, I go with it.
That's the point. As can I like just toss her?
If you wish to,
I'm just gonna like just toss her into like one of the walls.
give me a strength check
Like
for
not
it, real
like
quick.
not even like not too hard, just enough to like get a point. And I would be raging.
Yeah,
technically
you're
speaking.
already at an advantage because you're in your dino form right now. She goes
So 16.
flying. She hits the wall, and she slides down. Oh, ow! And she gets up slowly, and she kind of limps for a moment. Ow.
That's for the slaps.
Well, one is trainings, right? I need you to get mad to have control. Why
Seems
don't?
like I'm having enough control now.
And she walks up to you, and she kind of, yes, you are. And she kind of bumps you with her head underneath your chin. Strong one. I admire you. But we have to get you to have control. Understand balance next. But for now, we rest. And I let my tail heal. And she wiggles her tail at you. If you'd like, you can stay over here. I have plenty of room.
Alright. Doesn't really seem like we're gonna be going anywhere anytime soon, so might as well get comfortable.
She doesn't transform. She just walks into this large hut. And you kind of follow in. You see there's really no beds. She gestures over with her head. You can have that spot unless you would like to stay close. And she kind of like,
Just give me a good wall.
Very well. And she lays down, and you see her close her optics, and her eyes, they're dino-like looking. So you see her eyes close. Rest well. Tomorrow more training. Then you teach me duty. And her eyes close, and she's just kind of very quietly. Now you're in your dino form, right? Still?
I guess, although I'm not really quite comfortable with it yet.
It's up to you. You can stay that way or not. Yeah, nothing bad's really going to happen, so.
It's more like I'm gonna stay in it just to try and get comfortable to its form.
So you're going to lay down in your dino form. You kind of drift off. You feel your circuitry kind of slowing down and relaxing. You kind of fall asleep, like in standby, but you're actually in a kind of a sleep state, not standby. You get flashes in a little bit of a dream moment where you are you, but you're in this dino form and you're in control. But there's this other one that's identical looking to you, but it's the wilder form of you. For a brief moment, you're both looking at each other and you charge at each other. And it's like you're having this battle in your mind and it just stops. And all you get is peace. And you see R there with you. And you just hear this whispery voice. You need to find your balance now. It's R speaking, but it's not the normal voice you heard before when she speaks. And then it kind of goes dark and you feel yourself drift off even further into sleep. And you're out like a light for the rest of the time. So at this point, most of you are resting. Some are healing. Some are reading a book and checking out the rest of the village. And we're going to end the session here now because it's 6.5 hours. So,
Yeah, if you thought the download time on the other ones were bad,
yeah, this is going to be fun. It's okay. At least I have the hard drive space. Yes, I do keep my videos, so I don't let just one place have them. So with that, you guys want to say goodnight? We'll wrap it up real fast and get it out.
We'll see you next week. Get some sleep.
May the calming cold guide your heart.
I love your outros. They fit. And with mine, before we do, check out the YouTube, check out our links down below. If you enjoy, check them out. Have fun with it. Create your own campaign at some point. We enjoy doing this because it's fun. And I'm still enjoying it to this day. Thank you, Dave. And I will, yeah. And like I said, check out the links. With that, wherever you're at in the world, have a good morning, good afternoon, good evening, and be safe out there. I almost said, let's just roll with it because of my last thing. But no, we're going to say bye now. Bye.